Hello guys, welcome to the Shadowmanhwa Teller channel. The story began with a chaotic scene. Several servants were gathered outside a room, desperately pleading, "Young master, please open the door." At that moment, a man arrived and asked furiously where the young master was. One of the servants explained that the young master had been inside his room for a long time and hadn't responded to anyone calling him. The man grew angrier and reminded them that today was the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. He said that all the important ministers from across the country had already arrived, including the head of the prestigious Lee family, yet the person at the center of the entire event, Guuhan family's third young master, was nowhere to be seen. He scolded the servants, saying that the young master clearly had no concern for what people would think of the Guuhan family. He shouted, "Young master, if you don't open the door immediately, we'll be forced to break it down." He added that the young master had already offended the Lee family, who currently held significant power in the capital. This wasn't some minor mistake. He had provoked the eldest daughter of the Lee family. If the young master didn't come out soon, the entire Guuhan family could end up in serious trouble. Inside the room, Guuhan, the third young master of the Guuhan family, was calmly cultivating. He spoke to himself, acknowledging that he had finally been reincarnated into this world. He introduced himself in his thoughts. His name was Guuhan, grandson of a general who founded the Tianfan stronghold. He explained that many members of his family were high-ranking officials. In his previous life, he had been a powerful cultivator at the heavenly profound realm. However, he had failed during a tribulation and was on the verge of death. When he used a secret technique that allowed him to reincarnate in this world, today marked the moment his memories were finally returning, proof that his reincarnation had been successful. He admitted that he had been born into this life with a weak and fragile body, one completely unsuitable for cultivation. Everyone knew it. Because of that, his grandfather had spent a fortune on rare medicinal herbs, hoping to at least give him a chance at a meaningful life. Now, thanks to those very herbs, as soon as his memories returned, he found himself far more powerful than before. However, with the return of his memories came the realization of a serious problem. When he had used the secret technique to reincarnate, the memories of his past life had remained sealed until he turned 20. It was a side effect of a forbidden technique that had also sealed off his senses. As a result, for 20 years, he had lived like a clueless, spoiled child, doing whatever he pleased. Now, those memories had returned, and with them, the shocking awareness of all the foolish things he had done during those years. From outside the door, the servants could still be heard shouting, begging the young master to come out. They feared punishment if he didn't. Han reflected on his past behavior. Before his memories returned, he had been nothing more than a reckless playboy who caused trouble all over the city. As the only young master of the Guuhan family, he had grown arrogant. He even had a gang, his so-called playboy gang, who helped him stir up trouble wherever they went. Their usual antics included bullying townsfolk, harassing girls on the street, and abusing the Guuhan family name to act superior. He recalled the time he had barged into the home of the Minister of Revenue and stolen his daughter's clothes, which he later sold at an auction for an absurdly high price. More recently, he had beaten up the son of the Minister of Rights simply because the boy wore clothes similar to his own. Han had ordered him to change, but when the boy refused, Han assaulted him. Since then, no one in the entire city dared to wear the same color as him. And then came the worst incident. About a month ago, at the urging of his friends, he had infiltrated the Lee family's residence. There, he bullied their eldest daughter, a mute girl, even going so far as to mock her, saying she looked beautiful but was worthless because she couldn't speak. He admitted to himself that he had always believed no matter what he did, his family would protect him. But this time, he knew he had gone too far. Now that his memories and senses were restored, he had decided to take full responsibility for all the problems he had caused. He vowed to fix everything with his own hands. The servants were overjoyed when Han finally stepped out of his room. He teased them, asking why they were crying and reminding them he had just been sitting inside, not dead or anything. He had heard that the Lee family had arrived at the estate and told them to take him to them. He wanted to see what they had to say for themselves. The servants whispered among themselves, saying that the young master looked completely different, like a changed man. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the Guuhan family, where Han arrived and respectfully greeted his grandfather. Grandpa Gu was visibly pleased and told him to greet all the high-ranking officials who had gathered. Among the guests was Lord Lee, the head of the Lee family, a highly respected and influential figure in the Imperial court. Grandpa Gu addressed the gathering and reminded everyone that today was Han coming-of-age ceremony. But along with that, I have an important announcement to make. After discussing with Lord Lee, I've decided to form an alliance between our Guuhan family and the Lee family. Everyone fell silent, sensing the gravity of his next words. This alliance will be solidified through marriage. My grandson Han will marry Lord Lee's daughter. The wedding is scheduled to take place roughly a month from now. Hearing this, Han thought to himself, it seems I arrived here too late. No matter how hard I try now, I won't be able to negotiate anything. If Grandpa is insisting that I marry into the Lee family, then this must all be for my sake. He sighed internally. A month ago, I even bullied the Lee family's young lady. No wonder everything seems to be collapsing on me now. He reflected bitterly. Everyone knows our Gu family has been in decline for some time now. That's why Grandpa wants me to become the Lee family's son-in-law, so they'll protect me despite our family's weakening influence. He clenched his fists. I'm furious at myself. Grandpa has sacrificed everything for my safety. He even agreed to this marriage under pressure from the Lee family. It's humiliating, and it's all because of me. Then, Lord Lee stepped forward and declared, since everything has now been finalized, about a month from today, I will send the betrothal gifts. This way, the young master of the Gu family may marry my daughter. Grandpa nodded. Yes, Lord Lee, you are absolutely right. But just then, Han Xing interrupted confidently. One moment, Lord Lee, there's a small mistake in your words that I'd like to correct. You said you'll be sending the gifts to our Gu family, but I believe that's incorrect. Lord Lee raised an eyebrow. And what do you mean by that, young Master Gu? Han Xing replied firmly. As you know, sending gifts is part of the traditional wedding ritual. If one family doesn't send the gifts, it implies the marriage isn't truly happening. Grandpa immediately scolded him. Han Xing, don't be rude. Apologize to Lord Lee right now. But even Grandpa was lost in thought, remembering the past. There was a time when the Gu family was powerful. Back then, our children wouldn't even consider marrying into families like the Lee family. But now, we have no choice. Han Xing then turned to his grandfather with conviction. Grandpa, trust me. I promise I won't mess this up. Grandpa sighed and nodded. Fine, you're the heir of the Gu family now. Whatever happens next is in your hands. Han Xing turned to Lord Lee again. A month from now, it won't be your family sending the gifts. It will be us, the Gu family. Because if you send the gifts, that would mean I'm becoming part of the Lee family. But if we send them, then your daughter becomes a part of the Gu family, and I will remain who I am. His voice grew stronger. Let's not pretend. The Gu family is far larger and more powerful than the Lee family. By marrying into your family, we are doing you a favor, so from now on, things will happen our way. I'm sure you remember, the entire military of this country is in the hands of the Gu family. If the soldiers hear that their young master married into another family, it'll bring shame upon us. He stared Lord Lee down. So either things go according to my terms, or there's no need for this marriage at all. Everyone in the room was stunned by how boldly Han Xing had spoken. Grandpa, smiling proudly, declared, my boy, today you've proven that the blood of the Gu family truly runs through your veins. Lord Lee, clearly irritated, asked Grandpa, is this truly your decision as well? But Han Xing stepped forward again. You don't need to speak to Grandpa. Talk to me. What I've said is final. If you agree, great. If not, feel free to leave. Murmurs echoed around the room. Many were surprised and impressed by Han Xing's commanding presence. I can't believe this is the same Han Xing. He actually makes sense. Lord Lee, now clearly offended, snapped back. Young Master Gu, I know what you're trying to do, but the truth is, if you were even half as talented as your brother, the one who died on the battlefield, then I wouldn't have had a problem marrying my daughter to you. Unfortunately, you're just as useless as your father. He continued coldly, if you hadn't publicly bullied my daughter, I would have never considered this alliance. Han Xing stayed calm and responded, Lord Lee, things are too heated right now. I agree this isn't the time to discuss marriage. I've made many mistakes, especially in the way I treated your daughter and your family. If punishment is due, I will accept it, and if you require an apology, I will give it. But as of now, I won't be doing anything further. As Lord Lee turned to leave, he said sharply, this matter ends here for today. We'll continue this discussion 1 month from now. That night, Han Xing sat quietly in his room, reflecting. Finally, my senses have opened. I can cultivate again. After cultivating for some time, he smiled to himself. It feels like I've reached the profound realm. A few more days and I might level up again. Just then, someone entered the room, a teary-eyed young man. Brother, have you lost your mind? How could you speak to Lord Lee like that? It's a miracle you're part of the Gu family. If anyone else had done what you did, they'd be dead by now. Han Xing rolled his eyes. All right, stop crying already. You're not a kid anymore. Don't you feel embarrassed? The young man was Han Rion, grandson of the Minister of War and Han Xing's childhood friend. They had caused plenty of mischief together growing up. Still teary-eyed, Han Rion said, I was supposed to attend the ceremony today, but you know how angry my grandpa gets. He sent me away for training. When I heard the news about what you did, I immediately ran here. I had to make sure you were safe. Han Xing chuckled. Did you really use the dog hole passage to get here? Rion, a bit annoyed, replied that as the grandson of the Minister of War, he wouldn't do something so disgraceful just to escape. Han Xing then pointed out the dog hairs on Rion's clothes and how filthy he looked. He reminded Rion that their playboy gang was quite famous, and appearing in such a condition could ruin his reputation. Rion sighed and said he'd be more careful in the future, but he hadn't come to talk about dog holes. He wanted to discuss the Lee family. He mentioned hearing that Han Xing had said quite a lot to their faces, despite everything that had happened. He then asked how Han Xing was holding up. Han Xing replied dryly, saying Rion was the one asking how he was after everything, He reminded Rion that it was their group that had sent him into the Lee family in the first place. Rion defensively explained that all they did was place a bet on whether Hansheng could enter the house. Whatever happened with the lady of the house afterward was entirely his doing. They never asked him to go that far. Hansheng dismissed the discussion, saying there was no point dwelling on the past now. He thought to himself how foolish he had once been before his senses awakened, and how useless it was to think about those days again. Rion then asked what they should do next. Was Hansheng really going to marry into the Lee family, or would he end up fighting them? Hansheng admitted that he hadn't decided yet, but he wasn't worried about the Lee family at all. Whatever happened, he'd deal with it. Hearing this, Rion brightened up and suggested they go out and have some fun. Hansheng agreed, but asked where they were going. Rion replied, "The same place we always go, brother." The scene shifted. The two had arrived at the Beiming Tower, the most extravagant brothel in the capital, a high-class venue where only top-ranking officials were allowed to enter. Hansheng asked why they had come there. Rion reminded him that 2 months ago, an announcement had been made. A new batch of recruits would be arriving today. He added with excitement that there would be many new and stunning girls joining. But Hansheng was lost in thought. He hadn't come here for such distractions. He hoped he'd find the people he needed to complete the task he had in mind. Still, since they were already there, Hansheng decided to check out the new batch anyway. Rion eagerly agreed, saying it would be fun. As soon as Hansheng stepped into the Beiming Tower, the entire place went silent in shock. People gasped and whispered, "Young Master Gu is here." Everyone was panicking internally, thinking that every time this guy showed up, trouble was sure to follow. The worst part was, no one could stop him. After all, the Gu family was the most powerful family in the capital. Some people started checking their clothes, relieved their colors didn't match Hansheng's. Had they matched, they might not have survived the encounter. Hansheng noticed the fear on everyone's faces and thought to himself that his reputation must truly be awful. After all, he had once beaten up the Minister of War's son over something as petty as clothing. In that context, their fear made sense. Meanwhile, Rion was watching the scene with pride. He thought to himself how awesome his brother Gu was. As long as he was around, no one dared to bully him. Seeing everyone's terrified expressions was giving Rion a lot of satisfaction. Nearby, Fang Jiang was trembling at the sight of Hansheng. He muttered to himself that Lord Gu usually stayed on the rooftop, enjoying himself alone. Something serious must have happened if he was now walking around the first floor. Another man whispered, praying that Gu's mood was good today, otherwise, not a single table or chair would survive. A girl standing to the side nervously asked her superior what they should do. She pointed out that young Master Gu always created chaos whenever he appeared, and today's event was extremely important for them. Holding the event with him present was a huge risk. Should they postpone it? Her master calmly responded that the Gu family was too powerful to offend. They were just a regular entertainment venue. What could they possibly say or do? If anything went wrong, they wouldn't even have the right to complain. So instead, they had to do their best to please him. As long as young Master Gu remained happy, the event might still go smoothly. If not, today's event would be ruined beyond repair. That woman was none other than the owner of Beiming Tower, Su Jingyuan. She walked over and greeted them warmly. "Young Master Gu, young Master Rion, why are you two still standing? We already anticipated your arrival and have arranged seats especially for you." After taking a seat, Hansheng spoke politely, "Miss Su, thank you." Jingyuan smiled and replied, "Young Master, I'm truly glad I got to do this for you. Please wait for just a couple of minutes. I'll go ahead and begin the ceremony." As she walked up to the stage, Jingyuan addressed the audience. "As all of you are aware, a new batch has arrived at our Beiming Tower. You're free to place as many bids as you like on them. The highest bidder will win the person of their choice." Soon, the new recruits stepped onto the stage and began performing one by one. Rion whispered to Hansheng, "Brother Gu, look at those girls. Aren't they absolutely stunning?" One of them kept staring at me intensely. Hansheng responded sternly, "Rion, what kind of face are you making? You should mind your manners while sitting here." Rion chuckled and said, "Brother Gu, are you serious? Since childhood, we've never cared about manners, and now you're preaching about them? Don't you remember the golden rule of our Playboy gang? Manners are useless. The only thing that matters in life is showing off." Just then, some people in the crowd were overheard commenting, "This batch is incredible. All of them look amazing, especially those two guys standing in the center. They seem extraordinary." Hansheng heard them and wondered, who are they talking about? When Hansheng looked at the two boys in the center, he nodded in approval and said, "I have to admit, those two have some impressive qualities." Rion asked curiously, "Brother, who are you talking about?" But the moment he laid eyes on the boys, he was stunned. His mind reeled. What's going on? Those are boys. Could it be that Brother Gu's preferences have changed? No, that can't be. If this really happened, then no new heir would ever be born into the Gu family again. Meanwhile, Miss Su resumed speaking to the audience. "You've all seen the newcomers from our Beiming Tower. You may now begin placing your bids." People began shouting their preferences. "I want the girl who was crying. I'll take the one with white hair." Someone seated behind Hansheng exclaimed, I want one boy and one girl. I want them both to serve me. Han Sheng's thoughts turned grim. In my previous life, I was just an orphan. I had to live off scraps, begging just to survive. People used to bully me, suppress me, and look down on me. And no matter how much I suffered, I could do nothing. I've learned one thing. When your freedom has a price, it's the worst feeling in the world. These people are literally buying someone else's freedom. I can't let them live such a filthy life while I stand by and watch. Rion leaned toward Han Sheng and said, "You know, Brother Gu, our family has strict rules. If they didn't, I'd be bidding too. But even if we do manage to buy someone here, what good would it do us? The moment we get home, our families would break our legs." Suddenly, Han Sheng stood up and declared loudly, "I want the entire batch." Miss Su, shocked, asked, "Master Gu, did I hear you correctly? You want all the girls from this batch?" Han Sheng corrected her, "You misunderstood. I want everyone in this batch, every single one of them." The surrounding attendees started murmuring among themselves. Isn't it a rule in the Gu family that they never purchase servants for themselves? Looks like young Master Gu has broken yet another family rule. I wonder how much more he'll tarnish the Gu family name. From behind Han Sheng, some men called out, "Han Sheng, if you buy everyone here, what's the point of us even coming?" Another added, "Yeah, and don't forget what you did with the Lee family. They're still angry at you. If you break another Gu family's rule, things won't end well for you." Han Sheng turned toward them coldly and said, "You don't need to talk so much. Surely you haven't forgotten our last bet? Or should I remind you?" His words struck fear into all three men, who instantly fell silent. The scene then flashed back to 1 month earlier. A bulky man had said to Han Sheng, "There's no one around. This is your golden chance. You can sneak into the Lee family." Han Sheng hesitated. "Is it really a good idea to infiltrate the Lee family? What if I get caught? That could spell serious trouble." The others laughed mockingly. "You act so tough, but now you're scared of the Lee family? Seems like you've just been pretending to be bold all this time. You think we're blind or stupid? Don't forget what our bet was." He continued, "It's simple. You sneak into the Lee family and get close to their young lady. If you manage to pull it off, you'll become the new leader of our Playboy gang. None of us will object." Another added confidently, "Don't worry, if anyone comes while you're in there, we'll alert you right away." Han Sheng nodded, reluctantly saying, "All right, fine." The scene shifts to the present. The three men were anxiously thinking to themselves, if Lee family figured it out, that Han Sheng had been sent inside the Lee family, by none other than the three of them, they knew for sure that they wouldn't be spared this time. One of them murmured that Han Sheng belonged to the Gu family, which made him safe, but their own family didn't have enough power to protect them from the wrath of the Lee family. Han Sheng, overhearing them, said firmly that it seemed they had forgotten his warnings. If that was the case, he would personally go to the Lee family and explain everything. As he started to leave, the three men quickly blocked his path and pleaded, "Brother, please wait." Han Sheng asked coldly if they were trying to pick a fight with him. They quickly shook their heads and replied, "No, boss. Why would we do that? You're free to buy whatever you want here. Compared to you, we're nothing. If you want all the newcomers, take them, we won't stop you. After all, we're your little brothers, aren't we? How could we ever defy you?" Rion, standing nearby, thought to himself that he had also been involved in that whole mess. Fortunately, he was quite close to Han Sheng. Otherwise, Han Sheng wouldn't have spared him either. Han Sheng then turned to Miss Su and asked her opinion on the deal, saying, "As you can see, everyone has agreed to it." Miss Su responded respectfully, saying that if the young master had given his word, then everything was final. Everyone in the city knew that no one dared defy young Master Gu. Han Sheng smiled slightly and said it was good that she remembered that. There were many people in this city who had forgotten such things. The three men immediately offered to pay for the entire batch on Han Sheng's behalf. Hoping to appease him, Rion silently observed that Han Sheng truly ruled with fear, out of sheer intimidation. Those men had not only backed off but had also bought the whole batch of newcomers for him. He thought, if only I could be like Brother Sheng, life would be so much better. As they walked away, Rion said excitedly, "Brother Gu, you're going to have a great time today. Just remember, if anyone from your family sees these people with you, you'll be in trouble." Han Sheng laughed and said Rion was the one overthinking. He reminded him that Rion had escaped from training, and if his father found out, he wouldn't even be given food. Rion's face dropped. "You're right, brother, I'd forgotten all about that. I should leave now." Han Sheng, meanwhile, brought all the newcomers to his family quarters. He addressed them firmly but kindly, saying, "There's no need to lower your heads. Lift them up. I want to see all of your faces." After examining their faces one by one, Han Sheng admitted aloud that the Beiming Pavilion had indeed gathered some extraordinary beauties. Not only were they all young, but they were also incredibly talented. Suddenly, one girl stepped forward, visibly frightened. She pleaded, "Master, please don't hurt us. We'll do anything you ask." Han Sheng told her to stand up and asked when he ever said he was going to hurt them. He then made an announcement. "I'm giving all of you two choices. First, you can follow me, obey all of my commands from now on, and stay by my side. Or second, you can each take 10 silver taels and leave freely. I won't stop anyone who chooses to go. A hushed discussion broke out among the group. Some were confused. Just minutes ago, the man had purchased them. Why was he now offering them money to leave? The white-haired girl voiced her thoughts. Master has given us 2 paths. But which one should we choose? The black-haired girl added. Powerful people in the capital do as they please. Who knows if he's even telling the truth? Han Xing addressed the group again, stating bluntly, in your current position, none of you are important enough for me to lie to. I've given you 2 clear choices. Do as you will. At that moment, a timid girl, still sitting on her knees, stood up and picked up the pouch of silver. She asked, Master, may I leave? Han Xing nodded. I said you could. You may go. One by one, more people began picking up the silver and leaving. Han Xing thought to himself that he had given them a chance, and they had made their decision. Whatever happened to them in the future would be their own responsibility. Soon, everyone had taken the silver except for 2 girls. Han Xing asked them why they hadn't left. You have a rare opportunity for freedom here. Why won't you take it? The black-haired girl replied honestly, Master, if I may speak frankly, we're just low-level people. It doesn't matter how far we go. Someone else will eventually capture us and sell us at another auction. We were lucky to have met you. Most young masters aren't as kind. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened to us? Han Xing asked. So you think I'm a kind person? He silently reflected that in his past life, he had been a cruel cultivator. If he were honest, he had probably killed over 1,000 people with his own hands. A good man was not a title that suited him. The white-haired girl stepped forward and said, Master, I have a clear reason for staying. Since you brought us here, you haven't hit us or abused us. In fact, you're even giving us the option to leave. For someone like me, that makes you a great benefactor. There's no one else in this world I could compare to you, no matter what happens. I'm not leaving you. Han Xing looked at her and asked, What's your name? I really like your attitude. From today, you'll be in charge of everyone here. The girl's eyes lit up with joy. With gratitude, she replied, My name is Gong Jin, Master. Thank you so much for giving me this incredible opportunity. Han Xing looked to the side and said, Didn't you all choose money over everything? Then why are you still here? At that moment, one of the girls replied, Master, we want to become like you. Still gazing off to the side, Han Xing asked again, Then tell me, why haven't you all left yet? The 2 boys standing nearby stepped forward and said with determination, Master, we want to be like you. We want to become strong. So strong that no one can bully us again. One day, we want to stand fearlessly, just like you. And to achieve that goal, we're ready to do whatever it takes. Han Xing thought to himself, in my past life, I must have been about their age when I first began my cultivation journey. That's when I truly started progressing along the path of greatness. Speaking aloud, he said, Tell me your name. I'm willing to give you a chance to move forward. One of the boys stepped up, bowed respectfully, and said, Master, my name is Sangwon. I promise I will never disappoint you in this life. Han Xing handed him a token and said, Take this. It bears my name. Remember it well. Sangwon asked humbly, Master, what should I do with this? Han Xing replied, From this moment on, you are all disciples of Jianwu Pavilion. You must follow everything I say. Everyone present bowed deeply and said in unison, Master, we greet you. Soon after, Han Xing arrived at his second uncle's place. His uncle, visibly furious, shouted, You insolent child. How dare you show your face after committing such disgraceful acts? The man standing before Han Xing was Guuhan, the second son of Guuhan. In the Tianfei kingdom, he was famously known as the Blood Hero General. His combat record was legendary. He had won over 100 battles and had never returned defeated. Just hearing his name was enough to send chills down any enemy's spine. Han Xing responded calmly, Second uncle, didn't you call me here? Then why are you so angry now that I've come? Guuhan snapped, You think I shouldn't be angry? You've bought off every new batch of Beiming Pavilion. Did you forget that our family doesn't keep slaves? And in trying to buy them, you've offended several young masters. He continued, his tone sharp, Dear nephew, you've already caused a stir across the kingdom, and you ask me what you've done wrong? What do you expect? Praise. Han Xing replied coolly, Second uncle, this is a small matter. You know I understand my limits. I would never do anything the Gu family couldn't handle. Guuhan scoffed, You think you know your limits? If that were true, the entire capital wouldn't be turning against the Gu family because of you. Fortunately, our family has immense power, enough to keep others in check. Otherwise, you would have already disgraced us completely, he added. At your age, your grandfather and I had already achieved so much, and here you are, ruining your family's reputation. Suddenly, mid-sentence, Guuhan started coughing. Seeing him falter, Han Xing quickly dropped to his knees and said with sincerity, Second uncle, please believe me. From now on, I'll never do anything wrong again. Whatever mistakes I've made, those were my last. Just forgive me this once. Guuhan, still breathing heavily, replied, Do you know why I'm still alive, Han Xing? Before your father died, he made me promise to look after you. That promise, that's the only reason this broken man is still breathing. If not for that, I would have ended my life long ago. There's nothing left in my life, only that promise keeps me going, Han Xing solemnly said. second uncle, I swear here and now, I will restore the lost glory of the Gu family. I know I've stained our name, but please believe in me. The prestige we once held will return. Guuhan will show the entire world just how capable the Gu family truly is. And I'm not joking, I mean every word. Guuhan thought to himself, this child, he feels different today. I hope he truly means what he says. Turning away, he said, Han Sheng, you're the only one left from the younger generation of our Gu family. That's why you're our last hope. I don't want much. I just want you to live your life with dignity. He placed a hand on Han Sheng's shoulder and added, it's late now. Go and get some rest. Staying up too long isn't good for your health. Han Sheng was deep in thought. He knew that in just a few months, the Lee family would surely issue him an ultimatum. He had no choice but to quickly restore the ancestral power. If he failed, the Gu family name would be erased from existence forever. The next morning, the scene shifted to the family courtyard where Grandpa was preparing tea. A guard approached and informed him, Master, the young master is in the main hall. He says he wishes to pay his respects to you. Surprised, Grandpa asked, Han Sheng is in the main hall. Why would he suddenly want to meet me? He began to wonder why the boy, who had never shown such courtesy before, would do so now. As the scene moved to the hall, Han Sheng respectfully said, Grandpa, I came here to show you my respect. Grandpa, unimpressed, replied sternly, Boy, you've caused serious trouble for the clan lately. If you think I'll clean up your mess, you're mistaken. Your second uncle has already made it clear. I'm not to help you anymore. I've also decided the same. Han Sheng calmly responded, Grandpa, you're overthinking. Do you really believe I would come to you just for such a trivial matter? I'm here only to greet you, nothing more. Grandpa scolded him, enough with the small talk. We're already struggling to deal with the Lee family, and now you're creating more problems for us. If it were up to you, you'd have us fighting the entire country. Han Sheng then revealed, Grandpa, I'm leaving the capital. Shocked, Grandpa asked, what did you just say? Han Sheng explained, I want you to withdraw all the experts you've assigned to protect me. I don't need their protection anymore. Grandpa firmly refused. I cannot accept this. If I withdraw their protection, danger could come to you at any moment. You have a history of reckless behavior. What if someone loses control and attacks you? You need someone watching over you. We can't risk your life. But Han Sheng insisted, Grandpa, please trust me. I promise, I won't bring you any more trouble. Grandpa began to reflect. Han Sheng seemed different. His words used to be thoughtless and immature, but today, he spoke with sincerity and seriousness. Perhaps the capital really wasn't the right place for him. Maybe leaving would be for the best. Grandpa asked, at least tell me, if you're leaving the capital, where are you going? Han Sheng replied, I'm going to the sword ruins to cultivate my swordsmanship. Grandpa was stunned. What? The sword ruins? Are you out of your mind? That place is incredibly dangerous. No one has lived there for centuries. Even a powerful ancient empire perished there. It's a desolate land stretching 3,000 miles, filled with nearly 3 million hostile spirits that can wipe out a man in an instant. Going there is the same as choosing death. Han Sheng answered with determination. I understand the risks, Grandpa, but please believe me, I have a reason. If I didn't, I would never consider going there. Grandpa snapped. I don't accept this. You can return to your room. You're not leaving the capital. But Han Sheng suddenly dropped to his knees. Grandpa, please, just this once, believe in me. Your grandson has grown up. Grandpa was shaken. He recalled how Han Sheng had caused trouble countless times, but never before had he fallen to his knees in front of him. What had changed in the boy? Finally, Grandpa sighed and said, Fine, tell me your reason. If I find it convincing, I will let you go. Han Sheng looked him in the eye and said, I want to become strong. I want to restore the glory of the Gu family. There was a time when the mere mention of our name made nations tremble. That's how feared we once were. I want to bring that fear back. The world has started to underestimate us, and I want to prove that the Gu family's bloodline is unlike any other. No one should dare to look down on us. As Grandpa listened, his eyes filled with tears. He recalled the hopes he'd once placed in Han Sheng since he was a child. He had saved his best cultivation techniques, waiting for the day the boy would come to him and say, Grandpa, I want to grow strong. I want to become a great general, just like the ancestors of our family. But that day had never come. Instead, he had watched his grandson waste his potential, and because of that, he had never tried to guide him. After all, what's the point in trying to explain things to someone who refuses to understand? But now, for the first time, he could say with pride, our Han Sheng has finally grown up. Grandpa asked Han Sheng if he had made any plans for how he would survive once he reached that place. Han Sheng responded confidently, Yes, Grandpa, I've made a plan. Grandpa nodded and said, All right, then you can go. But remember, you must return within a month. Han Sheng smiled with determination and replied, I'll remember that, Grandpa. Just as Han Sheng was about to leave, Yi Bo, one of the Gu family's butlers, appeared behind Grandpa. Yi Bo was once a fierce warrior who had fought many battles alongside the Gu Kong and was considered the right-hand man of the Gu family. Yi Bo addressed Grandpa, Master, Sword Dunes is an extremely dangerous place. If I accompany the young master in secret, I can ensure his safety. But Grandpa refused firmly. There's no need. If this boy doesn't return within a month, I'll take my army of millions and go collect his bones myself. Accept this, our Gu family will be finished. He is our last hope. If he can't survive on his own, then once we're gone, the world will devour him. It's better for him to face the reality of this world while we're still in it. Grandpa silently prayed. Hansheng, I just hope you come back alive. Later, Hansheng returned to his sect. The disciples asked him, Master, is this the cultivation technique you wish to teach us? Hansheng replied, this is a very basic technique suitable for humans at the Foundation realm. Many of you don't even understand the fundamentals of cultivation, so I'm starting you from the very beginning. Besides cultivation, I'll also teach you poetry, calligraphy, and music composition. But remember, everything I teach you must stay between us. If I find out that anyone has leaked this knowledge, none of you will be spared. As kind as I may seem, my punishments are equally cruel. The disciples bowed respectfully and assured him, yes, Master, we will not leak anything. Hansheng nodded. Good, I'll be leaving now. And with that, Hansheng's journey through sword runes had officially begun. As Hansheng journeyed on foot, he eventually arrived at Dust Town. Observing the surroundings, he thought, so this is Dust Town, located quite close to the sword ruins. I can sense the sword energy here. It was created nearly 100 years ago. He recalled the rumors. Once, a sword cultivator lived here happily with his lover, but when members of the dynasty interfered and killed his lover, he lost control. His rage made his energy so destructive that he began to annihilate everything. They said his sword swings were so powerful that a single swing could kill 1,000 people. In one furious strike, he turned this capital into a graveyard. Everyone who had wronged him was slaughtered. That's why the sword energy here is so deadly, Hansheng thought. To have destroyed a 3,000-mile area with just his sword, that master must have been incredibly powerful. They say he reached the celestial profound realm, but I believe he surpassed even that. His cultivation was truly extraordinary. Looking ahead, Hansheng noticed smoke rising. He was puzzled. As far as I know, after Dust Town was destroyed, no one stayed here. So why is there smoke coming from that lodge? Could it really still be active? Curious, he entered the lodge and saw an old man working inside. Just then, a young woman walked out and said, Grandpa, we have a guest. Why didn't you welcome him? Why are you just standing there? The old man remained silent. The girl turned to Hansheng and said politely, Young master, forgive us. May I ask what you need? Hansheng replied, just some food and wine. The girl smiled and said, Young master, you've come to the right place. I cook the best food in the entire country. I'll bring you wine in just a moment. After finishing his meal, Hansheng returned to his room and began cultivating. He thought, before I take my first step in sword runes, I need to be fully prepared. Opening his eyes, he said aloud, finally, I've reached the mid-stage of the human profound realm. I can feel it. My energy has increased significantly. My stamina has improved as well. Now all that's left is to achieve what I came here for. The next morning, Hansheng prepared to leave. He said, Miss Wan, thank you. You took great care of me during my stay. Miss Wan smiled warmly and replied, Young master, take care of yourself on your journey, and if you ever get the chance, please visit our lodge again. As he departed, Hansheng responded with a smile, I definitely will. Meanwhile, the old man silently watched Hansheng walk away. As the scene continued, Hansheng stepped inside the sword ruins. He thought to himself that it had already been 100 years, yet the sword light still remained in this place. Whoever the sword master was that had fought here must have been an unparalleled genius. Hansheng didn't believe anyone could surpass that individual in swordsmanship. The sword attacks left behind were so intense, they resembled nuclear strikes, wounds that hadn't healed even after a century. Reflecting on his previous life, Hansheng admitted that while he had learned many things, he hadn't mastered any one path completely. He had worked hard in cultivation, reaching the celestial profound realm, but deep down, he always felt that not mastering a single path was a grave mistake. After reaching a certain point in his journey, he had no idea what direction to take next. Determined, he resolved to reclaim his ninth sword of Ki. If he wanted his body to comprehend the true essence of sword cultivation, then he would have to fuse with his sword. Until his sword and body became one, they wouldn't be able to attain true power. As he moved forward into the sword ruins, the dense sword energy began to tear into his body, leaving cuts on his skin. But Hansheng was determined. He vowed not to make any mistakes in sword cultivation this time. If he wanted to become a sovereign in swordsmanship, he had to become as sharp and unyielding as his sword. He needed to forge this fragile body into a true sword body. Only then could he become truly powerful. As he walked further, he began using the Blood Moon sword body technique. This technique was known to be brutal. Only those whose bodies could withstand its effects would survive. But those who did became incredibly powerful. Even a human cultivator at the Profound Realm could fight evenly with someone at the Earth Profound Realm, and if one managed to perfect the technique, there would be no one below the Celestial Realm capable of matching them. The technique was extremely rare and considered high class. Hardly anyone in the martial world possessed it. As time passed, night fell, and Han Xing continued his training within the ruins. He sat down and began mastering the 9th Sword of Ki, a basic Earth Tier sword technique. If he mastered it, he would be able to cause massive explosions using his sword. Han Xing reflected that although he had only made a little progress with the Blood Moon sword body technique, it had already elevated his cultivation to the peak of the human realm. He had to admit the technique had some amazing benefits. However, he still felt that sword ruins should offer more valuable opportunities. Since arriving here, he hadn't found anything worth calling a true gain. Just then, as he looked ahead, he spotted something. He speculated it might be a remnant of sword intent left behind by the sword master. If he could acquire it, it would greatly benefit him. Advancing quickly, Han Xing grasped the sword intent. He thought that even refining it slightly would significantly enhance his 9th Sword of Ki technique. It would be a major boost to his personal cultivation. But as Han Xing tried to control the intent, he realized it was resisting. He acknowledged its struggle but remained confident, thinking, now that it's in my hands, it won't escape. With that, he used all his strength to subdue the sword intent. A little while later, Han Xing proudly said that he had mastered the first move of the 9th Sword of Ki. At the same time, he remembered how Du Sheng, when weak, couldn't protect his own people, and when he finally became powerful, everyone around him had already died. He had been a once-in-a-century genius, but his obsession with protecting his family had held him back from achieving true greatness. Ironically, he became famous for destroying an entire country. Han Xing reflected that the sword master's fate must have been tragic. Despite his power, he had to walk the path alone. Just then, from within the ruins, a man's voice began to echo eerily. Han Xing grew cautious, sensing something strange. Meanwhile, a demon appeared, saying, "It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. Looks like today's going to be a feast." The demon approached Han Xing and sneered, "Boy, you're going to be my dinner tonight." Han Xing calmly responded, "You're a 100-year-old spirit who's turned into a demon, and you seriously think you can kill me that easily?" The demon roared in anger, "You're just a human realm cultivator. How dare someone so weak act so arrogant? Let's see if you can withstand my attack." With that, the demon attacked, but Han Xing had already activated his barrier, shielding himself in time. Shocked, the demon asked, "Who are you? How can you control the sword energy left behind by the sword master? I've never seen anyone do that before. You're the first." Han Xing replied coldly, "My dear demon, you've made a grave mistake by showing up here today. This will be the last day of your worthless life." With those words, Han Xing unleashed the 9th Sword of Ki, slashing and destroying several of the demon's heads. The demon panicked, thinking, "If all my heads are cut off like this, I'll die very soon." Han Xing gave him one last chance. "Listen, demon, I'll give you a way out. Surrender to me and form a spiritual contract. If you do that, I promise to spare your life." The demon hesitated. "There's still one final task I must complete. That's the only reason I've survived this long. If I refuse this boy, he'll surely kill me. But if I surrender, maybe there's still a way I can live." The demon then formed a contract with Han Xing. Han Xing remarked that by agreeing to a contract, the demon had effectively acknowledged him as its master. He then asked the demon to reveal its true form. The demon transformed into a spiritual entity and, bowing, introduced himself as Yan Cheng. "I greet you, master." Han Xing thought to himself that taking Yan Cheng anywhere would be much of a problem. He didn't look fully human nor entirely ghost-like. He was something in between. Han Xing then told Yan Cheng that he would now teach him a ghost cultivation technique called Heaven's Azuri Ghost Path. He explained that if Yan Cheng mastered this technique and reached the Earth realm, his body would be restored with flesh and blood, and he could once again live as a human being. Shocked, Yan Cheng asked, "Master, with Heaven's Azuri Ghost Path, could we even challenge the heavens? After all, I was nothing more than a dead spirit, but you've brought me back to life." Han Xing replied, "I've simply given you an opportunity. What you make of it is entirely up to you." With tears of gratitude, Yan Cheng said, "Master, I don't know how to repay you. From this day forward, I will serve as your slave. No matter the task, I will do it in an instant, even if it means giving up my life." Han Xing smiled and told him there was no need to act like a slave. "You can live casually around me." Time passed. 10 days went by as Han Xing continued to cultivate. He commented that his spiritual technique had improved significantly and decided to test his progress. As he launched an attack into the sky, he realized his sword intent had grown far stronger in just 10 days of training. Yan Cheng was watching in awe. He wondered to himself who his master truly was. In the human realm, he hadn't seen anyone with such a level of sword intent. He recalled that even 100 years ago, legendary sword masters only gained sword intent after reaching the peak of the spirit realm. For someone in such a low realm to wield sword intent is practically impossible. There's no way master is an ordinary human. He must be the reincarnation of some incredibly powerful master. That would explain why he possesses such extraordinary techniques. Just then, Han Xing called out to him, "Yan Cheng, come here." "Yes, master, what is it?" Yan Cheng replied. Han Xing said, "I'm going to conceal your spirit essence so I can safely take you out of the sect. but I must warn you, the process might be painful, and you'll need to endure it. Yanqing nodded without hesitation. Understood, Master, I'll do it. Hanxing began casting a spell. As it activated, a dark aura started seeping out of Yanqing's body. Moments later, his entire form condensed into a pill. The scene shifted. Hanxing returned to the lodge. Miss Wan greeted him warmly. Young master, you're back. Would you like to taste the wine I brewed for you? Meanwhile, Yanqing approached the old blacksmith and asked, Old man, are you sharpening your sword? Hanxing observed the forge and remarked that the old man was using incredibly rare heavy iron. Even while you're refining it, I can sense sword intent leaking from the blade. You must have been a master craftsman in your prime. The old man replied, in this entire world, there is only one person worthy of wielding the divine sword I forged. No one else can even touch it. Hanxing, intrigued, asked, that's fascinating. Who is this person who deserves to wield your divine sword? The old man responded, he's the only one in the world, none other than Dubusheng. As soon as Miss Wan heard the name, her hands trembled and she dropped the wine. Dubusheng, that's the same sword master who destroyed this place 100 years ago. Hanxing recalled the legends of Dubusheng, a swordsman so powerful that no master across nations could match him. He had once used his power to turn an entire capital city into stone. Hanxing turned to the old man and made a request. Old master, could I ask you to forge a sword for me? Laughing, the old man replied, so, you want me to forge your sword? Hanxing said earnestly, Master, I'm not joking, I'm being completely serious. Please give me your sword. The old man replied sternly, boy, do you even understand who I am? If you ask for my sword with such arrogance, do you really think I'd hand it over to you? Besides, to earn my sword, one must prove they're worthy of it. Hanxing responded with passion, declaring that using the master's sword, he would defeat every enemy in his path. He said he would travel the world, becoming a legendary, unparalleled sword master, someone others wouldn't even dare to compare themselves to. He continued, expressing his admiration for the old man's craftsmanship. I know you've poured your heart and soul into forging these swords. Your mastery is extraordinary. I promise I'll put in even more effort than you did, so that I can make a name for myself using your blade. I'll push my swordsmanship to its peak, beyond limits no one's ever seen. The old man listened, then said thoughtfully, your words sound impressive, but they won't convince me. If you had real achievements, I might have considered it, but right now, forging a sword for you makes no sense. Just then, Hanxing released his sword intent. Startled, the old man thought to himself, what? That's sword intent. To manifest it is an incredible feat. How did this boy manage such a thing at such a young age? At that moment, Miss Wan stepped in furiously, yelling, how dare you? You've damaged the lodge. The old man turned to her and said calmly, Wan, stand back. You don't need to say anything to them. But Grandpa, she protested, they've destroyed my lodge. Hanxing looked at the old master and asked, now what do you think of me? The old man, now impressed, replied, that was impressive. You've grasped the basics of sword intent. Tell me, how long did it take you to learn it? Hanxing answered humbly, it took me 10 days. After 10 days of non-stop practice, I reached this stage. The old master was stunned. 10 days. That means when he first arrived here, he didn't even know sword intent. How is that possible? No ordinary human could achieve this in such a short time. He must truly be gifted. Turning to Wan, the old man instructed, go to my room and bring me the black sword. When she returned with it, she asked, Grandpa, is this the sword you meant? The old master nodded and said to Hanxing, this is my masterpiece, the Jinhong sword. Hanxing examined the blade. So, this is the legendary Jinhong sword. It's said to be capable of cutting down multiple enemies in a single strike. Let's test how powerful it really is. With that, Hanxing swung the sword, unleashing a mighty strike. The blast destroyed part of the lodge, and even the roof blew off. Holding the sword, Hanxing marveled, my power has increased by 60%. This isn't just a sword, it's a divine weapon. Miss Wan was furious. You bastard, you completely destroyed my lodge. Who's going to stay here now? Just then, Yanqing stepped forward and said, since the young master is responsible for the damage, we've brought compensation. Miss Wan looked at the note and was shocked by the number of zeros. Overjoyed, she grinned and said, you all are such dear guests. If you want to destroy anything else in the lodge, feel free. I'll use this money to buy a new one. Meanwhile, Hanxing was thinking, as my cultivation grows, this sword will slowly become less useful. I'll eventually need a stronger weapon. He turned to the old master and said, I admit, your Jinhong sword is incredible, but you must understand, I can't rely on it forever. Eventually, I'll have to replace it. The old master sat down and began working on a new sword. He said, according to my calculations, in 3 years, your cultivation will surpass the limit of this sword. When that time comes, return to me, and I promise I'll forge a new blade for you, one that matches your strength. Hanxing smiled and replied, then it's settled. In 3 years, I'll come find you again, and I'll leave with another divine sword. I swear, your sword's glory will spread across the world, and the one to carry that glory will be me. Scene shifted to Capital City, where where Grandpa eagerly greets Hansheng. "My boy, you're finally back. Let me look at you. Are you alright?" Hansheng smiled warmly. "I'm perfectly fine. Grandpa, your grandson has returned safe and sound." Pulling him into a hug, Grandpa muttered, "Foolish child, if you'd taken any longer, I was ready to mobilize my army. I would have crossed borders just to find you. You don't know how terrified I was." Second uncle joined in, asking, "Hansheng, where did you go? Did you gain anything from this trip?" Hansheng replied with a somber tone, "Uncle, everyone used to say I was worthless, and I never believed it. But after this journey, I've realized they were right. I tried so hard, gave it my all, and still, I failed. I'm no better than I was before." Grandpa and second uncle exchanged worried glances, deeply shaken by Hansheng's despair. Second uncle then said, "If that's how you feel, then prepare yourself. In a few days, your marriage will be arranged with the Lee family. You know what they want. They've promised to send gifts and officially bring you into their family. After that, you'll have no connection with the Gu family anymore." Grandpa assured him not to worry, saying he had already spoken to the Lee family and no one there would bully him. As he left, Hansheng thought to himself that he owed both Grandpa and his second uncle an apology. He had lied to them. His second uncle, now angry, wondered aloud why such things kept happening to their Gu family. All the previous generations of their family were incredibly talented. Why was Hansheng the only one, who even after going to the Sword Ruins, had achieved nothing? He questioned how this child's fate could be this miserable. Meanwhile, Grandpa thought to himself that perhaps even the heavens wished for their family to be wiped out, that this might be the end of the Gu family. Outside, Hansheng reflected on his thoughts. He felt sorry for not telling them the truth, that he could now cultivate. But he couldn't reveal this yet because capital had become increasingly dangerous. Everyone already believed their Gu family was finished. If he suddenly started performing exceptionally well, people would become suspicious and might even target him. Even if he became powerful, fighting everyone at once would be impossible. So, he decided to keep his mouth shut until he grew strong enough to destroy anyone who stood in his way. But until that time came, he had to remain silent. Later, Hansheng went with Yanqing to a nearby mountain. He told Yanqing that no matter what, he had to reach Earth Realm today. He instructed him to begin his ghost cultivation and form a physical body. Shocked, Yanqing asked if he really had to do all of this in just one night. He said that it usually took 3 years to complete, so doing all this in one night felt impossible. Hansheng made it clear, he didn't save Yanqing because he was a good person. He saved him because he believed Yanqing was powerful and could be useful. If Yanqing couldn't prove himself, he wouldn't be allowed to stay. He would have to return to the Sworn Ruins. Realizing his master was right, Yanqing thought he had been given a huge opportunity and couldn't afford to disappoint him. He promised to give his best. Hansheng sat down and explained that ghost cultivation went against both heaven and earth. He warned him to remember one thing clearly. During cultivation, past memories would surface and torment him. No matter what happened, he must not get entangled in them. If he did, he might never escape. If Yanqing stayed focused, not even divine punishment could harm him. With that, Yanqing began his cultivation. As his memories surfaced, he saw himself as a young child, remembering moments with his mother and father. He recalled spending beautiful times with them. Then, a girl appeared in his memory, someone he felt strangely familiar with, though he couldn't remember who she was. Suddenly, the memory turned dark. Yanqing witnessed his parents being murdered by bandits. The bandits complained that the family had no money and killing them had been useless. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have bothered robbing the house. Yanqing stood frozen, watching everything. Consumed by rage, he shouted at the bandits, asking how they dared kill his parents. He swore to kill them all. After a fierce battle, Yanqing managed to kill both men. He vowed to find the girl who was waiting for him, no matter what. When he turned around, he saw his lover standing there, crying. She said he was late and asked if he had broken his promise. Saying this, she disappeared right before his eyes. Yanqing cried out in despair, realizing he had lost everything. Despite all his efforts, he had achieved nothing. Back in the present, Hansheng saw what was happening and panicked. He realized Yanqing was now trapped inside his memories and wouldn't survive unless he escaped. Desperately, Hansheng shouted at him to wake up. He told him he couldn't remain imprisoned in that nightmare and asked if he really wanted to spend the rest of his life as a lost soul. He reminded him that this was his final chance to be free. He needed to come to his senses. Just then, the skies above began to crackle with a threatening light. Hansheng was deep in thought, worried that things were about to get worse. He knew the heavenly punishment would soon begin. He called out urgently to Yanqing, telling him to get up quickly. If he didn't, they would be in serious trouble. At that moment, Yanqing slowly began to regain control over his body. Seeing this, Hansheng sighed in relief. He thought it was a good sign. Yanqing had achieved a breakthrough and was now in the process of reconstructing his body. Soon, he believed, Yanqing would possess a real, complete physical form. Struggling, Yanqing cried out that he would need more time, and warned Hansheng that a heavenly tribulation was descending from the sky. Despite that, He remained unable to move, his body still condensing. He feared the worst, that his end might come right then and there. Just as the lightning from the tribulation was about to strike Yanqing, Hanxing appeared in front of him, intercepting the blow and stopping the lightning mid-air. Yanqing looked up in shock and asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Hanxing calmly replied that Yanqing should focus on his cultivation and not worry. As long as Hanxing was present, nothing would harm him. Saying this, Hanxing rose into the sky, confronting the wrath of heaven directly. With intense determination, Hanxing shouted toward the sky, accusing the heavenly Tao. He explained that in his past life, it was because of the heavenly Tao that his reincarnation had been delayed. Even after reincarnating, he spent 20 years in ignorance, causing suffering to a once happy family. But now, he declared, the heavenly concealment art had reached perfection in this new life, and the heavenly Tao could not touch him anymore. He said he had hidden from its gaze and was becoming more powerful with each passing moment. Once he had regained his full strength, he promised to strike back. With a single gesture, Hanxing concealed the entire mountain, halting the heavenly tribulation, at least for the time being. Meanwhile, below, Yanqing successfully completed his transformation. Looking at Hanxing, he asked with concern, "Master, are you all right?" Hanxing reassured him, saying that thanks to the heavenly concealment art, the punishment couldn't detect its target. If it couldn't see them, it couldn't attack them. However, Yanqing voiced his confusion. Before Hanxing used the concealment art, the tribulation had still tried to strike. He pointed out that heavenly tribulation usually only falls on the intended target, so why had it attacked without cause? Hanxing explained that it was because this was his second life, a reincarnation he had achieved on his own, without divine assistance. He told Yanqing that the heavenly Tao liked to control everything and detested anyone who went against its will. Whether it was him or Yanqing, the heavenly Tao hated them both. But since Hanxing had defied the natural order and reincarnated independently, the heavenly Tao hated him even more. Still, he brushed it off, saying it was a personal matter between him and the heavenly Tao, and he would settle it in time. Yanqing silently wondered just how powerful his master truly was. The way Hanxing casually talked about confronting the heavenly Tao made it sound like it was no big deal. Despite being hated by the heavens, he had managed to reincarnate and even talk confidently about defeating it. In his mind, Yanqing was certain that in his past life, his master must have reached at least the celestial realm. Hanxing then told Yanqing that while he had reached the peak of his current stage, he had still been trapped by a mere nightmare. It showed that while Yanqing's body had grown powerful, his mind remained weak. He warned him that he wasn't yet prepared for this world. Ashamed, Yanqing admitted that he deserved to die. He had been trapped in that nightmare because of a promise he had made, one that he had failed to fulfill. The regret from that broken promise had bound him. Hanxing reminded him that this life had been granted by him. He had an important goal to complete, and once that was done, he would set Yanqing free. At that time, he could fulfill his promise. But until then, he had to become stronger and fully prepare himself, because the world they lived in was dangerous. If he wanted to survive, he needed power, and if not power, then at least intelligence. Yanqing nodded solemnly and promised to remember his master's words. Later, Hanxing returned home with Yanqing. His followers welcomed him with respect. Hanxing introduced Yanqing to them as his personal guard and informed them that from now on, Yanqing would teach them how to cultivate in the outside world. One of the disciples looked surprised and asked, "Master, does this mean we're leaving the Gu family and going outside?" Another disciple, a white-haired girl, stepped forward. She explained that they had trained diligently using the cultivation technique Hanxing had given them. They hadn't wasted a moment. She assured Hanxing that they would work even harder if needed, but pleaded with him not to send them away from their home. Hanxing said, "My Gu family is indeed a powerful one, but compared to the outside world, it's nothing. If you choose to live in this house and survive forever, you'll live like an ant. But if you step out and face the world, you'll come back a real man, someone who can look into the mirror and feel proud, knowing he actually achieved something in life. And to witness that day, you must leave this house." The next scene cut to the arrival of the Lee family. A maid respectfully told Hanxing, "Young master, our lord is currently a bit busy. You'll need to wait here for a short while. He'll be here in just 5 minutes." Hanxing nodded and replied calmly, "All right, I'll wait." The maid silently thought to herself, "He looks quite handsome in person, but I've heard so many negative rumors about him. Seeing him now, he doesn't seem like that kind of person at all." Just then, a man barged in, rudely shoving the maid aside. He shouted, "Move, you're serving tea to the guy who bullied my beloved sister. How could you?" The maid stumbled from the push, and Hanxing quickly stepped in. He said firmly, "You should get that hand of yours treated. If you don't, it'll leave a permanent scar." The maid nodded, "Yes, master, I'll go now." The man who had entered was none other than Li Zuan. Hanxing turned to him and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Li Zuan introduced himself. "I'm Li Zuan, cousin of Qin Ro." Hanxing questioned, "So, did you come here on behalf of the Lee family to speak with me?" Li Zuan replied arrogantly, "No, I came here to speak with you personally." Hanxing responded coolly, "Well, I'm here on behalf of the Gu family. I have enough authority to represent my family, but you, on the other hand, clearly don't. That's why I don't consider you worthy of a conversation." Enraged, Swan snapped. "How dare you speak such nonsense? Don't you know I'm also an important figure in my family?" Just then, Lord Lee entered and scolded him. "You foolish child. What are you doing here?" Lee Xuan turned and greeted him respectfully. "Grandpa, you're here." Han Xing stood up and greeted the elder politely. "Lord Lee, it's a pleasure to meet you." Lord Lee turned to his grandson and said sternly, "Even if someone is arrogant, they're still a guest. If you behave poorly in front of them, who do you think you're disgracing? Do you really think that makes you look cool? No, you look pathetic. Leave this place immediately." Lee Xuan grumbled. "All right, Grandpa, I'm leaving. I just ended up here while wandering around." Once Swan had left, Lord Lee turned to Han Xing and said, "I already know why you're here, but let me give you some advice. Give up on your idea. Everyone knows you failed in cultivation, and they also believe you'll never succeed at it. It's already remarkable that someone like you is even being considered for marriage into the Lee family. If you weren't from the Gu family, you'd never have been given this chance." Han Xing calmly asked, "Are you so sure I'm worthless at cultivation? Can you guarantee that I'll never be capable of anything?" Lord Lee thought to himself in disbelief. How can this child speak so arrogantly? From what I can see, his body holds no special energy. He said aloud, "Boy, your body is completely devoid of energy. Your dantian is empty. If anyone deserves to be called a failure, it's you. Did you really think you could come here and lie to me? Just because I'm old doesn't mean I'm a fool." At that moment, Han Xing placed his cup down and released a surge of energy. Lord Lee was stunned. "This boy, he's at the peak of Earth-level cultivation," he said in surprise. "Young master, for some reason, I can't see through your body at all." Han Xing responded calmly, "My father, Gu Cheng-chun, died young while trying to save our country. Everyone knows that if it weren't for him, this nation would have fallen. My second uncle, Gu Yuma, fought 100 battles and won every single one. In his final battle, his body was paralyzed, but even then, he never lost the spirit of a warrior. Both my elder brothers died young. They were geniuses in their own right. Had they survived, they would have become legends. Lord Lee, you must be aware, everyone in the capital wants me sent to the battlefield, because once I die, the assets of the Gu family will be divided, and everyone knows just how vast our assets are." Lord Lee nodded solemnly. "You're right, your family has produced incredibly talented individuals. Generation after generation, everyone in the country envies the Gu family. In fact, people believe that the kind of genius that appears once in a decade, every single member of your family is born that way." He thought back to when Han Xing was just 6 years old. His older brothers had been killed back then. It seems he's been plotting and hiding his true self ever since. For 14 years, this boy pretended to be a fool to avoid attracting threats. What he's done, no ordinary person could even imagine doing. This boy possesses a demonic intelligence. Lord Lee was confronting him, saying that no one really knew the truth about young Master Gu's identity. But today, he had revealed everything in front of him. He asked if he was doing all of this just because of the marriage. Was he not afraid that she might expose him to everyone? Han Xing calmly responded, saying he could try if he wanted, but he doubted anyone would believe him. Lord Lee thought to himself that the boy was right. If he told everyone that a useless playboy, someone who had done nothing all his life, had suddenly become a genius with extraordinary intelligence, who would actually believe him? Lord Lee acknowledged the situation. He said that even if he accepted that the marriage conditions needed to be changed, modifying them would require the emperor's approval. And who would dare to ask the emperor for permission? Han Xing replied confidently, reminding Lord Lee that everyone knew how capable he was. If he really wanted, he could easily get the emperor's decree changed. A junior like him, Han Xing added, didn't need to stress about such things. Lord Lee chuckled, realizing Han Xing had planned everything from the start. He asked if Han Xing had come here with the sole purpose of persuading him. Han Xing smiled and suggested they have some tea before continuing. After all, Lord Lee was quite old now, and he himself wasn't ready to hear everything just yet. Lord Lee was taken aback by Han Xing's remark. He wondered what else the boy had to say, what other surprises he was hiding. Lord Lee then said, "Let's do one thing. Come to the Lee family estate tomorrow." Han Xing asked, "Why?" Lord Lee explained that Han Xing should bring gifts to his family. In return, he would agree to his proposal. The next day, the scene shifted to the Lee family residence, where members of the Gu family arrived bearing extravagant gifts. The butler announced their offerings: high-tier medical artifacts, rare elixirs, and even precious spirit herbs that were nearly impossible to obtain. Onlookers from the Lee family were shocked. One of them whispered that last they heard, Guuhan Xing was supposed to marry into the Lee family. But now, the marriage proposal seemed to have changed. Another guest commented in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Lord Lee had agreed to marry his granddaughter to Guuhan Xing. a man considered the worst suitor in the entire country. However, he admitted one thing: the Gu family clearly had immense wealth. The gifts they had brought were worth more than what the entire Lee family could earn in a lifetime. Lord Lee acknowledged the grandeur of the Gu family's gesture and said it was truly impressive. The butler then explained that the Gu family respected the Lee family deeply, and since this was their only young master's wedding, they spared no expense in bringing lavish gifts. The butler also reflected to himself how pleased his master had been upon hearing that Han Xing had convinced the Lee family. Thankfully, he had managed to stop his master from giving away their entire treasury. Lord Lee noted that, as per tradition, Han Xing should have been present at the ceremony, but he couldn't see him anywhere. The butler explained that Han Xing was supposed to come, but the emperor had summoned him to the palace. That's why he couldn't attend. Lord Lee thought to himself that the emperor had likely become more aware of the situation. He had anticipated that the marriage would stir a reaction from the emperor. The scene then shifted to the emperor's study, where Han Xing arrived and bowed respectfully. He greeted the emperor, but someone beside the emperor objected, saying Han Xing shouldn't be standing while addressing the emperor. Everyone else knelt before greeting him. Han Xing casually replied that the emperor already knew he didn't take anything in life too seriously. He never really understood these overly complicated greeting rituals. He had done what he could and hoped the emperor wouldn't be angry if his greeting wasn't proper. The emperor, Tianji, approached and said he had known Han Xing since childhood. He had watched him grow up and knew exactly what kind of person he was. He then grew serious and confronted Han Xing, saying that he had lied to the emperor. Han Xing was at human profound realm, and he had committed a grave crime. As the emperor's powerful aura filled the room, even his attendant began to panic. Han Xing stood silently, sensing the gravity of the moment. I know my cultivation is quite poor, but I don't understand why you're accusing me of lying. As far as I remember, I haven't lied to you about anything. The emperor responded, saying that 5 elders of the Gu family had once fought alongside him and greatly supported him in conquering the world. He praised Han Xing's father as a remarkable general, and added that his second uncle was none other than the famed blood hero general, a man whose achievements were beyond words. The emperor then went on to say that everyone born in the Gu family had been prodigies, exceptional individuals no one could rival, but in the end, all that remained of such a glorious bloodline was someone like Han Xing, a young man with a weak, useless body, incapable of doing anything. He questioned, almost mockingly, can anyone even believe that someone so worthless could be born into such a legendary family? He continued, mentioning that Minister Lee had come to see him the previous day, requesting changes to the wedding arrangements. The emperor said he knew Minister Lee well and respected him as a wise and intelligent man. If Han Xing truly had no value, then Minister Lee would have never agreed to marry off his granddaughter to him, especially not into the Gu family. Then, the emperor looked directly at Han Xing and asked him one last time, can you cultivate? Han Xing replied respectfully, Your Majesty, I believe you've misunderstood. Minister Lee didn't agree to this marriage because of me personally. He did it for the sake of our kingdom. He then explained that the Gu family was a powerful military household, one connected to hundreds of thousands of soldiers across the country. As the only young master of the Gu family, if you were to marry into the Lee family, those soldiers would remain loyal to the crown. But, Han Xing added, if the Gu family were destroyed, those same soldiers would lose faith in the emperor. They'd begin to wonder, if the ruler doesn't value his own minister's family, and allows them to fall, then how could he possibly value the lives of common soldiers like us? He warned that this could lead to unrest, possibly even rebellion. Han Xing then revealed that Minister Lee never truly wanted his granddaughter to marry him, but only agreed because of political pressure and the emperor's involvement. From Lee's point of view, it didn't matter which family the marriage occurred in, so long as the political objective was fulfilled. The emperor listened quietly and finally said, so that's how it is. Han Xing nodded and confirmed, yes, Your Majesty, that's the truth. The emperor concluded the conversation by saying, very well, then, there's no point in dragging this matter further. You may go. Han Xing replied, thank you, I'll take my leave. After Han Xing left, the butler turned to the emperor and asked, Your Majesty, do you truly believe the young master's words? The emperor replied with a knowing look, I know he was lying. The moment he stepped into the study, he showed no signs of fear. In fact, he spoke to me with confidence. He explained that someone with a weak body, someone truly incapable, would have trembled under the pressure of his presence. But Han Xing had shown none of that. I'm certain he can cultivate. Not only that, he's becoming quite powerful. The butler then asked, if that's the case, why didn't you punish him? How could he lie to the emperor? The emperor responded calmly, no, we must wait. Let's see what the third young master of the Gu family plans to do. The Gu family has always been my favorite in the entire empire. If their young master does something great, I'll be genuinely pleased. I won't interfere and ruin the story unfolding before us. The scene shifted to Guuhan restaurant, bustling with activity. Outside the restaurant, a large crowd had gathered. Just then, Prince Heisei and Prince Xizhuan arrived. Inside, Chen Fan, the owner of the restaurant, said that both the Gu family and the Lee family were truly exceptional, so much so that even royalty had shown up for something as simple as an engagement ceremony. A staff member nervously mentioned that many powerful people were in attendance and suggested they increase their staff. He added that each guest held so much influence that even a small mistake could ruin them. Chen Fan snapped back, asking why he was even being consulted. He ordered the staff to be doubled immediately and instructed that every single employee be stationed in the restaurant. There should be at least one waiter per guest. Soon after, the Lee family made their entrance. The staff murmured in awe, recognizing Miss Lee. So this is Miss Lee. She's even more beautiful in person. Unfortunately, she can't say anything. Even Hansheng was thinking how stunning she looked. Grandpa scolded Hansheng, asking why he was gawking. Come with me to greet them properly. He then turned to Old Lee and said, I must admit, you've arranged everything quite impressively. Lord Lee responded seriously, saying, let me make one thing clear. My granddaughter is extremely important to me. I expect she won't face any trouble after entering your Gu family. If anything happens to her, I don't care how strong your military is, our Lee family will stand against you. Grandpa replied sternly, remember this, your granddaughter is my granddaughter-in-law now. Maybe someone could dare trouble your granddaughter, but no one would dare trouble my granddaughter-in-law. And if your family tries to harm my granddaughter-in-law, you won't be spared either. Lord Lee thought to himself, how could Hansheng, of all people, be this clever? These old folks clearly have no idea who Hansheng really is. What will they say when they learn that the so-called fool in their family has actually been a genius in disguise all along, even fooling a seasoned general? Then Lord Lee addressed everyone, announcing, today marks the engagement between the Gu and Lee families. On such a grand occasion, doesn't young Master Gu have something to say? Miss Lee silently pondered. What's so special about this Hansheng that even my grandfather values him so much? Hansheng spoke up. I understand there's an age gap between us, but as long as Miss Lee stands by me, I'll never bow her head to anyone, that's my promise. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How dare this guy speak so boldly? Miss Lee is the most talented woman in the capital, even Prince wanted to marry her, and now this fool is getting a chance and doesn't even know how to value it. Second uncle silently observed, this kid really knows how to stir things up. As the ceremony progressed, the maid asked Miss Lee to write down how she was feeling. Everyone eagerly watched to see what she would write. Miss Lee wrote a single word on the paper, fate. Hansheng reflected, fate, it's such a strange thing. It can bring two people together, and it can also tear them apart. There are so many ways to interpret this. I can't be certain what Miss Lee is feeling. Does she want to join my family, or does she want to separate from me? If she doesn't want to, then that's fine. I won't force her, but looking at her now, she doesn't seem to have any issue with the marriage. Taking a step forward, Hansheng said gently, Miss Lee, I've made many mistakes in the past, and I hope you've forgiven me. I promise that in the future, I won't let anything trouble you. Smiling shyly, Miss Lee placed her hand on Hansheng's. Hansheng blushed, thinking, I have to admit, she's really cute. Just then, an announcement was made. Princess Yang has arrived. Everyone murmured in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to get married too? As she entered, everyone bowed respectfully, saying, Princess Yang, we greet you. Even the two princes asked, Sister, what are you doing here? Princess Yang replied firmly, so you've finally stepped out of the house. Do you know how long I've waited because of you? Upon seeing Princess Yang, second uncle was visibly shocked. Then the scene transitioned into a flashback. In it, the princess said, Blood General, please take care of yourself. Second uncle said that the princess wait for his return so he could fulfill his promise to her. Princess Yang replied that although he had indeed returned from the battle, he had never fulfilled that promise. In fact, he had even refused to see her. She added emotionally, look, it's already been 5 years. Can't you at least give me an answer now? Hansheng thought back to what had happened 5 years ago. A major crisis had occurred at the border, and his second uncle had led his elite troops into battle. However, during that battle, he was seriously injured and became paralyzed. After returning, his uncle was no longer the same person. He locked himself in his room and avoided talking to anyone. Hansheng remembered that his uncle had even written a letter to Princess Yang, clearly stating that he was no longer the blood general who had once made her that promise. That man was gone, killed in the war, and because of that, he couldn't fulfill the promise anymore. In the present, second uncle remained silent. Princess Yang couldn't hold back her tears. Second uncle finally spoke, saying, Hansheng, I'm exhausted. I can't stay here anymore. Take me back. Hansheng nodded and replied, all right, uncle, I'll take you home. Just then, Princess Yang called out, Guuhan, wait a second. Let me ask you one last time. Can't you give a name to our relationship? Guuhan responded calmly, Princess, the man who made that promise to you is the blood general, but there's no blood general left in this world. If he were still alive, maybe he would have kept his word. Holding back her tears, the princess said, I understand now. In 5 months, I'll be leaving for the Nantian kingdom. I'm going to marry their future king. The marriage is meant to form an alliance between our two nations. Everyone around was shocked. Nantian Kingdom, that's one of the most powerful dynasties. If the princess is marrying into their royal family, even the emperor won't have a choice. He won't be able to break the engagement. We can't afford to offend the Nantian Kingdom. They all acknowledged how noble and selfless the princess was, willing to leave her own country for the sake of peace. Grandpa announced that the ceremony was now over and thanked everyone for attending. Soon, everyone returned to the court. Han Sheng asked his second uncle, "Are you really going to let Princess Yang marry into the Nantian Kingdom without doing anything?" Second uncle replied with a heavy heart, "What can I do? I can't even stand on my own feet. I have nothing to offer her. Even if I fought the prince for her, on what grounds would I do it?" Han Sheng responded firmly, "Uncle, starting tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., you must begin channeling your energy into your meridians. We're going to use the Zhuan Qi technique to heal your legs. You'll need to do it for at least 30 minutes. Surprised, second uncle asked, "What do you mean by all this, Han Sheng?" Han Sheng smiled and said, "Just understand this, uncle, you'll be standing again very soon." Second uncle was stunned. "What did you just say?" "I'll be able to stand. But how?" Han Sheng replied. "Just follow my instructions. When the time is right, I'll explain everything. For now, go get some rest." As Han Sheng left, he thought to himself, "People of the Nantian Kingdom, I really hope you back off from this marriage quietly. If you don't, I fear that your dynasties will be destroyed, and I'm not ready to cause that kind of destruction yet." The next morning, we see Miss Lee peacefully enjoying her breakfast. Grandpa said kindly, "Kinro, if you want anything else to eat, just ask. I had some dishes prepared according to my taste, but if you don't like them, we'll get something else for you. Don't hesitate, all right?" Han Sheng entered and asked, "Second uncle, what's going on here? Miss Lee and I aren't even married yet, so why is she staying here?" Second uncle chuckled, "You really are a fool, child. Have you forgotten our kingdom's customs? When a couple is engaged, the bride-to-be traditionally stays at the groom's house for a few days to symbolize that the engagement is official." He looked at Miss Lee and added, "She may not talk much, but in every way, she's better than you. You're really lucky." Grandpa then said to Kinro, "Spend the day exploring the town with Han Sheng. Our courtyard is huge. If you see anything you like in the city, just tell this idiot. I've given him plenty of money, he'll buy it for you, and if this rascal gives you any trouble, let me know. I know exactly how to deal with him." Miss Lee blushed and held Han Sheng's hand, clearly embarrassed. Grandpa thought to himself, in the past, this kid used to stare at girls, but now, even with the most beautiful woman in the kingdom in front of him, he's speechless. He really is a hopeless fool. Then Grandpa sent Han Sheng and Miss Lee outside. "The weather's beautiful today. Go out and enjoy yourselves. Don't come back for dinner, eat outside." As they walked, Miss Lee kept glancing shyly at Han Sheng. Han Sheng then noticed a building labeled Special Medicine Pavilion and thought to himself, "I should get something from here to help heal second uncle. Princess Yang's marriage is an urgent matter. If I can get the right medicine, maybe uncle can make a breakthrough." Han Sheng turned to Miss Lee and said, "Just give me 2 seconds. I need to buy something from the shop here." Miss Lee simply nodded in response. A short while later, Han Sheng exited the medicine shop carrying a few items. As he walked out, he thought to himself that he had bought a small amount of bone-spread grass and strong wood, but even that had resulted in an unexpectedly large bill. He admitted inwardly that medicinal herbs in this world were incredibly expensive. Just then, he overheard 2 men nearby talking as they looked at Miss Lee. One of them said, "Isn't she the daughter of the Lee family, the one who can't speak?" The other responded, "She's really beautiful, no doubt about that. But still, she's disabled. A mute girl and a playboy guy, honestly, a perfect match for each other." They continued mockingly, "What bad luck she has. She's the most beautiful and talented girl in the entire capital, yet because she can't speak, look at the kind of husband she's getting." Han Sheng had heard enough. He stepped forward and said coldly, "So what if she can't speak? Her abilities are exceptional. Even the emperor himself has praised her. And you too, standing here gossiping. Do you really think you're even worthy of standing in front of her?" The men, intimidated by Han Sheng's presence, immediately ran off. Meanwhile, Miss Lee sat quietly, her face blushing in embarrassment. Later that night, Han Sheng sat cultivating alone when suddenly blood spurted from his mouth. He was startled, thinking to himself that his Dao heart had become as rigid as stone. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't use it. He couldn't understand why this was happening or why the path to the spiritual realm felt so painful. Then, a realization struck him. He thought, "It's because my body lacks blood. Even if my Dao heart and soul reach the peak, if my body itself is deficient, I'll never reach my true potential." He concluded that it was time for him to leave home again. The next day, we see Han Sheng standing before his grandfather. His grandfather, shocked, asked, "What did you say? You want to go to the frontier battlefield? Are you out of your mind, Han Sheng?" Han Sheng calmly replied, "Grandpa, I understand why you're worried, but I know very well what the frontier is like. There's a very important reason I must go." Inwardly, Han Sheng was thinking that he needed a large amount of blood to level up, and the only place to obtain it was the frontier. Without it, progressing to the spiritual realm would be nearly impossible. His grandfather warned him sternly, "There's no need to even consider something so dangerous. Your wedding is just around the corner. What will Kinro think if you leave at such a critical moment? You've already offended the Lee family enough." But Hansheng stood firm. He asked his grandfather, "How long am I supposed to stay under your protection? Who am I without it? I need to go to the frontier. I want to experience life and death firsthand. Only then can I understand why every member of the Gu family fought and died on the battlefield. Without going there myself, I'll never feel their greatness. As for Kinro, I'll apologize to her. She's a kind-hearted girl. I'm sure she'll forgive me." His grandfather, now visibly annoyed, scolded him for speaking too much. The family butler stepped in, trying to calm the situation. "Master, please relax. Our young master is right. He needs to see the world. And besides, one day he will lead our military. Gaining real-life experience will only benefit him. Don't worry, I'll arrange for him to be placed in a normal position where his life won't be at risk." Finally relenting, the grandfather handed Hansheng a token. "This is a general's token. I'll write your appointment letter later. For now, this token allows you to issue commands. If you're ever in danger, you can use it to summon an entire army to protect yourself. Just remember, never risk your life unnecessarily." Hansheng bowed deeply and replied, "Thank you, Grandpa. I understand." He then went to see Miss Lee and informed her, "Miss Lee, I'm heading to the frontier. I think you should return to the Lee family and start planning for the future. I promise I'll return before our wedding date." Miss Lee quietly wrote down her response, "Safe journey." Hansheng thought to himself that she didn't seem upset at all about the wedding. In fact, she was wishing him a safe journey, which meant she was supportive. Smiling, he told her, "Please wait for me. I will definitely return, for all of you." The scene shifted to the battlefield, where General Ren Kinfeng was being informed by a soldier. "Sir, there's a strange man outside our camp claiming he has an appointment letter." Ren Kinfeng sighed. "Great, another useless young master from the capital. Have the officials there lost their minds? Why do they keep sending these delicate young heirs to a place like this? Don't they know how dangerous the frontier is? These spoiled brats aren't fit to survive here." He added, "Anyway, bring him in. They always have official orders, so there's nothing we can do. If he dies, so be it. It's not our problem." Soon, Hansheng entered the tent. The general asked him, "Boy, what's your name?" Hansheng replied confidently, "General, my name is Guuhan." In his mind, Hansheng reflected on the decision. "My real name, Hansheng, is too notorious. Everyone knows me as a playboy. That's why Grandpa gave me a new name before I came here. This way, no one will know who I really am. I'll be able to act freely without exposing my identity." Meanwhile, General Ren Kinfeng scrutinized him and thought, "This guy has no spiritual energy at all. I can tell already. He's absolutely useless. If he stays on our team, he's going to be nothing but trouble. We'll constantly be held back because of him." He decided, "I'll get rid of him and send him somewhere far away." Just then, he suggested, "Our Chufan camp is short on junior officers. Why don't we assign him there?" A soldier added, "General, a young master from the capital has been there, and now there's no need for anyone in Chufan camp." But General Ren Kinfeng snapped back, "Shut your mouth. Everyone knows that so-called young master won't last. He'll come running back in a couple of days. Heck, he might have already given up." Hearing this, Hansheng began to wonder, is there a deeper meaning behind the general's words? It's almost like he's trying to scare me into leaving on my own. The general then continued, "As I said, from now on, our junior officer Gu will serve at the Chufan camp." The soldier responded, "Understood, General. I'll take him there right away." With that, he escorted Hansheng out. Ren Kinfeng commented to himself, "The soldiers at Chufan camp are tough. It's incredibly difficult to deal with them. I know these young masters won't last there. It's better to scare them off quickly. The sooner they give up, the better." The scene shifted to the Chufan camp, where soldiers were undergoing intense training. Suddenly, someone was thrown out of a tent as a few men shouted, "You're not even qualified to be a junior officer. First, go learn how to tie a waistband properly. Then, come back and try again. You're rejected. Get lost." Hansheng overheard this and thought, "Who inside is talking so arrogantly?" A soldier standing nearby explained, "If you're looking for the captain, that voice you heard belongs to Lu Lingwu. He's the biggest troublemaker in the entire camp." Just then, Lu Lingwu shouted from inside, "Who's chattering outside? If you've got something to say, come in already. Don't just loiter out there." The soldier whispered to Hansheng, "Captain, let me warn you, over the past year, countless officers have come and gone from this camp, but all of them ended up running away. The reason is none other than Lu Lingwu. He respects no one, and he won't respect you either." Hansheng smiled calmly. "Is that so? Then I definitely need to meet him." He told the soldier, "You can go now, I'll handle the rest." The soldier sighed inwardly, "What do I do now? I've helped him as much as I could. He looks confident, like all new arrivals, but I doubt he'll even last a month here." As Hansheng entered, Lu Lingwu glanced at him and scoffed, "Kid, who are you and where did you come from? You've got no business here in our Chufan camp. Leave." Hansheng replied firmly, "Starting today, I am the captain of Chufan camp. My name is Guuhan." The others in the camp burst out laughing. "Is this a joke? Now a kid's going to run our camp? This is the biggest joke of the year. We just kicked out someone for causing trouble, and now another brat shows up. When will the higher-ups send us a decent officer?" Lu Lingwu grinned maliciously. "Fine, we'll acknowledge you as our captain. But only if you beat me in a fight. If you win, you can lead us. If not, get lost." Han Xin cracked his knuckles and replied, "I love reforming troublemakers. And beating you up, that'll be the fun part." Lu Lingwu was immediately provoked. He charged at Han Xin and yelled, "These big fists aren't just for show. You won't survive even one of my attacks." But as Lu Lingwu lunged at him, Han Xin effortlessly dodged the blow. Lu growled, "I'll have to hit harder. You're fast." Han Xin grinned, "I'm not fast. You're just incredibly slow. At this speed, you'll never even touch me." Lu Lingwu tried multiple times to land a hit, but Han Xin evaded every attack. Then, in one swift motion, Han Xin counterattacked with a powerful kick that sent Lu flying. The surrounding soldiers gasped in shock. "He beat our boss in just one move. How is this guy so powerful? He looks so weak." Even Lu Lingwu couldn't believe it. "What's happening? I'm at the peak of the human profound realm. How could I lose to a kid like this? He doesn't even have any visible profound energy." Lu Lingwu was fuming. "We're going to fight again. I refuse to accept such a disgraceful defeat." Han Xin, calm and composed, replied, "A fight is a fight, but honestly, I don't have time to waste on you. I've already proven myself, just as they asked me to. There's no point repeating the same task." As the tension settled, people around began to cheer. "Captain, please take care of yourself." Lu Lingwu, meanwhile, was lost in thought. This isn't over yet. The scene shifts to General Ren Qinfeng, who asked, "What did you just say?" Lu Lingwu lost to Guuhan. A soldier confirmed, "Yes, General, I saw it with my own eyes. Our Captain Gu defeated Vice Captain Lu with just one move, and right in front of the entire squad. In fact, all the soldiers accepted him as their new leader." The general frowned, thinking, Lu Lingwu is a fool. He still doesn't know how to properly use his mind. But in terms of raw strength, he was quite powerful. He was already at the final stage of the human realm. So how could someone as young and seemingly powerless as Gu defeat him? "Did you manage to learn what level Captain Gu is at?" The soldier shook his head. "We still don't know. I even asked the Chufan camp's men, but none of them could sense any energy coming from Captain Gu, as if his body holds no power at all." General Ren Qinfeng mused, "This Guuhan is truly intriguing. I have a strange feeling about him. He might be destined to become a big shot one day." The scene to Lu Lingwu, standing with his men. "Boss," one of his soldiers warned, "you should drop this matter. If you lose to Captain Gu again, it'll ruin your reputation. You won't be able to raise your head in this lifetime. Besides," another added, "he beat you fair and square last time. It won't be any harder for him to do it again." But Lu Lingwu snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. That guy just got lucky yesterday. I'm sure that if we had a proper fight, no matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to beat me. That's why I brought you all here, to prove that he won out of luck, not strength." Suddenly, a soldier interrupted. "General Ren Qinfeng is approaching." Lu Lingwu straightened and greeted him respectfully. "General Ren, it's an honor." General Ren got straight to the point. "Where's Guuhan? I'm here to meet him." Han Xin emerged from the camp and asked, "General Ren, what brings you here? What business do you have with me?" The general stared at him closely. "Why does this young man look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." "You are to report to the main command camp," the general finally said. "The top officials are discussing a critical matter, and you need to be part of it." The scene transitions to the main camp. Han Xin looked around, recognizing the place. This is where second uncle used to be posted as a general. As General Fang Jin entered, everyone bowed and greeted him. He addressed the soldiers. "We've received a report from the scouts. Soldiers from the neighboring Bayou Kingdom, along with their 3rd Battalion, are advancing toward us. They're expected to launch an attack on Yanjing Pass very soon." The soldiers murmured among themselves. "The Bayou Kingdom has become far too bold in recent years. They've crossed into our borders repeatedly. They clearly think we're weak. We need to correct that misconception." Another officer joined in. "Back when General Yumu commanded this region, the Bayou forces never dared step near our borders. If that incident 5 years ago hadn't happened, we would have destroyed their kingdom by now." Han Xin clenched his fists. "They're right. It was because of the Bayou army's ambush that second uncle was injured 5 years ago. They had sent a squad of elite Earthrealm warriors. Uncle fought them off alone, but an arrow pierced his leg. He never gave himself time to recover. Obsessed with protecting the border, he ignored the injury, and because of that, he lost his leg. After retiring, his uncle had fallen into deep depression. He rarely left his room anymore. He didn't deserve to go through all that. If those bastards show up again, I won't let a single one of them escape." Commander Fang Jin continued, "That battle is history now. But tell me, are you ready to give your lives to defend Yanjing Pass?" Without hesitation, the soldiers shouted, "We swore an oath. We will protect this place to our dying breath." "Good," Fang Jin nodded. "Then prepare yourselves. War is upon us." Back at the camp, Han Xing noticed everyone was quiet. "Why are you all so silent?" he asked. "Don't tell me you're scared because of the upcoming fight." A soldier stepped forward. "Captain, we're from the Chu Fan Camp Division. We'd rather die on the battlefield than be afraid of our enemies. I can't wait to get out there." Another soldier grinned. "I'll enjoy chopping off their heads," Lu Lingwu said with determination. "Captain, you don't need to worry at all. If there's even the slightest threat to you on the battlefield, Lu Lingwu, will face it head on. No matter what happens, I won't let you die. After all, you're the captain of our camp. If the others found out we couldn't even protect our captain, imagine how much shame we'd face." The rest of the squad agreed, raising their voices in support. They said, "Yes, Captain, we'll protect you. We may have our differences, but we'll never let that affect us on the battlefield." Han Xing smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you all for caring about me. Go and tell the commander that tomorrow, we'll be fighting on the front lines." The next day, Fan Jin gave the order, "Bang the drum." From this moment on, the war is officially underway. Han Xing watched everything unfold and thought to himself, "I've always heard that when war breaks out on the border, countless people die. Rivers of blood flow. I often wonder, if there were peace in this world, so many people wouldn't have to die." The men I see standing in front of me, none of them fear death, but they deeply value their honor. Each one of them would rather face all the danger themselves than let any harm come to their loved ones. Only the army can embody such spirit. Meanwhile, a soldier arrived breathless and reported to the commander, "Commander, the Bayou Kingdom army is just 10 miles away. They'll be here soon." The commander responded, "Tell General Su to lead 10,000 soldiers outside the city. They'll be the first to engage the enemy." Han Xing analyzed the situation and thought, compared to the enemy army, we actually have more men. It makes sense to send out a few of our own to weaken their forces before they reach us. Looks like the commander has made a smart plan. We can rely on this. As the troops moved out, General Su shouted, "Soldiers, follow me. Before the enemy even reaches the gates, we'll strike them down." Soon, the battle erupted between both armies. Soldiers clashed fiercely, and people were falling one after another. In the heat of the battle, General Su's horse was badly injured and collapsed, throwing him to the ground. Unarmed and wounded, he muttered in despair, "I've fallen, and I don't even have a weapon. I'm as good as dead." An enemy approached him, sneering, "General Su, we've heard a lot about you, but today, your head is finally ours." But before the enemy could land a blow, an explosion struck him down. General Su gasped in relief and exclaimed, "Captain Gu, you saved me. That was incredible." Just then, Han Xing stepped forward and assured them all, "As long as I'm here, none of our men will die." He turned to his troops and shouted, "Brothers, move forward and slaughter every last one of them." Seeing their comrades fall, the general of the Bayou army cried out in disbelief, "What's happening? Where are our men? How are they being slaughtered like this?" But Han Xing charged forward and cut down the enemy general without mercy. He said coldly, "That was easier than I thought." One by one, Han Xing continued mowing down enemies, man and horse alike. Meanwhile, Han Xing observed the bloodshed and thought, "This body, it needed blood. And now, it's finally getting what it craved. This battle is benefiting me immensely. Maybe, after this war, I'll ascend to the next realm." Charging forward, Han Xing declared, "It was because of this army that our family prestige fell. My second uncle was the last one who upheld the honor of our Gu family. But when they injured him, everything crumbled. Now, by killing these men, I declare that the Gu family shall rise again, and this time, we will not bow to anyone." Lu Lingwu shouted with excitement, "This is unbelievable. Our Chu Fan camp and Captain Gu are unstoppable." The commander, astonished, asked, "Captain Gu, if he's so powerful, why am I hearing about him for the first time?" General Ren explained, "His name is Guuhan. When he first arrived at the camp, he had no cultivation at all. I observed him closely many times, but there wasn't even a hint of energy in his body. But somehow, he's now at the peak of human realm cultivation, and he's tearing through enemies with ease." The commander nodded in amazement and said, "This kid is extraordinary." General Ren, "Captain Lu, take your men and support his fight. Today is our golden opportunity to take revenge." Lu Lingwu shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, charge forward and support our Captain Gu. Let's kill every one of these bastards. We finally have the chance to avenge the war from 5 years ago. Not a single soldier from the Bayou Kingdom will be spared." A brutal battle began. Scene shifted to Gu family. Grandpa, stunned as he heard the news, he exclaimed, "What? The Yanjing Pass has been attacked, and now the 3rd Division soldiers are fighting. Quickly, take our army and go. Get Han Xing out of there safely." The war had turned terrifying. Han Xing had never seen such violence before. His life was in serious danger now. Grandpa immediately ordered Lao Hui to gather the others and bring Han Xing back safely. He also instructed his Lao Hui to head straight to Yanhan Pass and alert the soldiers there to send reinforcements. He recalled that 5 years ago, a similar delay in reinforcements had led to great tragedy. His own son, Guuyuma, had lost both his legs. If help had arrived on time back then, none of that would have happened. The butler assured him he would handle everything. Back on the battlefield, we saw Hanxing in intense combat. Just then, Hanxing broke through to the Earth Realm stage. Hanxing felt a barrier within himself finally shatter. He had now ascended to the Earth Realm, and defeating the enemy soldiers would be much easier. He reassured his uncle Yuma in his thoughts, vowing to take revenge. He would personally hunt down every last enemy who came here. Suddenly, someone from the Bayou army threw a deadly spear. Lingwu narrowly dodged it and was relieved, realizing just how fast and powerful the attack had been. He warned the captain to watch out. As another attack was headed his way, Hanxing noticed how fast the incoming attack was but managed to dodge it just in time. The resulting blast was massive. The Bayou soldier who had attacked acknowledged Hanxing's skill, saying he was the first person to ever survive an attack from his spear. No one on the battlefield had ever escaped it before, and now he wanted to know Hanxing's name so he could remember it after killing him. Then we come to know that this guy is the commander of Bayou Kingdom. Hanxing introduced himself as Guuhan Sheng, from the Gu family of the Tianfan Kingdom. He reminded the commander that the Gu family was well known, and how much everyone feared his family. The enemy commander was visibly shaken and asked if he was joking. He mentioned that the Gu family supposedly had no heirs left. Gu Yuma, the last one, had already fallen. Hanxing calmly clarified that he was the grandson of Grand Marshal Gu, the son of Great General Gu Chengchun, and the nephew of the legendary blood hero General Gu Yuma. He asked if that was enough to convince them of his lineage. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Soldiers murmured among themselves, confirming that he truly belonged to the Gu family of the Tianfan Kingdom. One of them said he had only heard rumors about how formidable the Gu family was in battle. Once a Gu family warrior entered the battlefield, not even gods could stand in their way. They were practically invincible. And today, everyone was witnessing that legend in action. The captain had single-handedly taken down so many enemies that it left everyone stunned. They couldn't believe that an outsider, a young master, could possess such overwhelming power. But the truth soon became clear. He wasn't just any outsider, he was the young master of the legendary Gu family. Hearing this, Lu Lingwu asked in disbelief, could he really be Guuhan Sheng? And he truly does belong to the Gu family. The commander, visibly moved, expressed hope, saying, our country's fate might finally turn around. The legendary Gu family, who disappeared from the battlefield 5 years ago, has returned. I can now say with confidence that our nation has a bright future ahead. We no longer need to worry about protection or survival. However, the commander from the Bayou Kingdom found it hard to accept. He declared, this is impossible. Everyone, both inside and outside the Tianfan Kingdom, knows that the last known heir of the Gu family, Guuhan Sheng, was a complete fool, a disgrace to the family. He ruined their reputation entirely, and now you're claiming that you are Guuhan Sheng? I don't believe it. Even if you are from an enemy nation, I'll admit, you're talented, which is precisely why it's impossible for you to be Guuhan Sheng. He continued, there's no need to lie here under the name of the Gu family. Tell us the truth. Where are you really from? Releasing his aura, Hanxing responded coldly, you're my enemy. I owe you no explanations. Whether I'm from the Gu family or not, you'll find out soon enough. Every member of the Gu family was born to kill enemies. And now, it's your turn. With that, Hanxing charged forward to attack. The Bayou commander, despite his growing anxiety, tried to reassure himself, thinking, my army is doing well on every front, except against this Guuhan Sheng. If I back down now, people will say I fled because of a child's threats. I'll lose all authority and respect. But deep down, he was afraid. He knew all too well, fighting the Gu family was no different from embracing death. Still, he reasoned, he's just a boy. If he truly is Guuhan Sheng, he must have many flaws. A name doesn't get tarnished without reason. Gathering his courage, the commander leapt down onto the battlefield and launched a direct attack, shouting, good, so you're from the Gu family? Then let me tell you, our kingdom has long regretted one thing. We've never managed to claim the head of a Gu family warrior, but you've taken many of ours. Today, I'll cut off your head and bring glory to my nation. I will declare to the world that the Bayou Kingdom has destroyed the Gu family. Surely you haven't forgotten your uncle, the once great General Blood General, who now lies crippled, unable to walk. Do you know why that happened? Because of us. Just like last time, we've come again, this time, for your head. The commander's powerful strike shook the very ground, stunned by the sheer force. His own soldiers muttered in awe. Incredible. He shook the earth with a single attack. Lu Lingwu added, I'd only heard of the might of Earth Realm warriors, but now, I've seen it firsthand. General, we must act quickly. Captain Gu's life is in danger. He can't face such a powerful opponent alone. Suddenly, Hanxing unleashed the first form of his nine-sword technique. The resulting explosion was massive. In one strike, he wiped out half of the commander's men. Shocked, the commander gasped, how can one person possess this much power? My entire unit, gone in one blow. Even I couldn't withstand it. He realized that Hanxing wasn't just part of the Gu family. He was more dangerous than any of them. Hanxing then spoke, his voice filled with authority. You claimed you'd take my head and bring honor to your nation, then come forward. I'm right here. If you have the guts, step into my territory and try. I, Guuhan declare today, from this moment onward, if any enemy dares to set foot within the borders of the Tianfang kingdoms, I'll make sure their death becomes a nightmare even their homeland won't forget. He warned, if you value your life, run, you might survive. But if you come forward and fight, you'll certainly die. Terrified, the soldiers of the Bayou Kingdom began fleeing. He's too strong. He defeated our commander. There's no point in staying. We'll die for nothing. Some added, what's the point of fighting if we can't win? And with that, the entire army began to retreat. As they ran, the commander shouted back, Guuhan, I'll remember this. One day, you'll be on your knees before me, and in front of your own people, I'll sever your head and honor the souls of my fallen comrades. Mark my words, the Gu family will be destroyed by our hands. Han Xing declared that he would wait just to see how long it took for them to arrive. He furiously recounted that his uncle, Gu Yuma, had been ambushed and crippled by those despicable men, which led to General Blood Hero suffering a life full of pain and torment. He said that whatever suffering his people had gone through because of them, he would return it all, tenfold. Han Xing reminded them of their earlier claim, where they arrogantly said that they would remember his name. He assured them that they would remember, because it would be that very name, Guuhan, that would bring about their end. Not just theirs, but the downfall of their entire nation would be at his hands. He proclaimed that he was the last descendant of the Gu family, and as long as he stood, they would never again invade their borders. Once the war ended, everyone returned to their respective camps. Han Xing observed the aftermath with a heavy heart. He saw countless soldiers injured, while many others had died. He thought to himself that war was truly the most despicable thing in the world. Because of the greed of a few, so many innocent lives had been lost. In his mind, Han Xing reflected on a harsh truth. The only rule in this world was power. If you weren't powerful, you wouldn't survive. That's why he vowed to make his army the most powerful in the world, so that no harm could ever come to them again. The commander and others came forward and bowed before Han Xing. The commander announced that Fang Jin of the Blood Red Army shows respect to you. Blood Red Army had originally been founded by the Grand Marshal Gu. It was known as the strongest military force in the entire Tianfang kingdom. It was said that only members of the Gu family had the right to command the Blood Red Army. And as long as the army served under the Gu family, surrounding nations lived in constant fear, with none daring to declare war against them. However, after the fall of the Gu family, when no one was left to lead, the army eventually dissolved. Its members were scattered across different battalions. Fang Jin was one of them. Han Xing told the commander that there was no need for him to bow. After his father's death and his uncle's illness, he had often wondered what had happened to their great Blood Red Army. He had heard of the capabilities of the Blood Red soldiers, and knew they had been reassigned across various camps. Still, he wanted to know, where exactly was the rest of the Blood Red Army now? Fang Jin assured him not to worry. As long as someone from the Gu family was willing to lead, the army would obey their command. All Han Xing needed to do was give the order. Fang guaranteed that within just one day, no matter where those soldiers were, they would return. He explained that the army had only scattered because they lacked a leader. But now that their rightful commander had returned, they had nothing to fear. The Blood Red Army would rise again, stronger than ever. Han Xing reflected that the Blood Red Army had been built by Grandpa, who had poured his entire youth into creating it. It was such a formidable force that no one dared face it. If that army truly stood with him now, then there would be no one left in this world who could oppose him. Fang Jin spoke proudly, saying that Han Xing had proven to be far braver than expected. He had defeated thousands of enemy soldiers single-handedly. Fang then asked, with genuine curiosity, who had spread those disgraceful rumors about Han Xing. Until now, they had only heard that Han Xing was a disgrace to the family, a useless man who brought trouble upon the Gu family's name. But reality was far different. Upon seeing him, Fang knew Han Xing was more than worthy of being the young master of the Gu family. He swore that if he ever found the person responsible for spreading those lies, he would kill them for daring to tarnish the name of their great young master. Han Xing smirked silently, thinking how lucky he was that they do not know that he was the one who had spread those very rumors. Fang Jin then expressed how glad he was that the Gu family's authority remained intact. He stated that he would now head out to deliver a formal military report. It was time for the capital and the world to know how great their young master truly was. He wished for the name of the Gu family to shine brightly once more. Scene shifted to Imperial court. A guard entered, announcing to the emperor that a military report had just arrived from Yanjing Pass. The emperor asked to hear it, curious to know what had happened there. The report began. Your Majesty, we have achieved a remarkable victory at Yanjing Pass. General Fang Jin had strategically stationed 10,000 troops outside the city to weaken the enemy forces, while 10,000 elite soldiers were hidden within the city gates to intercept any who slipped through. The outcome? We killed 10,000 enemy soldiers using just 5,000 of our own. This wasn't just a victory, it was a show of power that sent fear into the hearts of their enemies. It proved that the Tianfang Kingdom's military was not only competent, but deadly. The Emperor, visibly impressed, exclaimed that such a feat, defeating twice their number and driving them back, was truly extraordinary. He asked eagerly, "Who is the hero of this war?" The ministers responded that there must be someone behind such a success. Only a brilliant commander could lead 5,000 soldiers to victory against 10,000. They asked who had led that elite squad. As the guard continued reading the report, he was visibly stunned. He revealed that at the start of the war, they were on the losing side. But then, a captain, who had only joined their army a week ago, charged forward without hesitation. He stormed into enemy lines and killed dozens along the way, slicing through them as if they were nothing. Just the sight of him had caused the enemy soldiers to flee in terror. He had shouted loudly that no one could cross into Tianfan Kingdom as long as he stood guard. Because of him, a powerful new shield now protected the Tianfan Kingdom, one that no ordinary force could break. The enemy troops were visibly shaken by the courage and determination shown by our captain. Sensing the situation, their commander-in-chief stepped forward to fight. He launched a surprise attack on our captain. It was said that the commander's archery skills were nothing short of exceptional. However, our captain effortlessly dodged the attack, and without much struggle, defeated the commander in a rather humiliating manner. During this battle, the captain also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Overjoyed, the emperor remarked that this captain was truly extraordinary and exactly the kind of warrior the Tianfan Kingdom needed. He continued, saying that ever since the Gu family withdrew from the military, they hadn't received any such uplifting reports. All they ever heard was news of the army suffering heavy losses. But now, just one captain had managed to turn the tide and throw the enemy into chaos. The emperor, curious and surprised, asked urgently, "Who is this remarkable captain?" The guard explained that before leaving, the enemy commander had asked the young warrior his name, the one who had caused such devastation to their army. To this, the captain had proudly replied, "I am Guuhan of the Gu family, from the Tianfan Kingdom." Stunned, Grandpa Guuhan reacted, "What did you just say? What's the captain's name?" The emperor immediately ordered the report to be brought to him, saying he wanted to verify the truth for himself. As he took the scroll in his hands and read the name, he confirmed aloud, "Marshal Gu, he is right. Come and see for yourself." Han Sheng accomplished this, overwhelmed with pride. Grandpa Guuhan exclaimed, "So it really was Han Sheng? I always knew no loser had ever been born in the Gu family. That family cannot produce anyone weak. Our young master has truly done something extraordinary." Meanwhile, several ministers chimed in, admitting that they had heard many negative rumors about Guuhan Sheng. They recalled how, just a month ago, he had caused significant conflict with the Lee family. Some had even heard that he was unable to use Qi. But today, they discovered that he was already in the early stages of Earth-level cultivation, a stage so advanced that even few top experts had achieved it. Another minister commented that within the capital, there were only 3 geniuses of their caliber, and now it seemed Han Sheng was just one step behind them. He added that in the future, Han Sheng might even surpass those prodigies. Still, it was hard to believe. Reaching Earth-level cultivation isn't something one achieves overnight. It requires at least 10 years of training. Clearly, Han Sheng had been pretending to be weak all this time, while in truth, he was immensely powerful. The emperor addressed the ministers, asking them to be silent for a moment. Then, with a proud smile, he said, "Han Sheng has done something truly remarkable today. Once everything stabilizes, we will reward him in front of everyone and grant him the merits he deserves." The scene transitioned to the Imperial court's exit, where Grandpa Gu asked Lordly, "Did you know about Han Sheng before I did?" Lordly replied calmly, "Yes, I knew a lot. Actually, that's why I'm not surprised at all today. I always believed Han Sheng was capable of this." Grandpa Gu narrowed his eyes and muttered, "You cunning fox. I knew something was off. Everyone in the country knows that you never act without a motive. You even went so far as to completely rewrite the marriage agreement. I bet Han Sheng showed you just how powerful he really is." Lordly smirked and said, "You've raised Han Sheng for 20 years. He lived with you all that time, and yet, you never noticed how powerful he was. Admit it, your own grandson fooled you completely." Fuming, Grandpa Gu shouted, "Let him come back. He clearly enjoys keeping secrets. That brat, I swear, I'll beat him with a stick. If he had just told me everything earlier, I wouldn't have had to stress over any of this." Lordly laughed and said, "Isn't it better this way? He kept everything hidden, and now you get to enjoy this overwhelming pride. You haven't felt this happy in a long time." Scene shifted where Miss Lee is sitting and writing. Suddenly, her maid comes rushing toward her. The maid exclaimed breathlessly, "Miss, I have some huge news." She went on to explain that brother-in-law had gone to Yanjing Pass to fight, but while he was there, the enemy army launched a surprise attack. Amidst the chaos, he revealed his real cultivation level in front of everyone. He's in the early stage of Earth Realm, and get this, he managed to scare off an army of 1,000 men all by himself. The enemy troops were so terrified that they retreated immediately. Our brother-in-law is truly incredible. His name is spreading throughout the entire country. People are saying another genius has emerged from the Gu family. Hearing this, Miss Lee was deep in thought. Did I forget he was going to fight? Everyone used to say he was just a waste. But how can someone in the early stage of Earth Realm be considered useless? And how could a mere waste scare off 1,000 soldiers? Realization dawned on her. Perhaps the reality he showed us wasn't real at all. This is his true self. Just like the others in the Gu family. He's a genius too. Meanwhile, Han Sheng was thinking to himself, finally, after this battle, I've reached Earth Realm. Maybe it's time to go back home and heal Uncle's legs. It's been a while since I came here anyway. He then remembered, in 4 months, Princess Yang is getting married. I have to take care of everything here before that happens. Just then, Lu Lingwu called out to him. Han Sheng turned and said, Lingwu, what are you doing here? Lu Lingwu approached him and replied, Captain, I challenged you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. If I had known who you really were, I would never have done such a thing. Han Sheng smiled and said, I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges over trivial matters. Lingwu thought to himself, everyone used to say the young master of the Gu family was a worthless, arrogant bully, but after meeting him, I see now that all of those rumors were false. I was the one who behaved arrogantly. Even after our camp lost to him, many refused to accept him as captain, yet despite everything, he never once got angry, even at such a young age. He's showing such maturity and greatness. With sincerity, Lingwu said aloud, Thank you, Captain. Hearing your words lifted a huge weight off my chest. Han Sheng nodded and asked, How are the people from our camp doing? Lingwu's expression turned grim. Most of our injured brothers have been rescued, but some of them are in critical condition. It's likely we won't be able to save them. He clenched his fists in frustration. Watching them suffer like this fills me with rage. I swear, if not today, then someday, I will personally take revenge on those who hurt our brothers. Han Sheng thought to himself, I knew it. War is always cruel. Maintaining peace at the border is a noble cause. Even if one side suffers more, both sides ultimately lose. At that moment, someone approached. Commander Fang Jin stepped forward and shouted, Who dares come so close to Yanjing Pass? We're warning you, take another step and we'll strike you down. But the butler Lao Hui responded calmly, Where's the young master? We're here to see him. Commander Fang frowned, thinking, that voice, it sounds familiar. Then he gasped, Wait, General Lao. Greeting him with respect, Commander Fang introduced himself. I'm from the Blood Red Army, Commander Fang Jin. It's an honor to meet you, General. Lao Hui nodded. I'm here to meet the young master. That's the only reason I came. Commander Fang informed him, Our young master, Mr. Guuhan Sheng, is currently resting. After his arrival, we assigned him in the Chufan camp, under the role of junior captain. I'll take you to him. As they walked off together, one of the soldiers whispered, Who was that old man? Why was the commander treating him with such respect? You'd think he was some big shot or something. The other soldier replied, You really don't know who that was. That old man is one of the most respected and powerful figures in our country. He's none other than General Lao Hui, right-hand man to Grand Marshal Guuhan. Back in the battlefield days, Lao Hui stood by the marshal's side in every single war. In fact, General Lao Hui practically raised several of our most famous battle generals. You could say they were his disciples. The first soldier was stunned. What? That was the General Lao Hui. I didn't even greet him properly. What if I offended him? His friend shrugged. Good thing he was in a good mood today. If he'd wanted to kill you, no one would have said a word. Scene shifted to Han Sheng, who stood up, shocked. Uncle, what are you doing here? Tears welled up in General Lao Hui's eyes. Young master, when we heard that a war had broken out at Yanjing Pass, and that you were here too, the master became extremely worried. He immediately ordered me to come here, find you, and bring you back safely. You have no idea how terrified he was. But now, seeing you here with my own eyes, I feel immense relief. Han Sheng said, There's no need to cry, Uncle. I know everyone in the family cares about me a lot. Let's go home together. If everyone sees that I'm completely safe, it'll make them feel better. Besides, I've got so many stories to tell you. With that, Han Sheng and Lao Hui got ready to leave. But just as they were about to depart, some members of the Chu Fan camp appeared in front of them. One of them asked, Captain, are you really leaving? Han Sheng smiled and replied, Yes, my dear soldiers. We'll meet again in the future, and when we do, I hope you won't be aiming your weapons at me. After everything that's happened, I'm sure you now believe I'm a good captain. Everyone around began laughing at his words. Lu Lingwu stepped forward and said proudly, It's an honor for our Chu Fan camp to have been guided by such an incredible captain. Captain Gu, we have complete faith in your abilities now. We're confident that in the future, just like the great General Blood Hero, you'll lead us to the top. He continued, Just hearing your name will send chills down the enemy's spines, just like General Blood Heroes used to. And now, no country would even dare to attack us. All the soldiers saluted and called out in unison, Captain, we'll wait for you. We are now truly loyal to you. Accepting anyone else as our captain is impossible. Meanwhile, the butler was watching the emotional scene and thinking, It feels so good to see this today. If Master were here, he would have been so proud. He'd proudly say that the blood of the Gu family isn't worthless. Just like the rest of the family, this young man has become an outstanding general. he will surely make the Gu family proud. The scene shifted to the Gu family. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Han Xing's return. Suddenly, second uncle spotted someone approaching. "Look," he exclaimed, "Uncle Lao Hui is back." Overjoyed, Grandpa rushed out and welcomed them warmly. "My child, you've finally returned. Tonight, our legendary grandpa-grandson duo will drink until you pass out. That's how happy I am to see you again." Han Xing chuckled and said, "If you're so happy, Grandpa, then why are you squeezing my shoulders so hard?" Grandpa grinned mischievously. "I was just checking your strength. You've become such a good liar lately. I thought your physical strength must have improved too. I've heard that people who lie well are also quite strong physically." Han Xing laughed and replied, "Grandpa, we'll sit down and drink later, I promise. But first, I have something very important to do with second uncle." As they entered the room, Han Xing was deep in thought. "Now that I've reached Earthrealm and gained enough strength, I can finally help second uncle walk again. If he recovers, we'll have a real chance to stop Princess Yang." Second uncle, watching him closely, wondered, even before leaving, "This kid was talking about my legs. What exactly is he planning?" Inside the room, second uncle asked cautiously, "Are you telling the truth, child? Is it really possible to heal my legs using your methods?" Han Xing nodded confidently. "Yes, uncle. Just as I explained last month, you managed to circulate your internal ki as instructed. Because of that, your meridians are far more open now. Healing your legs is now much easier than before." He added, "For months from now, Princess Yang is set to marry in the Nantian Kingdom. I promise you, by then, you'll be standing on your own 2 feet again." Second uncle's eyes lit up with cautious hope. "If that really happens, it'll be incredible. But until then, I won't let myself believe it." As Han Xing prepared the medicinal solution, he calmly said, "There's no need to say anything, uncle. Just follow my instructions carefully. I've prepared this remedy specifically for you. If you use it and take the medicinal bath as I describe, it will greatly benefit your recovery." He emphasized, "Follow each step exactly as I instruct. If you do, there's a real possibility you'll be able to walk again." Examining his uncle's legs, Han Xing explained, 5 years ago, your bones and veins were badly damaged. Over time, your body's blood flow has weakened significantly, especially in your legs. They're no longer in their original form. They've dried out." He continued, "Before healing them, we'll need to first restore the blood circulation. We have to bring your legs back to the condition they were once in." Second uncle nodded. "Do whatever you must, child. I lost hope 5 years ago. If you succeed, that's wonderful, and if not, I won't be disappointed. I've already accepted that I may never recover." Han Xing said respectfully, "Uncle, please trust me. I won't betray your faith." Second uncle nodded and replied, "All right, child, you may begin." Han Xing immediately started healing second uncle's legs. As the healing progressed, second uncle began to experience intense pain. Watching this, Han Xing thought to himself, "It seems like uncle is in a lot of pain. Naturally, he would be. To completely heal his legs, I have to break what's left of his bones." He continued, "The pain he's feeling right now must be unimaginable. I'm reshaping his legs entirely. Uncle, you'll have to bear with this for a while." While saying this, Han Xing broke the bones of the other leg as well. The excruciating pain was evident on second uncle's face. He thought, "This kid said he was healing me, but it feels like my legs are breaking all over again." Han Xing then told him, "Uncle, I've immersed your legs in medicinal water. No matter what happens, you must sit here for 10 straight days. If you soak them daily, the results will be excellent." Second uncle nodded. "All right, child, I'll remember this." After finishing the treatment, Han Xing left the room. Outside, Han Rion greeted him cheerfully. "Brother Gu, how have you been? I heard you did something amazing on the battlefield." Han Xing raised an eyebrow. "Where did you suddenly appear from? And hey, we're grown-ups now. You shouldn't be sneaking up on people like that." Rion chuckled. "You're not the same anymore. Everyone's saying you've become incredible. They say you performed brilliantly in the recent war, but you know, there's still something missing in you. You're no longer arrogant, and you seem to be carrying everyone's burden now. For the first time, you're actually speaking to me with respect." He added jokingly, "In the entire country, I was the only one ranked lower than you. You were rank 1 among the useless cultivators, and I was rank 2. So how did you suddenly change so drastically?" Han Xing sighed. "Rion, you're speaking nonsense again." Rion thought to himself, something really is different about Guuhan Xing. He's not acting like the old him at all. As Han Xing began to leave, Rion called out, "Brother Gu, why are you leaving so soon? You've only just returned after so long. Come with me to Beiming Tower. There's a fantastic new stock there. We could relax, catch up. It's been ages since we partied together." But Han Xing responded seriously, "Rion, you should start taking your practice seriously. We're not kids anymore. It's time we took responsibility for our family. If we continue wasting time, who will look after our clan?" He continued, "Our ancestors have given us everything. Now, in their old age, it's our duty to bring them peace and pride. So I'm telling you, train hard. Even the Minister of War will appreciate it." Rion thought to himself, "Why is he talking like Grandpa now? It's so weird hearing this from him." He voiced his confusion. Brother, weren't you the one who once told me we were born to do something great in this world? That practicing like commoners wasn't meant for us. Han Xing silently reflected. This kid's condition is even worse than mine. At least I've regained my memories. But he grew up idolizing me, following in my footsteps, without realizing that I was never in control of my own senses. He sighed internally. Because of that, he's suffered too much. I need to find a way to help him grow and cultivate properly. If I fail, the Minister of War will be disappointed, and I'll live with that guilt forever. A new scene opens in the city. A large board had been erected, catching everyone's attention. The townsfolk murmured with excitement. Someone said, "Looks like a military edict has been passed." Guuhan Xing of the Gu family fought a brilliant battle at Yanjing Pass. His enemy's troops fled in fear. Another exclaimed, "Guuhan Xing showed how powerful our forces truly are. Our nation, which always bowed before enemies, now stands tall because of him." People began praising him. As a general, Guuhan Xing is extraordinary. That's why the emperor has granted him a new title. He's now officially a 4th Great Guard General. Whispers spread among the crowd. The Gu family has gained another prestigious title. Can you believe it? The same man everyone called a useless fool is now a national hero. Someone added, he used to be ranked the worst in the entire cultivation rankings. How did he drive off the enemy? Another responded, well, he was granted the title of 4th Great Guard General. The emperor even gave him an honorary name, General Ji Xuang. 5 years ago, Blood Hero General led us to victory. Now, for the first time since then, we've defeated the enemy again. They concluded, if Guuhan Xing is a prodigy, then it makes sense. After all, the Gu family has always produced prodigies. An elderly man remarked, for all those years, he was just pretending to be a fool. He did all those crazy things to convince the whole nation. I must admit, the Gu family's 3rd young master pulled off a brilliant plan and fooled everyone. Back at the Gu residence, the grandpa spoke to the guards. Seal the entire estate tonight. I don't care if the emperor himself comes to our gate. No one enters. He gave strict orders. If anyone tries to approach, inform me first, whether it's a message or a request. Today, no mistakes will be tolerated. The guards replied in unison, yes, master, we won't let you down. Grandpa gave a nod and said, all right, go take up your guard positions. If anything happens, come and inform me immediately. He continued, I've already instructed everyone. No one will disturb us here now, so we can begin our task. Han Xing turned to him with a grateful smile. Thank you, Grandpa. What we're about to do today will decide how far our family can rise. In times like these, keeping tight security is absolutely essential. Then, addressing his second uncle, Han Xing said, I need to tell you something important. Today's process is going to be extremely painful, perhaps 100 times more than what you've experienced before. But no matter what, you must not use the key inside your body. Today, I'm going to reshape your legs, and every fiber of your body will scream to use that key. But you must resist it. Second uncle gave a firm nod. All right, child, I'll do what needs to be done. After all, I've been sitting like this for years. Over the past 5 years, I've endured great pain. If going through even more of it can bring my legs back to normal, then I'll gladly bear it. After 10 consecutive days of herbal treatment, second uncle's legs had turned completely black. Han Xing examined them closely. Before we begin, I need to check everything internally. As he inspected the legs, Han Xing thought to himself, I previously used the bone condensation and soul shaping techniques on his body. These techniques are designed to gather flesh and blood internally. While Uncle couldn't use his key at the time, I've now managed to reactivate the energy meridians in his legs. I even altered his luck using this power, because everyone knows that luck plays a major role in everything. If luck favors you, you can accomplish anything. He silently hoped, please, let this work. Let his legs recover fully. With renewed focus, Han Xing restarted his technique. As the process began, Uncle's legs slowly started to regain mass. Watching the change, Uncle murmured to himself, This is how my legs used to look, but after 5 years of not using them, they had completely shriveled. I had come to accept they would never work again. Then he asked hesitantly, Han Xing, do you think I can stand up now? Han Xing replied with encouragement, Yes, Uncle. Give it a try. The more you try to move, the more energy will flow through your legs. Uncle placed his feet on the ground, and suddenly, energy surged through them. He gasped, I can feel my legs again. This sensation, it's been years. I think I might really be able to stand. Han Xing urged, you already have some movement. Now, try to stand. Maybe it's finally time. With trembling effort, second uncle stood on his feet, shocked and overwhelmed. He cried out, Look, I'm standing. I'm really standing again. Tears welled up in Grandpa's eyes as he whispered, My son, you're finally back on your feet. Han Xing added with a proud smile, Welcome back to the battlefield, Blood Hero General. Your first battle now will be for love. Princess Yang has waited far too long for you. Don't let her down. Second uncle's expression shifted. The nobles from Nantian Kingdom are arriving tomorrow for the wedding. I may be standing again, but I can barely take 2 steps. Fighting in this condition is impossible. And Han Sheng, you don't even know how terrifying the Nantian people really are. They have more soldiers, more power, and worst of all, they have an Earth Realm Master who personally guards their royal family. Even if I were at my peak, I'm not sure I could defeat him. In my current state, it's simply impossible. Han Sheng's tone became sharp. How can you give up so easily, uncle? Your legs were beyond saving. Every doctor said so. Yet Princess Yang never gave up. She waited for 5 years. Even when she was being forced into marriage, she still came to you, full of hope, but you turned her away. And now, heaven has granted you a miracle. You're able to walk again. Can't you at least show the courage to fight for her? He continued with determination. And it's not like I'm asking you to fight alone. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you stand alone on the battlefield. You said their cultivation is overwhelming, then I promise you, I'll help increase your cultivation myself, and then you'll fight for love. Second uncle looked at him in disbelief. Child, what are you saying exactly? Han Sheng replied. What I mean is, I'm going to help you break through. You're about to enter the Yuanjing realm. Uncle looked uneasy. Han Sheng, you should know, Yuanjing realm is an incredibly tough domain. It's not easy to level up even once. Only with heavenly techniques can one hope to break through. Do you really understand how hard it is? Grandpa chimed in. He's right. Advancing in the Yuanjing realm is extremely difficult. I've seen many cultivators stuck there for life. Han Sheng, do you really have a method strong enough to help your uncle break through? Han Sheng looked both of them in the eye. Grandpa, I've already done the impossible more than once. Yet despite everything, you still don't believe what I'm capable of. Everyone said uncle's legs would never recover. But look, he's standing now. So when I say I can help him level up, then I can help him level up. After hearing his words, both Grandpa and second uncle fell silent, unable to argue against the miracle unfolding before their eyes. Han Sheng said, Second uncle, I'm going to teach you a very basic earth elemental technique called the key insertion technique. Once you learn it, the raw energy within your body will become much more refined, and you'll be able to spread it throughout your entire body with ease. Second uncle couldn't help but wonder when this child had become so powerful. He was claiming to know just a basic earth elemental skill, but he clearly didn't realize how valuable earth techniques truly were. If word got out that their family possessed such a skill, many powerful nations might come to fight them for it. Earth element techniques were considered treasures by any kingdom. He thought about how several prominent families guarded their techniques fiercely, never allowing them to be leaked, knowing full well that such a leak could lead to their destruction. What puzzled him most was how Han Sheng had acquired such a skill. It was strange. Despite being the youngest, Han Sheng was the most knowledgeable. He wondered why someone so intelligent had always pretended to be foolish in front of others. At that moment, Han Sheng began transferring energy into his uncle's body. He instructed, Uncle, circulate this energy through your chakra points. If your body absorbs it properly, your meridians that have been blocked for 5 years will reopen. Your wisdom and clarity will increase significantly. This could even trigger a breakthrough in your cultivation, both mentally and physically. Nearby, Grandpa quietly remarked, Tonight is going to be long. All I can do is pray that what Han Sheng says comes true. If it does, our family's fate will be completely transformed. Our declining Gu family might rise again and reclaim its former glory. The scene shifted to the Emperor, who was being approached by Princess Yang. She said she was ready to leave. The Emperor ordered everyone to prepare for the princess's departure. The royal butler announced, Today, Princess Yang is undertaking a significant mission. She's going to marry into the Nantian kingdom. This marriage will establish peace between our two kingdoms and bring an end to the war. He added that Princess Yang had made a great sacrifice for their country, something the people would never forget. The emperor then instructed the deputy commander to escort the princess with 3,000 soldiers. He said that once the wedding was complete, the prince and princess would return to their kingdom, and the remaining ceremonies would take place. The commander acknowledged the order, and soldiers began playing ceremonial drums. The royal announcer declared that Princess Yang, the eldest princess, was now leaving to marry into the Nantian kingdom. As she departed, Princess Yang silently thought, Yuma, I waited for you for so long, and even now, I still feel like you'll come to save me. If you don't come today, we may never see each other again. This was our last chance. Still, I want to believe you'll come, though. You've broken my trust many times. Please, just this once, prove me wrong. With that, she sat in her carriage. Onlookers bowed and offered congratulations, wishing her a safe journey. The scene changed to Guuhan, who was still cultivating. Han Sheng spoke to him. Second uncle, your breakthrough is taking too long. If you keep this up, I'll have to forcefully wake you. I don't care if I have to fix you afterward. We've done all of this to save the princess. If we can't even do that, then what was the point? Just then, Guuhan broke through successfully. He stood up and declared, I've reached the Yuanjing realm. Prepare our horses immediately. No matter what happens today, I will go and save the princess. Han Sheng quickly informed him, Second uncle, I'm afraid we're already late. Princess Yang has already left. She may have even crossed the border by now and could be at the Nantian Kingdom soon. Once she arrives there, rescuing her will be nearly impossible, but Han Sheng also added, there's still one dangerous option left to get her back. Listen, once she arrives in the Nantian Kingdom, it'll be like we're stealing their bride. They might see it as an act of war. If they retaliate, the consequences will be severe. Guuhan thought to himself, this child is asking me to provoke the royal family of the Nantian Kingdom. If they catch us, we won't survive. They'll never let us return alive. Still, he said aloud, so what if we're stealing a bride? This problem started because of me. If I had taken responsibility from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Now that I'm capable again, I'll take full responsibility for everything. I'll fix my past mistakes, no matter the cost. I'll go alone if I must, but I will save the princess. Han Sheng nodded and said, Princess Yang is a woman full of pride. Honestly, I really respect her. She deserves it. Guuhan Sheng, will accompany my uncle and bring back my future aunt no matter what. Second uncle told Han Sheng not to say foolish things. He reminded him that he was the last heir of the Gu family. If anything were to happen to him, the Gu bloodline would end forever, regardless of what danger lay ahead. The family couldn't afford to take that risk. Imagine I go there and something happens to me. It's fine. You'll still be here to take care of everything. But if something happens to you, there will be no one left. That's why I'm saying it clearly. You cannot go. Han Sheng responded firmly. He said he wasn't about to abandon his second uncle, not until the matter was resolved. He insisted on staying by his side and declared that if risks were to be taken, they would face them together. Their uncle-nephew duo would show the world just how powerful the Gu family really was. He said that when two great generals fought side by side, nothing could stand in their way. Just then, Grandpa entered the room. Han Sheng was shocked. Grandpa, what are you doing here? Butler Lao Hui spoke up. He told the young master that they were about to reveal a great secret. He pointed toward the soldiers in the room and explained that these were actually dead soldiers, warriors who had been trained in secret by the Gu family since childhood. Now that Han Sheng and Yuma had decided to head to the Nantian Kingdom, these soldiers would serve as their protectors. Grandpa then added that it wasn't just the soldiers, he himself would be joining them. He said he wanted to see who dared to lay a hand on his children while he stood guard. Though he was old, that didn't mean he was weak. He still had enough strength to crush the Nantian Kingdom in one strike. Han Sheng immediately objected. Grandpa, you can't come with us. You've defended the battlefield for our country for decades. You're a national hero, and I can't let your image be tainted. More importantly, your health isn't stable. This trip is going to be incredibly risky, and we can't afford to take you along. You're not just one man, you're the pride of the Gu family. Grandpa struck Han Sheng lightly and scolded him for speaking nonsense. What do you mean I'm sick? I'm not that old. He turned to everyone and reminded them that the Gu family had always been united, no matter how many branches it had. He pointed out that since they had decided to make Princess Yang his daughter-in-law, she too was now part of the family. If you say our family is in danger, how can the head of the family just sit back and hide? A family head must always step forward and take on the family's burdens, and if I fail to do that, then I have no right to be the head at all. He then said that since the issue was with the Nantian Kingdom, there was no need to worry. They would enter, steal the bride, and leave. Besides, he had dealt with the Nantian Kingdom plenty of times in his day. Second uncle spoke again. You're not just a martial artist, you are the only martial commander of our country. The entire army answers to your command. You even hold the position of governor. If you personally lead an operation into the Nantian Kingdom and steal their bride, it will appear as an official military act. It would provoke them into believing that our country initiated the aggression. He continued, explaining that if it were just him or Han Sheng, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Han Sheng had only recently begun his military journey. Before that, he was considered a useless man who was good for nothing. As for himself, 5 years ago, he had been a great general, but in the past 5 years, most people have forgotten me. So if we do this mission, it won't raise any red flags. Everyone will think we acted out of personal interest. But if you, Grandpa, take part, it could spark a full-blown war between the two countries. And we all know that a war, no matter when it starts, is never a good thing. Grandpa thought silently to himself. By now, the Emperor must have received the letter. He already knows what we're about to do. Grandpa told them not to worry at all. He had already taken care of everything in advance, so there wouldn't be any problems completing their task here. The scene shifted to the Emperor, who was reading a letter written by Guuhan. He muttered to himself, Brother Guuhan, what have you done? I never expected this from you. The Emperor seemed troubled and thought that he no longer had any options left. He realized he could no longer see Guuhan as a friend but had to think like an emperor now, because his entire kingdom was at stake. Shouting, he called for his butler to come immediately. The butler rushed in and asked what the matter was. The Emperor, visibly furious, said that the Gu family had made a grave mistake. They had gone to the Nantian Kingdom in an attempt to bring Princess Yang back. The Emperor stressed that no matter what, they had to stop them from accomplishing this mission. He ordered the best military force in the kingdom, the Blood Red Army, to leave immediately and intercept the Gu family. They were to bring them back and present them before him. How could the Gu family act like this? They were once a dignified and respected part of our kingdom. If they behave this way, what will the rest of the world think of us? The butler acknowledged the order and said he would issue it right away. But once outside, he appeared deep in thought. The butler wondered what exactly was going through the emperor's mind. Everyone knew that the Blood Red Army was fiercely loyal and courageous. They would do anything for their emperor, but that loyalty only extended within the kingdom. The moment they crossed the border, they would likely side with the Gu family. After all, the real control over the army lay with the Gu family, not the emperor. He thought that the army would never turn against the Gu family, no matter what. I thought the emperor understood that too. Then why send the Blood Red Army? He wondered if the emperor actually had a hidden plan. Perhaps he was secretly trying to protect the Gu family. Only a few of their members had gone to fight, and if the Nantian Kingdom forces launched an attack, it would be incredibly hard for them to escape unharmed. On top of that, the princess's life was now in serious danger. The emperor might not want to lose both his allies and the princess all at once. Maybe that was why he had deployed the Blood Red Army, not to capture them, but to protect them. Still, the butler couldn't say for sure. Only the emperor knew his true intentions. It was possible he genuinely wanted to arrest the Gu family, or perhaps he just wanted to keep them safe under the guise of an arrest. Even though the emperor had appeared angry, he also seemed deeply concerned about the Gu family. Guuhan had caused many problems in the country and had even provoked major figures, like the prince. Yet, the emperor had never once punished Han Sheng. That's why it didn't make sense that the emperor would suddenly turn against the Gu family. But then again, the Gu family had committed a major offense, practically going against the entire kingdom. There was a real possibility that their actions could spark a full-scale war. The butler admitted to himself that he was completely confused. What would happen next was uncertain. The scene then shifted to the Nantian Kingdom, where a grand announcement was being made. It was the wedding day of Princess Yang and the Crown Prince of the Nantian Kingdom. The day was being celebrated as a momentous occasion. Princes from great nations such as the Dafan Kingdom, Dacian Kingdom, and Dayan Kingdom had all arrived to attend the royal ceremony. They brought lavish gifts and blessings for the couple. Just then, the emperor of the Nantian Kingdom declared that this was not merely a marriage between two individuals, it was the union of two nations, the Nantian Kingdom and the Tianfan Kingdom. He proclaimed that a strong bond was being established between the two countries, one that could be called a lasting friendship. He added that from now on, there would be no need for soldiers to die on the borders. Both kingdoms would be able to coexist peacefully. Truly, it was a historic day for both the Nantian and Tianfan kingdoms. Guests from various nations congratulated the royal families, and expressed their joy at seeing peace finally prevail over past enmity. The official then announced the arrival of the bride and groom. The groom, Crown Prince Heir, stepped forward. The butler proclaimed that once the ancestral rites were performed and the king was served, the wedding would be officially recognized. Eager to complete the ceremony, the crown prince asked for the wine to be brought to him, ready to perform the ritual. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back. "Stop right there. If you value your life, don't drink that." The voice warned that the wine was dangerous and could cost him dearly. Princess Yang, in tears, looked toward the voice and cried, "You finally came. If you had been even a moment later, nothing would have been left to save." At that moment, Han Sheng and second uncle arrived at the venue. The guards of the Nantian Kingdom were outraged. Who are these people? How dare they interrupt this wedding? They declared that the intruders would be taught a painful lesson. Second uncle stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Guuhan of the Gu family." The name shocked the royal butler, who rushed to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, this is the same Guuhan who was once known as the Bloody Hero General. Surely you remember him. He killed 10,000 of our top warriors." The emperor nodded slowly and said, "How could I forget the Blood Hero General? He defeated our army in countless battles. But I heard that 5 years ago, during his final war, his legs were destroyed. If that's true, how is he standing here today?" Han Sheng then spoke sternly, "Enough of this pointless chatter. We are here for an important reason. Princess Yang cannot marry your son. We've come to take her back." The crown prince, growing more agitated, snapped, "How dare you speak such nonsense? Do you think we'll just do whatever you say? Father, look at how boldly they're acting. First, they entered our country without permission, and now they want to take the princess in front of all these guests." He continued, "All these foreign dignitaries have come to witness our wedding. If they walk away with the princess now, what respect will we be left with? Father, I say we kill them on the spot. If we let them go, we'll be humiliated." But Princess Yang stepped forward and pleaded, "No, please don't do this. Emperor of the Nantian Kingdom, I beg you to forgive them. If you do, the Tianfan Kingdom will forever be in your debt." The crown prince, visibly angry, lashed out, saying she was pleading on behalf of that very general. Didn't she know how many people that man had killed, especially soldiers from their own country? He reminded her that in one of the bloodiest battles, the general had commanded only 1,000 troops, yet annihilated their entire force of 10,000. They had never been able to avenge that defeat. Now that the general was finally within their grasp, the crown prince made it clear they wouldn't let him go. He warned her not to make any requests for these people. She no longer belonged to the Tianfan kingdom. She was now a member of their Nantian kingdom, and it was time she let go of her past, along with the Tianfan kingdom and everyone from it. Hearing this, the princess stood there stunned. She thought to herself, what are they even talking about? Long before this marriage was even arranged, it had been agreed that both kingdoms, Nantian and Tianfan, would become allies and forget all past hostilities. So why was the crown prince now acting as if they were still enemies? Had they all been lied to? Were they being made fools of? Meanwhile, the emperor shouted to his soldiers, commanding them to move forward. He reminded them how many of their brothers had died at the hands of those bastards and ordered them to kill every last one of them. He casually added that they'd simply tell the emperor of Tianfan kingdom that these men had come to disrupt the wedding. And besides, he doubted anyone would go to war with them just for a general. The soldiers advanced. At that moment, the second uncle stepped forward and addressed Han Sheng, saying he'd heard quite a bit about him and wanted to see who would kill more enemies today. He was confident he'd be the one to claim the most lives. Han Sheng replied calmly that only time would tell. Then, placing his sword on the ground, he spoke to the opposing soldiers. There's no point in fighting. You'll only die in vain. We don't want a war, we just want the princess. Hand her over, and we'll leave. But the second uncle ignored him, striking down a few soldiers. He snapped that Han Sheng shouldn't waste time in talking. He insisted the Nantian people were relentless. He had fought them many times and learned that trying to reason with them was pointless. The only thing they understood was violence. No matter how much you talk, they won't listen. Today, we're going to behead every last one of them and take the princess with us. Princess Yang began to weep as she heard those cruel words. Meanwhile, Han Sheng, observing the situation, realized there were far too many enemies around, and he couldn't take them all down without a weapon. He thought it was finally time to reveal his sword. With that, he broke the box containing his weapon and began cutting down his enemies. As he did, Han Sheng remarked to himself that the sword was truly extraordinary. It seemed to thirst for blood even more than he did. It never hesitated before striking. He thought, if this sword is already so incredible, then how powerful must the one I'm destined to receive 3 years from now be? Just then, a powerful figure appeared before Han Sheng. The man smiled and said it was very nice to meet you. Han Sheng smirked. So you finally decided to show yourself. I was wondering why someone like you hadn't joined the battle yet. The man was none other than Zhu Yunju, one of the most powerful warriors in the Nantian kingdom. He admitted that meeting Zhu Yunju was a pleasant surprise. Yunju explained, I don't enjoy fighting people I don't know. I only came here for one reason, to face the Blood Hero General. His name echoes far and wide. But if you try to interrupt that battle, I won't hesitate to punish you. Han Sheng replied coolly. People who avoid talking about themselves usually don't have anything worth saying. But I take pride in who I am. I'm from the Gu family, Guuhan Sheng. Surely, you've heard the name. Yunju laughed. Guuhan Sheng, of course. But not for the reasons you might hope. You're known throughout the Tianfan kingdom as the #1 loser. He continued mocking him. When it comes to wealth and military strength, you lack nothing. But in terms of intelligence and leadership, you're an utter fool. Your family spent 3 generations building a name. Your grandfather, your father, they all worked hard. And you managed to ruin it all within just 20 years. Han Sheng stood there, seething, as Yunju delivered the final blow. If you keep accomplishing things like this, of course everyone will know your name. Han Sheng, watching from the sidelines, thought bitterly to himself, it's true what they say. No matter how many good things you do, people always remember the one mistake you made. Hearing those insults stung more than he expected. How dare that man call him a loser to his face? Just then, someone behind Yunju stepped forward and spoke in Han Sheng's defense. General, this Guuhan Sheng isn't who he used to be. He changed about 2 months ago. He used to be a joke, sure, but recently, something happened. He's become incredibly sharp and focused. He continued, not long ago, he led a small unit into battle for the Tianfan kingdom. You won't believe it, but with just a handful of men, he defeated a force of 10,000. Everyone started calling him the hero of that war. And now, he's been officially given 4th grade title, a title reserved for the most elite warriors. So now, he's no longer the fool he once was. General Yunju said that all of this was pointless chatter. According to him, trash would always remain trash. He claimed that Guuhan Sheng, being from the Gu family, was no different. For someone like him, stealing someone else's achievements wasn't a big deal at all. Then, in a confident tone, he told the crowd to watch how he would defeat Guuhan Sheng, and that would be enough to prove just how amazing, or not, Guuhan Sheng really was. Saying this, Yunju charged forward to launch his attack. The ground cracked under the sheer force of his strike. But Guuhan, calm and composed, responded by saying that if Yunju just wanted to show off his power, then so be it. Soon enough, everyone would know who truly held real strength. With that, he activated the first form of his ninth sword technique. Despite Yunju's overwhelming might, he found himself struggling to block Hanxing's counterattack. The force of the strike even pushed him back, visibly shaking him. Watching this unfold, the Crown Prince stood in shock. He remarked how incredibly powerful Hanxing was, noting that his sword spirit was truly extraordinary. Even General Yunju, one of their mightiest, couldn't hold his ground, something that was truly astonishing. Yunju, now rattled, began questioning what was going on. He was at the peak of the Earth realm, yet he was being pushed back by a mere child. He thought to himself, if people found out that a kid managed to overpower me, what would happen to my reputation across the kingdoms? He reminded himself that he was supposed to be the strongest warrior in his nation. Losing to a child was unacceptable. Determined to hide his defeat, he concluded that he had no choice but to eliminate this boy before the news spread. At that very moment, Hanxing reappeared behind him, preparing to attack again. He taunted Yunju, saying that if he spent less time thinking and more time moving his body, he wouldn't be caught off guard in the middle of a battle. Just then, Yunju narrowly managed to dodge Hanxing's attack at the last second. Hanxing thought to himself that had he been a second faster, he would have finished Yunju off with the second form of his technique. But it didn't matter. He still had 9 forms in total. Even if the first 2 hadn't done much, the third form would surely break his opponent. With that, he launched a devastating attack at the general. The strike landed directly on Yunju's chest, tearing through his heart. Yunju collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Kneeling, he desperately pleaded, I am the second-ranking general of the Nantian Kingdom. Please, tell me what you want. Whatever it is, I'll give it to you. I command a massive army and have unimaginable wealth. Just, please don't kill me. Hanxing calmly approached and responded. He said that his family already had a military far stronger than Yunju's, and his wealth couldn't even come close to Hanxing's. So, there was only one logical option left, to kill Yunju. Doing so would earn him great merit in his own kingdom. Without another word, Hanxing ended the general's life. Soldiers standing nearby gasped in disbelief. They cried out, stunned that one of Nantian Kingdom's strongest generals had just been slain. They now understood that Hanxing was not just powerful, he was downright terrifying. If he wanted to, he could kill anyone there without hesitation. From a distance, Hanxing's second uncle watched the scene unfold with great satisfaction. He laughed joyfully, praising Hanxing as a remarkable young man, and declared that it was now clear, the Gu family truly only produced prodigies. He added that Hanxing was no less powerful than him or even Hanxing's father. Then, second uncle turned toward the emperor and spoke sternly. He said, let me be clear, we didn't come here to start a fight. We're here to represent the Gu family of the Tianfan Kingdom and peacefully escort the princess back. That's our only goal. But if you insist on stopping us, I won't make any promises. One of your generals is already dead. What if next time, it's your own son? He advised the emperor to think like a ruler and act wisely. Do you want today, which was supposed to be a joyful wedding, to end in bloodshed and uncertainty over your heir? If you're forced to decide a new king today, the world will laugh at you. So I suggest you back down, if only to keep your crown prince alive. The emperor, enraged, shouted in fury. He declared that as the emperor of the Nantian Kingdom, he would not let anyone come into his court and insult him. The vast army he commanded wasn't for show. He would now demonstrate its true power. On his command, a large group of soldiers surrounded Hanxing and second uncle. The emperor turned to General Bloody Hero and taunted him, saying that although the general had never lost a single battle in his life, he could guarantee that today, he would face a brutal death. He accused him of making a grave mistake by stepping into the palace. Just then, a massive army entered the palace grounds. Hanxing smirked, thinking to himself how reliable his backup was. They were never late. The emperor, stunned, recognized the troops and exclaimed, that's the bloody Red Army. And leading them is none other than Guuhan, the only marshal of the Tianfan Kingdom and a man undefeated on the battlefield. Furious, the emperor demanded to know the meaning of this. He asked Guuhan if the appearance of such a military force meant the Tianfan Kingdom was declaring war against them. After all, Guuhan only appeared in large-scale wars and had long retired from battle. If you've come here to fight, then this will be a battle to the death. Only one kingdom will survive. He went on to accuse the Tianfan Kingdom of betrayal. The emperor claimed that the Tianfan Kingdom had deceived them. If war broke out today, it would become endless, and he swore that the battle would not stop until one of their kingdoms was completely annihilated. Guuhan declared that the Blood Red Army belonged to him and his family. He explained that both the Gu family and his army had violated the laws of the Tianfan Kingdom, which was why they had been exiled. Because of that, whatever was happening now had nothing to do with the Tianfan Kingdom, it was solely the actions of the Gu family and their army. Therefore, the responsibility for everything occurring at that moment rested entirely on them. He also emphasized that there was no longer any connection between them and the Tianfan Kingdom. Hence, he advised the soldiers not to hold any grudges against Tianfang Kingdom. The soldiers, visibly shocked, questioned how such a thing could even be possible. They all knew that the Blood Red Army was the most powerful force in the Tianfang Kingdom, and without them, the kingdom was nothing. They couldn't understand how the kingdom could exile its most powerful army and family. Another soldier agreed and said removing the Blood Red Army from the kingdom was as if the emperor had cut off his own arm. It would take immense courage to make such a decision. They all wondered why the emperor had sent the Blood Red Army away, especially knowing how loyal they were to Gu family. Even when stationed at the border, the Blood Red Army had never betrayed the emperor. But once the Blood Red Army crossed the borders of the kingdom, they were no longer loyal to the emperor, they were loyal only to the Gu family. This act showed that even the emperor didn't want to eliminate the Gu family. On the contrary, it seemed like he was secretly supporting them. Still, the question remained, why would an emperor go to such lengths for one family? Emperor Nantian remarked that the Gu family had clearly held a special place in the emperor's heart. That's why, despite publicly exiling them, the emperor was covertly supporting them. He then added, with a hint of regret, that the Gu family had made a grave mistake. No matter how powerful a family may be, they should never challenge a kingdom. Escaping from this situation was now impossible. Guuhan responded, asking if Nantian really thought the Gu family's army couldn't afford to fight back. He reminded him of the past, how, during his time, he had massacred the people of Nanshan's country. Later, during his son's time, they had survived all attacks, and now, even his grandson had turned out to be exceptionally capable. Guuhan warned that as long as the three generations stood united, no one could defeat them. He confessed that he didn't know how much trust Nantian placed in his own kingdom, but he had complete, unwavering faith in his family and his soldiers. If just one of his men lost control, they could slaughter 10 of theirs. That was why he advised Nantian one last time to retreat, because it was the wisest option left. Emperor Nantian reminded Guuhan of an offer he had made nearly 25 years ago. Back then, he had asked Guuhan to leave the Tianfang Kingdom and join his army. He had promised him 10 times the respect he enjoyed in his own land. He said that in his country, Guuhan's honor would be equivalent to the emperor's own. As a general, Nantian confessed, he had always admired Guuhan, and today, that same offer still stood. He proposed that if Guuhan and his people left their kingdom and joined his, he would pardon both his son and grandson. They would be welcomed and allowed to live peacefully in his country. Nantian added that although he couldn't offer Princess Yang's hand in marriage, he would provide Guuhan with everything else he desired. But he also warned that if Guuhan refused the offer and chose to stay loyal to his own kingdom, they would all be annihilated. Guuhan sincerely thanked the emperor for such a generous offer. He reminded him, he was a general who would happily die for his country. As long as he lived, he could never betray his nation to serve another. He firmly stated that betraying one's family and betraying one's country were one and the same, and something he could never do. He once again thanked the emperor for making such a significant offer even in these dire circumstances and acknowledged that, as an emperor, Nantian was indeed a kind-hearted man. The emperor addressed his people, declaring that he had done everything within his power for them. Then, with firm resolve, he ordered, "People of my nation, prepare yourselves. The time has come to show the world that the Nantian Kingdom's army is not weak. Anyone who dares enter our borders shall not leave victorious." As he spoke, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Han Sheng, while fighting, muttered that the war seemed like it was going to last a long time. Meanwhile, Guuhan rallied his soldiers, shouting, "Get ready. Today, we prove how powerful our bloody red army truly is." One by one, warriors on both sides began falling. Han Sheng, facing a large number of enemies, told himself that he needed to eliminate them all at once. With deadly precision, he slashed through his foes. Pushing forward, he thought, even if countless ants swarm a man, he can still crush them. And to me, these soldiers are no more than ants. Elsewhere, the entire Gu family found themselves surrounded by enemy forces. The emperor turned to Guuhan and offered one last chance, saying, "Guuhan, I'm giving you another opportunity. Surrender now, and I'll spare your lives. If not, you will all die." But Guuhan, defiant, replied, "I've fought all my life. Do you really think the sight of a single emperor would make me cower? If this war has begun, it won't end quickly." And with that, the battle resumed even more fiercely. The elders of Nantian Kingdom approached the emperor with concern, saying, "Your Majesty, we're suffering heavy losses. The Gu family has already killed many of our people. If this continues, we will face catastrophic losses." But the emperor dismissed their worries. "It doesn't matter how much we lose today. This is about the prestige of our kingdom. If an entire kingdom loses to a single family, how will anyone ever respect us again?" Meanwhile, Princess Yang stood in silence, lost in thought. She believed that the war was happening solely because of her. Innocent people from both kingdoms were dying for no reason. She wondered, if I weren't here, wouldn't everything return to peace? Tears welled up in her eyes as she made a heartbreaking decision. "I've made up my mind." Then, walking to the side, She snatched a sword from a soldier and pressed it against her neck. I will end my life here and now, so that a war between two nations will never happen because of me. I never wanted people to die for my happiness. Just then, the crown prince appeared and shouted, Princess Yang, what are you doing here? You're a princess. You cannot take your own life. Han Sheng's second uncle stood in shock, unable to understand what had driven her to this point. Yuma, rushing toward her, cried out, Princess, what are you doing? Please, I beg you, don't do this. Princess Yang turned to him and said, Yuma, I understand now. If I leave and return, this war will only grow worse. I don't want more innocent lives lost because of me. Besides, I don't believe I'll ever be happy if I marry into this country. So rather than live with that sorrow, I choose to end everything now. If I'm not here, everyone might finally live in peace. Yuma pleaded with her, please don't do this. But the princess responded gently, Yuma, never regret anything. I'm truly happy you came all the way here to save me. I'll always cherish our memories. But I feel like our story ends here. Han Sheng thought to himself that he had no other choice left. If he wanted to save Princess Yang, he'd have to reveal the true extent of his powers, even if it meant exposing himself in front of everyone. None of them knew that the sword in his hand was powerful enough to destroy them all in just one strike, but the real problem was that Princess Yang had already given up. If she no longer had the will to live, there was no point in fighting for her. Han Sheng believed that even if he were surrounded by thousands, he could survive if he didn't lose his willpower. Losing everything was still manageable, but losing courage meant losing everything. Princess Yang, unfortunately, had reached that exact breaking point. At this stage, only a miracle could save her. Just then, the crown prince shouted to everyone, all officers and soldiers, listen to me, there's no need to fight, stand down. The emperor, surprised, asked, Crown Prince, what are you doing? You're telling your men to retreat in the middle of a battle. Do you realize what that means? The crown prince calmly replied, yes, father, I know. By the rules of martial ethics, calling back our army means surrender, but I have a very important reason for doing so. Everyone knows that this war is happening because of Princess Yang, but now I realize, what's the point of having her as my wife if her heart has no place for me? If she doesn't love me, then there's no reason to force this marriage. He looked toward Princess Yang and said, you probably don't know why I was so insistent on marrying you. I'm not sure if you remember, but we've met once before, about 6 years ago. Back then, I saw you with General Blood Hero. You both looked genuinely happy. During that time, Blood Hero achieved a lot. He went from being an ordinary man to a great hero in just a short period. That's when I realized that you're an incredible woman. You could uplift the country's prestige and support a warrior with grace. I thought if I had you by my side, I could defeat Blood Hero General easily. He claimed his sword was his greatest strength, but I knew the real strength behind him was you. But clearly, my plan to win you over was meaningless. Even if you're standing next to me, your heart remains loyal to Blood Hero General. Marrying you under these circumstances would be pointless. Turning to Guuhan, he added, you're truly lucky. Princess Yang is yours now. But remember, if she ever faces trouble in life, I won't let you off easily. Guuhan responded, thank you, Prince, for understanding the situation. Then, bowing slightly toward Princess Yang, he said, it's time to go home. I'm sorry it took me so long to say this. I should never have made you wait. With that, Princess Yang and Guuhan began to walk away. The crowd murmured in confusion. What just happened? Why did our crown prince let them go? Even if a war had broken out, so what? No outsider should be allowed to humiliate our kingdom. Ministers questioned the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, why did you let them leave? You know our Nantian kingdom is of high rank. Compared to us, they are nothing. Even if war broke out, we would have won. If we surrender so easily, what honor remains in the Nantian kingdom? They continued, people will mock us. A mere family from Tianfan kingdom arrived, fought our people, and left without consequences. If this spreads, what will others think of us? Everyone will believe the royal family of the Nantian kingdom is powerless, and if they can't do anything, what hope is there for the rest of us? The emperor began by addressing the crown prince, saying, You have always been a wise child since your early years. That is why I let those people go without hesitation when you asked. I trusted that if you were telling me to let them leave, then you must have had a very strong reason, and one that would benefit our Nantian kingdom. But now I must ask, why did you do all of this? The crown prince respectfully responded to his father, admitting, Father, if I am being honest, ever since talks of my marriage began, I had a strange feeling, like something terrible was about to happen. I couldn't pinpoint the source, but I knew a great danger was looming over us. Now, I finally understand where that threat was coming from. He went on to explain, I now know exactly who holds the power to destroy our kingdom. Fortunately, that person never revealed his true identity. Just a little while ago, as everyone was leaving, Guuhan turned and looked at me. In that moment, he said something that shook me. The crown prince recalled Guuhan's words. Prince Heian, you are a man of great courage. I will remember you for the rest of my life." He then explained to his father. That was the moment I realized the young master of the Gu family was not just an ordinary person. He was a force to be reckoned with. He had enough power to plunge our entire kingdom into crisis. The sense of danger I had been feeling all along, it was him. That's why I allowed them all to leave and even created a misleading story to prevent suspicion, especially from Guuhan Sheng. The scene then shifted to the Gu family, who had now exited the Nantian kingdom. Han Sheng, looking ahead, alerted his grandfather. "Grandfather, look ahead, a massive army is approaching us." Guuhan observed the situation and commented, "That army belongs to our own country. Why are they heading this way? What could have happened?" At that moment, Commander Fang Jin stepped forward and said, "Marshal, I've brought 30,000 elite soldiers from our Blood Red army to support you. I had initially sent a few soldiers to assist, but I realized they wouldn't be enough, so I've returned with a proper force. If the Nantian kingdom dares to create any problems, we will fight together and crush them." As Guuhan looked on, the soldiers expressed their relief, saying, "Our marshal is safe, and once again, he's managed to protect everything. We are honored to be at your service." They bowed respectfully and declared, "Marshal, it's a pleasure to see you again. The Blood Red army is here to support you. Just give us the command, and we will eliminate every enemy in our path." Guuhan smiled and addressed them proudly, "My brave soldiers, stand tall." Han Sheng reflected on the situation, thinking, first, hundreds of soldiers arrived to help us. Then, Commander Fang Jin brought an additional 30. They all know that the Nantian kingdom has a massive army, and if war truly breaks out, most of us will likely perish. Our chances of victory are slim, yet despite that, they've all come here to help us without hesitation. That, in itself, is remarkable. He continued, "I can confidently say that my grandfather has built an incredibly loyal army as a marshal, an army where every soldier is ready to sacrifice their life for him. What's even more amazing is that none of them regret serving under him." Guuhan, still smiling, said warmly, "Seeing you all here brings me great joy, but there's no need to fight. Our job here is done. It's time to return home." With that, Guuhan and his people headed toward the city gates. As they approached, Guuhan thought to himself, "Now that we've crossed Yanjing Pass, we've entered the boundaries of the Tianfan country." Before leaving, I never imagined our Gu family would come safely after so close to destruction. Even if I had said something before leaving, it wouldn't have mattered. We didn't have enough power to stand alone against an entire kingdom, but it's truly a miracle that all of us have returned alive, and the best part is that not a single life was lost on our side. He added, "Right now, the real issue isn't who's safe and who's not. The bigger problem is the Emperor. He once considered me a close friend and ally, but after what we did, I'm not even sure he'll acknowledge me, and if he is angry with us, I can't blame him. No matter the reason, we did go against him." Meanwhile, Guuyuma spoke urgently, "Our Gu family is standing at the city gates with a large army. Open the gates immediately." Despite waiting, the city gates remained shut. People began murmuring anxiously, "Why is there no response?" Princess Yang pointed toward the city gate and told everyone to look up. "Look, my father is standing above the gate." Everyone quickly bowed and shouted in unison, "Emperor, we greet you." But the emperor raised his hand and said gently, "There's no need to bow. Please, stand up. I've only come here to speak with Brother Gu, or should I say, a dear old friend." Everyone around knew who Brother Gu was, the only martial general of the nation and someone who once held a reputation equal to the emperor's. The emperor continued, "I understand how difficult it must have been to step away from our nation's borders. I'm not here to speak of the past or criticize your actions. From your perspective, everything you did was justified. You've already made a great sacrifice by leaving. Blaming you for anything now would be unfair." Guuhan stood silently, tears welling in his eyes. He thought to himself, before this nation was even founded, the emperor and I were close friends. Together, we laid the foundation of this country brick by brick, side by side. Yet after he became emperor, he never again called me Brother Gu. It's been years since I last heard him say those words. I never questioned him about it, but deep down, it always hurt. But today, as he heard the emperor once again call him brother, his heart stirred. Perhaps, Guuhan thought, he is still the same person I once knew. My friend has never truly changed. He just had to maintain the dignity of his position. Standing firm at the city gate, Guuhan declared, "I am Marshal Guuhan, standing here with my family and soldiers. Emperor, I ask for permission to enter. We've brought a detailed report regarding our mission, which we will present to you upon entry." The emperor nodded and ordered the guards, "Open the gates immediately for the marshal. The very foundation of our kingdom stands outside, and if we want to keep our country strong, we must welcome him in." The gates swung open, and Guuhan led his army into the city. Once inside, Guuhan, slightly irritated, turned to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, how could you come to the border like this? You know how dangerous these areas are. For an emperor, appearing at the border is never a good idea. What if a spy from another kingdom had launched an attack? Please, don't be so impulsive next time. Remember, your life is vital to the safety of our nation." The emperor laughed and replied, Brother Guuhan, you never change. You've always cared deeply for my safety. But let me be honest, as an emperor, even if something were to happen to me, I know you'd still stand firm and protect our country. We have nearly 4 to 5 million citizens, and they are safe as long as you're guarding the borders. Besides, do you really think I'm so timid that I'd never show my face at the border? Guuhan sighed and said. This time, our Gu family stirred up quite a bit of trouble in the Nantian kingdom. Though they pretended to be unaffected and allowed us to leave, I'm certain they'll retaliate. I guarantee they had some hidden motive for letting us go. They just didn't want us to find out, the emperor replied. Let them come. If the Nantian kingdom dares to fight, we'll be ready. Yes, their kingdom may outrank ours officially, but our blood-red army is unmatched. With 550,000 soldiers, we have the strength to crush entire legions. And remember, you are our nation's marshal, one of the greatest generals in our history. Our blood-red hero has also returned. And even among the new generation, we have the outstanding General Guuhan Sheng. So there's nothing to fear. You need not be anxious about an upcoming war. We'll face whatever comes. The scene then shifted to the Gu family estate, where Grandpa Gu, clearly agitated, confronted Han Sheng. He snapped, Han Sheng, are you finally going to tell us the truth, or will you keep fooling us? You lied before, saying you couldn't cultivate, but you clearly could. In the last battle, you even used sword intent. Every child in this country knows how dangerous sword intent is and how incredibly hard it is to master. When did you learn it? He continued angrily. In the battle at the Nantian kingdom, your power was terrifying. Now I know, you've been hiding some very deep secrets. You have no intention of sharing them with us. His tone softened slightly, but the frustration lingered. You don't want to tell anyone, fine. But I'm your grandfather. If you won't even tell me, what should I think? He then pointed out, your reputation is sky high now. If I start beating you in public, your name will be ruined. So think carefully. Han Sheng, what are you going to do? Han Sheng, visibly anxious, said, Grandpa, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He admitted that he had hidden many things from everyone without reason. Grandpa, however, responded kindly, saying, no, it's all right. Whatever you kept hidden actually turned out to be beneficial for our family. That's why I've already let go of the past. But if there's still something you're hiding, I want you to tell me now. If you don't, I won't let you leave. And if you try to hide anything else, you'll receive a very special punishment, from me, personally. Han Sheng hesitated but confessed, Grandpa, to tell you the truth, I'm a Tianyun realm warrior. Upon hearing this, Grandpa was utterly shocked. Dropping his food, he exclaimed, Tianyun realm, Han Sheng, are you trying to make a fool out of us? Are you really saying you're a powerful warrior from the legendary Tianyun realm? He continued skeptically, if you were that powerful, would you really have lived such a miserable life all these years? Everyone here has treated you like trash. If you had any power, you would have shown it long ago. And do you think I haven't read fantasy novels? If you start reciting some fictional story to me, do you really think I'll believe you? Han Sheng thought to himself, I knew this was going to happen. Grandpa had been asking me to tell the truth for a while now, but now that I am, he thinks I'm lying. Well, I can't really blame him. It's hard for anyone to believe that I was a cultivator from Tianyun realm. Only a handful of people in history have been that powerful. Telling the truth is just going to make things worse. He decided it would be easier to lie and said, I was just joking, Grandpa. He hoped that would convince Grandpa to let him go. Yet, deep down, Han Sheng felt guilty for lying to someone who cared so much about him. Just then, a servant entered the hall and said, Young master, Han Rion has come to meet you. He's waiting in the courtyard. Grandpa said warmly, looks like your friend has come to visit. Go on, there's no point in wasting more time here. Han Sheng replied, okay, Grandpa, I'm going. Outside, as Han Sheng stepped into the courtyard, he was met by Han Rion, who was crying. Through tears, Han Rion said, Brother Gu, you're alive. Han Sheng looked at him, confused, and asked, Han Rion, what happened? Why are you crying? Han Rion sobbed and explained, my life is ruined. My family, they're not humans, they're monsters. Who treats their own child this way? Under the name of training, they're bullying me constantly. 24/7 they torment me. Things have gotten so bad that they won't even let me bathe properly anymore. He continued, I don't want to train with my family anymore. I want to train with you instead. If I become strong by staying with you, I'll be happy, truly happy. Han Sheng asked seriously, but Han Rion, you need to be clear. What kind of training do you want? Do you want to practice warfare or spiritual energy techniques? Rion responded, Brother Gu, you don't understand. I don't want to train at all. I was thinking that maybe if I use your name, I can escape my dad. If I leave his clutches and come under your care, I know you'll let me enjoy my life. He added sincerely, my dad is horrible, but you're not like him. Even as a child, you taught me something I've never forgotten. You told me that with youth comes the desire for fun and enjoyment, and if we're young, we deserve to enjoy ourselves. You said just like a butterfly doesn't need permission to sit on a flower, we too don't need permission to flirt with girls. That's our right. But now, my father wants me to waste this amazing youth on cultivation. But this is the age to enjoy, not to work hard. I understood your words a long time ago, and I've decided to follow them. My dad's ideals are useless. Hearing Rion's great philosophy, Han Xing was completely stunned. Rion said, "You know something? I don't care whether you need help in life or not. This brother of yours, Rion, will always be there to support you," he continued confidently. "And I know one thing for sure, my brother Guuhan Xing is an incredibly powerful personality. Just like people tremble when they hear the name of a powerful master, others feel the same fear when they hear your name. If someone that powerful is supporting me, then what's the need to become powerful myself? Don't you agree, brother?" Han Xing replied. "I have to admit, your way of thinking is quite impressive." Rion smiled and said, "Sounds like you agree with me. Then, thank you for understanding my point of view. I knew you would get it eventually." Han Xing, silently reflecting on Rion's attitude, thought to himself, listening to the way Rion thinks, it's clear now. I need to speak with the head of the Han family and request that Rion be sent outside for training. If he stays here and trains at home, he'll never take it seriously and won't achieve anything worthwhile in life. And come to think of it, I'm the one who gave him these useless ideals in the first place, so it's my responsibility to correct them too. Scene shifts to Han Xing, who had gone into the forest to meet his people. As he arrived, everyone respectfully greeted him. Looking at the group, Han Xing thought, just a few days ago, these people couldn't even cultivate properly, but now, it's clear their cultivation has improved significantly. Gong and Xinguang have already progressed on the path of cultivation. He further observed, most of these individuals are currently in the human realm, 4 of them have even reached the 4th stage of the Lingwan realm, and 9 others have reached its early stages. I must admit, they're all doing exceptionally well in their cultivation. Han Xing then addressed Chen. Choose one person from among them who has the highest level of cultivation and also has a strict character. Chen nodded. "Yes, Lord, I already have someone in mind." Pointing to a man, he said, "This is Ji Jinping. He's currently in the mid-stage of the Lingwan realm. Among everyone here, he's the smartest, and his character is also extremely strict. I believe he's exactly the kind of person you were looking for." Ji Jinping stepped forward and said, "Lord, just tell me what I need to do. I'm ready for any task you assign me." Han Xing looked at him seriously and said, "Ji Jinping, I'm about to give you a very important task, one in which there must be no room for mistakes." Ji Jinping replied firmly, "Understood, Lord." Han Xing continued, "Good, starting tomorrow morning, you will stay with Han Rion. He's the eldest son of the Han family of our country. I want you to treat him badly. There's a reason I'm pairing you two together." He leaned in slightly and added, "One more thing, unless Rion's life is in real danger, you are not to intervene or help him in any way. Rion is a very influential person, and no matter what happens, don't fall for his words. Stay close to him and show him just how dangerous this world can be. Let him feel how cruel this world truly is. When you don't have power, no one will hesitate even for a moment to destroy you." Ji Jinping bowed his head respectfully. "Understood, Lord. I know exactly what I need to do." The next day, Han Xing was sitting calmly in a courtyard, sipping tea, when Chen approached him. Chen reported, "Lord, earlier this afternoon, Han Rion and Ji Jinping left the city, but while passing through forest, they were kidnapped. Trouble has already struck at the very start of their journey, and we believe this won't be the last obstacle. They're likely to face many more challenges ahead." Han Xing sighed. "I do feel bad for Rion, but right now, he's taking everything far too lightly. He's the grandson of a minister and has never faced real hardship in life. He thinks his family is being unnecessarily harsh with him, but what he doesn't understand is that being the descendant of someone important comes with its own heavy price." He looked distant for a moment and added, "Eventually, he'll have to step onto the battlefield, and I can guarantee this, our enemies won't spare him. Just like I became everyone's target once I entered the battlefield, the same fate awaits him." Chen hesitated for a moment and then said, "Lord, there's something else I need to talk about." Han Xing responded, "Go ahead. Why are you hesitating?" Chen recalled, "Do you remember when we met in Sword Ruins? I told you I needed to fulfill a promise. I have to visit an old friend of mine in Moyan country, so I came here to ask if I could leave today. If I'm being honest, going there is extremely important for me." Han Xing looked at him seriously and replied, "You do realize that Moyang is far more advanced than both the Tianfang and Nantian kingdoms. It's one of the most powerful countries on the continent, which is home to over 100 kingdoms. Very few people across all kingdoms have reached the peak of the Earth realm, but Moyang has many such experts." Han Xing warned, "It's extremely dangerous for you. There are people there who might uncover your true identity. So, I'm asking again, are you sure you want to go?" Chen replied with resolve, "Lord, I've thought this through 100 times. I know it's dangerous, and that the people there could easily kill me in an instant, but my promise is more important to me than anything else. I have to fulfill it." Han Xing sighed and admitted, "To be honest, I initially considered accompanying you to ensure you stayed safe, but unfortunately, I have far too many responsibilities at the moment. If you're willing to delay your journey, I might be able to go with you later, and your risk would be significantly reduced." Chen politely declined, "Lord, as I said, I'm only going to meet an old friend. I'm not going there to cause any trouble. I don't think I'll run into any serious issues. And for something so small, I don't want to burden you. I understand you're already overwhelmed with responsibilities, and disturbing you would be wrong," he promised. "I'll take care of myself, and if at any point I feel my life is truly in danger, I won't go any further." Hansheng finally agreed. "If you're this determined, you may go. But before leaving today, make sure to inform your people about their duties." Chen bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Lord. I'll report back to you once I return and share everything that happened." Hansheng stood in silence as Chen left. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Why does it feel like something big is about to happen? Something strange. Something that won't be good for our country at all. The scene shifts to Rion, who had been kidnapped and was being forcefully taken away. Struggling and shouting, he yelled at his captors, "Let me go. Do you even know who I am? I'm the Minister of War's grandson." He warned them furiously, "If Grandpa finds out you've tied me up, none of you will be spared. You'll all die miserable deaths. You've made a huge mistake." Rion continued to scream, "My father has his own private army. With a single command, they'll come for you. I'm giving you one last chance. Let me go or face the consequences." Half an hour passed. Rion's shouting had turned into sobbing. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, "Please, let me go. We're already far from my home. Whatever you want, I can give it to you." He begged, "My family has a lot of money. As the young master, I hold a lot of value. If you demand a ransom, they'll give you anything you want. You could even get a job. There's no need for kidnapping." He tried to reason with them. "My father has powerful connections. He could get you official positions. Whatever you want, you can have it. Just let me go." His captor, clearly irritated by the non-stop whining, snapped, and without saying a word, delivered a brutal kick to Rion's face. The kidnapper sneered, "Shut your mouth, you little rat. It hasn't even been an hour since we kidnapped you, and you're already driving us insane. At first, we thought we'd let you go since you're just a kid, but you've been screaming non-stop the entire way. If you don't shut up, we'll cut off your tongue, then you'll never speak again for the rest of your life." But Rion kept pleading. He said he was the grandson of the war minister and begged them to release him, insisting he had done nothing wrong. "Why am I being punished if I haven't committed any crime?" The scene shifted to the Lee mansion, where Hansheng had just arrived. Hansheng greeted Mr. Lee respectfully, saying, "Sorry to bother you again, sir." Mr. Lee's face lit up with joy. "Hansheng, you're here. Why are you standing there? Come in, have a seat, let's talk properly." Mr. Lee then praised him warmly. "I must say, your courage is truly remarkable. What you did in the Nantian Kingdom, no one from Tianfan Kingdom could have pulled that off. It seems like General Qi Shuang is going to be very popular in this world, just like your family. Ever since you stepped onto the battlefield, your name is on everyone's lips. Many have already acknowledged that you could be a prodigy. After all, not a single member of your family has failed to accomplish something extraordinary." He continued, "But there are still a few who've seen you before and find it hard to believe how much you've grown. Your identity has become the biggest mystery in the capital. No one really knows who the real Hansheng is." Hansheng laughed and replied modestly, "Mr. Lee, you make it sound like I've become some kind of superstar, but you're not entirely wrong. Over the past 20 years, I've certainly caused my share of trouble for others. It's natural for people to think this way." At that moment, Miss Lee glanced at Hansheng and blushed. Hansheng, noticing her shy expression, thought to himself, "No matter what anyone says, this girl is really cute." Mr. Lee then stood up and said, "All right kids, I'll leave you now. I've said everything I needed to. It's been a long time since you two met, so enjoy yourselves and talk comfortably. No one will disturb you here. And Hansheng, remember, you're having dinner with our family tonight. We want to truly feel like our Lee family has welcomed its son-in-law, and later tonight, we'll sit down for drinks together." Hansheng replied with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Lee. As you said, I'm not going anywhere unless you allow it." After Mr. Lee left, Miss Lee used her finger to trace words on the table with drops of water. She wrote, "Are you okay? I heard you went to war recently and even fought against the Nantian Kingdom for Princess Yan. Were you injured at all during that time?" Hansheng reassured her, "Thank you for worrying, but I'm fine. I didn't get hurt at all in those battles." The two began chatting more by writing messages back and forth. After a while, Hansheng suggested, "Let's go for a walk. There are still many places in the Lee family estate I haven't explored. To be honest, this is only the third time I've been here. The first time was to bother you, the second was to talk with your grandpa, and now today, so there's still a lot left to discover." Hansheng and Miss Lee then went out for a walk. Some maids observed them and whispered among themselves, "Isn't he our family's future son-in-law? He looks so perfect with Miss Lee." Another maid chimed in, "Their pairing seems like it's made in heaven. You know, a few days ago, young Master Gu used to be such a reckless man, but now he seems truly remarkable, just like everyone else in his prestigious family." A second maid agreed, "You're absolutely right. Our Miss Lee is really lucky to have met someone like young Master Gu. I used to hear all sorts of bad rumors about him, but after seeing him in person, I think they were all lies. Everyone knows he belongs to a very powerful family, so it's likely people just spread those rumors to damage his reputation. As Han Sheng and Miss Li continued their walk, the sun began to set. Han Sheng said gently, "Miss Li, I've stayed with your family far longer than I planned. Honestly, I don't even feel like leaving now. We've already had quite a few drinks today, so I guess we'll have to stop now. But next time we drink together, we'll already be married." Hearing those words, Miss Li blushed deeply. She thought to herself, young Master Gu is truly amazing. Ever since he arrived, he's been talking about marriage. If I'm being honest, I've really been looking forward to that day. There may not be stars in the sky tonight, but for me, this day couldn't shine any brighter. Then, she gently reached for Han Sheng's hand, and quietly began writing something. Han Sheng was deep in thought, recalling what was written. "She's waiting for Han Sheng." Hearing this, Han Sheng admitted that it made him feel surprisingly happy. By the time Han Sheng had left the area, Miss Li remained behind, blushing as she replayed his words in her mind. Just then, Lord Li approached and asked her teasingly whom she was staring at. The courtyard was now empty and it was quite late. Then, changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, tell me something. Did you actually like the man your grandfather chose for you?" He reminded her that she had initially refused the proposal, but he himself had a good feeling about the man, sensing he was extraordinary. Lord Li smiled and said it was great that she had trusted his advice. Had she not, they might have lost such a remarkable man, and it would have been their lifelong regret. He added that the man was so impressive, even his own family didn't realize the gem they had among them. From the age of 5, an age when children usually just play, this boy had already started laying out his plans. For 20 years, he had been acting out a persona, hiding his true self so that when he finally stepped into the world, everyone would be stunned. Everyone knew that his 2 elder brothers were both exceptionally talented. Unfortunately, that very talent had cost them their lives. They were sent into battle far too early. Once the enemies discovered that the Gu family's young heirs had entered the battlefield, they were targeted in a sneak attack and killed during the war. Lord Li said that if only someone had thought twice before sending them to war, the Gu family would have had 3 talented heirs today. However, Han Sheng, even as a child, had realized who his enemies were and what dangers awaited him. He had planned everything from the beginning, and now, he had become so powerful that there was probably no one left in the country who could oppose him. That was why he was finally revealing his true strength. In a recent battle near Yanjing Pass, he had displayed astonishing power and scared their enemies into retreat. He was even going up against one of the top generals from the Nantian Kingdom. Lord Li predicted that a time would come in this very world when even great nations would hesitate to speak in front of Han Sheng. Scene changed to the royal court. The emperor asked, "General Guuyuma, tell me, what brings you here?" Guuyuma respectfully replied that he had come to make a report. He humbly acknowledged that his status was low and that his background wasn't particularly noble. Still, he expressed his deep devotion to Princess Yang and requested permission to marry her. The emperor responded kindly, stating that he had always known about their relationship and had never opposed it. If the princess was willing, then he had no objections. He gave them his full blessing. Overwhelmed, General Guuyuma thanked the emperor, admitting that he had always feared his humble origins would lead to rejection. That fear had kept him from asking for the princess's hand earlier. He added that although his status was not high, he still wished to offer a gift worthy of the occasion. He then made a bold request. He asked for permission to lead their elite army into enemy territory. As a wedding gift, he promised to capture 10 cities and present them to the empire. He believed it would be a fitting tribute according to the royal standards. Shocked, the ministers reacted in disbelief. They reminded him that he was talking about North Vietnam, a region where their forces had suffered repeated defeats. The last several attempts to conquer it had failed, and now he was claiming he'd not only win but take over 10 cities. To them, it sounded like he was saying he would double the size of their country overnight, an almost impossible feat. But Guuyuma remained calm. He acknowledged that after withdrawing from the border, North Vietnam had repeatedly attacked them without cause. Many of their soldiers had been slain in cold blood. Hatred for the North ran deep among their people, and it was that anger that fueled his resolve. He reminded the court that he was the last general to have ever defeated North Vietnam. Though promising 10 cities sounded exaggerated, he had conquered enemy territory before, and he would do it again. He assured the ministers that he wasn't joking, since he intended to marry Princess Yang. It was only right to present a worthy wedding gift, and those 10 cities would be his offering. The emperor, though aware of his ministers' doubts, firmly declared that he had full confidence in Guuyuma. He acknowledged that among all generals of this generation, Guuyuma was the most capable, and this task would not be difficult for him. The emperor only asked one thing, that Guuyuma take care of himself on the journey. If something were to happen to him, it would be difficult to face the princess afterward. He reminded him that he was still recovering from injuries sustained in the last battle, and if something went wrong this time, the consequences would be far worse. Guuyuma expressed his gratitude to the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, thank you so much. I promise I won't disappoint you in this matter and will do my absolute best in the upcoming battle. The scene shifted. Hanxing was with Miss Lee, who stood quietly beside him. With a gentle smile, Hanxing said, "Miss Lee, today we're supposed to go out together, but before that, I want to examine something. I want to find out what kind of illness is stopping you from speaking. Who knows, maybe I can cure it." Miss Lee was lost in thought. Is that why Hanxing doesn't like me? Because I can't speak? Or is he just using my voice as an excuse to leave me? Even if he wants to leave, it's okay. After all, I have a major disability. With a disability this big, how could I possibly end up with someone as amazing as him? As if reading her mind, Hanxing reassured her, "Miss Lee, there's no need to overthink. I don't see you as any less because of your condition, and I would never leave you because of it, or for any other reason. I'm only saying this because I want to understand what's causing your speech issue. Maybe it's something that can be cured." He paused and added with a small grin, "To be honest, I'm a pretty good doctor. That's why I want to try helping you. There's nothing else behind this. Just trust me." Miss Lee felt a wave of relief wash over her. Maybe I was overthinking everything. He genuinely just wants to help me. That's all. Gently placing his hand on her head, Hanxing said, "I'm going to send my energy into your body and check each point one by one. I'll scan through your entire body to find where the issue might be. But I should warn you, this process might be a little uncomfortable. You'll have to bear some pain if you truly want to heal." He looked into her eyes with conviction. "If you can endure it, there's a good chance this could really help you." He began the diagnosis. As his energy flowed through her, Hanxing thought to himself, there are 7 chakra points in the human body. They're crucial, far more important than just meridians and nerves. Most people only talk about meridians, but the real key might lie in the chakras. He continued his internal analysis. Perhaps the root of Miss Lee's problem is in her chakra points. That's why no one has been able to heal her so far, because very few people in this world even understand the role chakras play in how the body functions. As he examined her body, Hanxing muttered, "This part seems fine, and so does this." Most of her body appears normal, but he couldn't hide his confusion. If everything looks fine, then why can't she speak? A doubtful thought crossed his mind. Could it be that she's been pretending, just like I used to, that she's actually capable of speaking but chooses not to? He shook the thought off immediately. No, that can't be it. I don't believe she's lying. If she really could speak, she would have by now. Besides, what would she even gain from pretending? Her soul is too pure. She would never lie like that. Then something clicked in his mind. Wait, I've checked everything except her soul. Maybe the issue isn't in her body at all. That's why no doctor has ever been able to help her. The real problem might lie in her soul. Turning to her, Hanxing said seriously, "Miss Lee, I'm going to need you to endure just 5 more minutes. I'll now examine your soul. Since your body shows no physical issues, the root of your problem must be within your soul, and if I can heal that, there's a chance you might be able to speak." Miss Lee was taken aback. Just a few minutes ago, he was checking my entire body, and now he wants to check my soul too. In a way, he's examining every part of me. She hesitated for a moment. Should I really let him do all this? Then she smiled to herself. Wait a second. He's my husband, isn't he? If not today, then soon we'll be married anyway. So what's the harm if he checks everything now? Just then, Miss Lee placed her hand on Hanxing's. Hanxing was deep in thought, wondering how this could even be possible. Why are the heavens stopping her from speaking? They placed a seal on her throat. It turned out that the heavens had indeed sealed Miss Lee's voice, just like they had done with Hanxing. He recalled how the heavens only became angry when someone disobeyed their will. Hanxing had defied them and reincarnated, which made the heavens furious with him. He reflected that even Qin might be one of those cast aside by the heavens. But what could Miss Lee have done to deserve this kind of abandonment? He decided he would investigate that later. For now, he had discovered the reason why Miss Lee wasn't recovering, and finally, he had found a way to heal her. Speaking gently, Hanxing said, "Miss Lee, don't worry at all. I need to prepare for the healing process, and I'll begin tomorrow morning. The preparation will be complete by then." He added, "For now, I need to go outside. But I promise, when I return, you will be healed, just like everyone else. You'll be able to laugh, play, and speak freely again." Miss Lee thought to herself, but Hanxing is supposed to go to war tomorrow. Is he really going early, just for me? Before he left, she wrote on his hand, "Take care of yourself." Hanxing smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Just wait for me. I promise I'll come back for you." As he looked at Miss Lee one last time, Hanxing silently wondered, what could she possibly have done to make the heavens abandon her too? He decided that he would uncover the truth after returning, but for now, one thing was clear. He could never align himself with the heavens. Not after everything that had happened. Not after what they had done to him, his wife, and so many others like him. Even he had chosen to walk a path that defied the heavens, and he knew that one day, the heavens would come for revenge. At present, the battle he was fighting alongside his comrades felt easy, but when the real attacks came from the heavens, he he knew he'd have to be far more careful. The next day, the scene shifts to the battlefield. Guuhan, who had already arranged his entire army in formation, standing before his soldiers, he addressed them with a fiery voice. All of you already know what the North Vietnam have done to our country. Those bastards killed countless of our brothers without reason. If our men hadn't sacrificed their lives, they would have taken the Yanjing Pass from us. His voice turned sharp with anger. They've done terrible things to our people, and for the past 5 years, we've remained silent. But now, I believe the time has come to strike back. Raising his sword, he declared, "Today, your blood hero, General Guillermo, tells you, we will take revenge for our country. The people of North Vietnam have grown arrogant. It's time we teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Today, their heads will bow before us, and if anyone dares not bow, we'll cut off their heads." Guillermo took a solemn oath. "I swear, I will have my revenge. Will you all stand with me?" The soldiers, riled up by his speech, shouted in unison that they would kill every single enemy for the sake of defending their homeland. "They killed our brothers for no reason. They deserve to die." Guillermo smiled at their response and said, "That's the spirit I needed to see. All right, soldiers, move forward." With that, Guillermo and his army marched out. Meanwhile, Princess Yang stood in silence, watching them depart. Guillermo paused and turned back to her. "Princess, I promise you, I will return safely this time and fulfill the vow I made to you." The princess thought to herself, "You said the exact same thing 5 years ago, but for some reason, I truly believe you'll return victorious this time." 4 days later, the scene shifted. Soldiers approached the emperor and reported that General Qi Shuang, who had left with the bloody army, had managed to force the surrender of 300,000 North Vietnamese soldiers. Furthermore, their own blood hero general had killed 50,000 enemy troops. In contrast, only 5,000 men had fallen on their side. General Qi Shuang was performing remarkably in this war, having already conquered 5 North Vietnamese cities. The officers praised the blood hero general. They had expected great things from him, but Qi Shuang had even surpassed the achievements of his own uncle. The emperor, filled with pride, remarked that after so many years, he was finally hearing good news from the military front. Until now, the reports had always been about border attacks and how their soldiers were unable to respond effectively. He continued, saying that the Gu family of the Tianfan kingdom was truly a blessing. Any country guarded by the Gu family need not fear anyone. I want all of you to get used to this new era, because the Gu family has now entered the battlefield, and we are going to reap immense benefits from it. The scene then shifted again to North Vietnam's Shuling City. Guillermo stood facing the North Vietnamese army. He addressed them coldly. "Just yesterday, we killed 50,000 of your men, yet you're still foolish enough to come here with more troops. Fine, yesterday it was 50,000, today we'll make it another 50,000. North Vietnam is a vast country, and it seems you have no shortage of men. Keep sending them, we'll keep cutting them down." The opposing commander glared at Guillermo and said, "Meeting you in person is truly disappointing. If I'm being honest, you've made a huge mistake coming here. At least back home you were safe. Now, your death is certain. Talk all you want, it will be the last words you ever speak." That man was Gong Liangji, the Minister of War of North Vietnam. He declared that he had brought with him an army of 300,000 troops. "Once my forces surround yours, you'll have no escape. Let's see how arrogantly you behave then." Guillermo calmly responded, "I've been on the battlefield since the age of 10. I've spent 30 years fighting wars. I've seen everything, many times. I've come within inches of death. People say I've never lost a war, but that doesn't mean I haven't been close to dying. Death has often brushed past me, but never taken me. And you think your 300,000 soldiers will be enough to stop me? You think you can kill me?" He stepped forward and added firmly, "Let me tell you, you're not even qualified to kill me." With that, Guillermo charged forward to strike, but Gong Liangji drew his sword just in time to block Guillermo's spear. Gong Liangji shouted to his troops, "Do not fear. If you focus only on your own survival in this battlefield, you'll surely die. We're facing the blood-red army. It's unlikely we'll survive. But since we're going to die anyway, why not fight a glorious war, one that will be remembered in our nation's history? Let's become heroes for our country. Swear now, you will not let these invaders step foot into our cities. Kill them all before they do." At the same time, Guillermo commanded his army to hold their formations and fight according to plan. No one breaks formation. The battle between Gong and Guillermo began in full force. Gong shouted in frustration, "Where are the defenders of Shuling City? If they don't arrive soon, how are we supposed to fight?" He ordered his men to quickly bring reinforcements and called for an aerial assault on the enemy forces. "These air attacks will give us a crucial advantage." Guillermo looked around and muttered, "Are they launching an aerial attack?" He quickly warned his troops, saying that everyone needed to stay alert because the enemy was going to use arrows. As expected, a deadly barrage followed, and many of the blood-red army soldiers were taken down by the rain of arrows. Watching this unfold, Gong laughed and said with satisfaction, "This is so satisfying to watch. Guillermo, coming here was your biggest mistake. I've been preparing for your defeat from the start. What you just experienced was only the first surprise. As you move forward, you'll continue to lose more men. Just then, someone used his spear and managed to kill many of Gong's soldiers in one strike. Shocked, Gong questioned, "Who is this guy who's so skilled with a spear? He took down 10 men in a single throw. And how is this even possible? We had the enemy surrounded. How did we get surrounded instead? Did I make a mistake somewhere in this battle?" Meanwhile, Guuhan muttered, "It seems that our boy has arrived. Now, there's no way they're getting out of this alive." Han Xing addressed his men confidently, "There's no need to stop. Push forward and take down everyone in your path. This war is coming to an end very soon." Gong, stunned, exclaimed, "Why is Guuhan Xing here? Just yesterday I heard he was fighting in our Yunling city. They told me that battle would drag on for days. So how did he show up here in just one day? Don't tell me he's already conquered the entire city and now he's come here to fight us. Just where did this new guy from the Gu family come from? That entire family is a headache for us." At that moment, Guuhan launched an attack on Gong and shouted, "Why are you looking over there? I'm your opponent." With that, the battle between them reignited. Gong thought to himself, defeating Guuhan is turning out to be harder than I imagined. Even in this war, their side is gaining the upper hand fast. If things keep going like this, we're all going to be wiped out soon. But how do I stop them? Just then, a new voice echoed across the battlefield. "What's going on here? Why all this noise?" Hearing that voice, Gong froze in fear. His eyes widened as he whispered to himself, "The drunken master. He's here." Han Xing stared at the newcomer, baffled. "Who is this strange man? He just appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the battlefield, and none of us even noticed. How did he break through our formation so easily? We had everything tightly sealed, and the strangest part is, his body isn't emitting any energy, no fluctuations at all. It's like he's just standing there, completely still, without a single trace of power." Panicking, Gong called out to the drunken master, "Please, help me. This guy, he's our enemy. If you help me kill him, I'll give you all the wine you want. For the next whole year, you'll get wine for free. I promise I'll serve you the finest wine you've ever had, better than anything you've tasted in your life." The drunken master's eyes lit up. "The world's best wine? Something I've never tasted before? I'd do anything for a wine like that. Killing one man? That's nothing. I could wipe out an entire army for that." He stepped forward, eyeing Guuhan. "Sorry, kid, but no one's life is more valuable than fine wine. For the sake of that drink, I'll have to kill you." Guuhan watched the man carefully and thought, "This guy is dangerous. His bloodlust is stronger than mine. I can feel it. He's probably killed way more people than I ever have." Guuhan instinctively stepped back 2 paces. The drunken master grinned and said, "Look, I want wine. Just promise me that once this fight is over, I'll get plenty of it." Gong eagerly responded, "Of course, as much wine as you can drink, you'll have it. Just start fighting now. See that man over there? That's Guuhan. He's your opponent." Gong smirked and declared, "Guuhan, this is where you die. Because now you're facing the drunken master himself." The narrator then explained the legend of the drunken master. He had appeared in North Vietnam 20 years ago. One day, he caught a whiff of an exquisite aroma coming from the Imperial kitchen. Tempted by the smell, he snuck into the royal palace and stole a 100-year-old special wine, a rare vintage that the emperor himself loved. It took a long time to produce, and its value was unmatched. Once the theft was discovered, the entire capital erupted in rage. Thousands of elite soldiers were dispatched to capture the thief. 10,000 men chased after him, but none succeeded. Even Gong, who was young and powerful at the time, tried to take him on, only to be seriously injured. It became clear to everyone that the drunken master was an immensely powerful man, one that even an entire army couldn't take down. So, Gong made a deal with him. He learned that the old man's only desire was wine. Since then, Gong had provided him with the most luxurious wines from time to time. That's why the drunken master had remained in their country all these years. Back then, North Vietnam wasn't as powerful as it is now, but the drunken master's presence resolved their border tensions. Whenever enemies attacked, he alone would defend the borders. This allowed the rest of their army to go out and expand their territory. Everyone knew, for wine, the drunken master would do anything. Wiping out an entire army was nothing to him. As the battle raged on, the drunken master confronted Guuhan with an ultimatum. He said that if Guuhan could tell him who he truly was, he would spare his life. But if he failed to answer, the master promised to kill him on the spot. Without waiting for a response, the drunken master launched a ferocious attack at Guuhan. Guuhan struggled to block the blow with his spear and realized that the man in front of him was extremely powerful. Despite his efforts, he found it difficult to withstand the master's strength. The drunken master reminded him again, shouting that he still hadn't answered his question. He demanded to know his true identity. Where did he come from, and what had happened to his wife? Why she had vanished and why he couldn't find her. He warned that if Guuhan knew anything about him, he had better speak up, otherwise, he would not hesitate to kill him. Guuhan, on the other hand, was thinking to himself that this man was completely unhinged. He didn't know anything about him, and there was no point in wasting time talking. He concluded that there was only one path forward now: battle. No matter what happened, he couldn't afford to lose this fight. He had already broken a promise to Princess Yang once. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. From the distance, Gong observed the situation. He commented that Guuhan was indeed a strong man, and he didn't expect him to die easily, not even against the drunken master. In fact, he didn't want him to die quickly. He wanted Yuma to suffer, to struggle against the drunken master, and to watch his entire blood-red army fall apart in front of him. With that cruel wish, Gong charged forward with his men to attack. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Han Sheng noticed that Gong's army was overpowering his uncle's forces. He saw that his uncle and the drunken master were both deeply engaged in their fight, and thought to himself that he still had no idea who this drunken master was, or where he had come from. He had even overheard the master asking his uncle about his origin, but even Han Sheng didn't know anything about the man's past. One thing, however, was certain. The drunken master was incredibly powerful. Han Sheng feared that at this rate, his uncle might lose the fight very soon. Just then, the drunken master landed a devastating punch on Guuhan, launching him backward with tremendous force and causing a massive explosion. Lying on the ground, Guuhan wondered how such a powerful master had suddenly appeared in North Vietnam. He had fought many people before, but never had he encountered someone like this. He began to question himself. Had he grown overconfident because of his reputation? Was he now losing everything because of a single man's overwhelming strength? The drunken master advanced toward him again. Guuhan, still stunned, couldn't believe it. In his entire life, he had never lost a single fight. But now, because of one person, he was on the verge of defeat. That man now stood before him as the very embodiment of death. Could it be that he would lose everything because of just one opponent? At that moment, Han Sheng decided he had to do something to save his uncle. He shouted and threw his Jin Hong sword at the drunken master with full force, but the master caught it effortlessly with his bare hand. Han Sheng was shocked. How could anyone possess such strength to catch such a powerful weapon with their bare hands? He realized that this man must have trained his inner body to such an extent that his body itself had become a weapon, an unbreakable one. But then another thought struck him. If someone so powerful existed in North Vietnam, why had no one heard of him? A person of this caliber should have been among the top martial artists in the world. So why was he here, in the middle of this battlefield? As he pondered this, the drunken master suddenly turned his gaze toward Han Sheng and began to approach him. Gong yelled from a distance, telling the drunken master to stop stalling and finish off the enemies quickly. He reminded him that the sooner he killed them, the sooner he'd be rewarded with wine. But if even one of them survived, he wouldn't get any. Ignoring Gong's pressure, the drunken master picked up the sword Han Sheng had thrown. He recognized it instantly. The scent on the blade stirred memories buried deep within him. It had been so long since he had seen something familiar. Somehow, this sword felt deeply connected to his life. Almost in a trance, he vanished and reappeared instantly in front of Han Sheng. Han Sheng, stunned by his speed, could barely process what had just happened. The master returned the sword to him, and Han Sheng found himself overwhelmed with emotion. The sword seemed tied to the master's past, and somehow, to his own as well. The drunken master then began shouting once more, demanding someone tell him who he was. What was his real name? Did he still have family alive? Or was he the only one left in this world? His voice thundered across the battlefield, so powerful that it caused actual pain in everyone's ears. Han Sheng was stunned again. How could one man's voice carry such destructive power? This man might be strong enough to destroy an entire army with nothing but a scream. Han Sheng shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to snap the man out of his trance. Be quiet. Let me tell you who you really are. Your real name is Qin Fan. The drunken master, dazed, muttered, Qin Fan, is that really my name? He kept repeating it, as if trying to make sense of it. The drunken master murmured to himself, why can't I remember anything when I hear this name? Watching this unfold, Han Sheng thought to himself, I don't know if that's truly his name, but right now, he's completely losing control. If I don't stabilize him, he might kill everyone standing here in an instant. Still unstable, the drunken master asked, do you know who I am? When I stand near you, it feels like you recognize me. Is there some kind of connection between us? Han Sheng calmly responded, yes, I know who you are. I know everything about you, but I won't tell you right now. I'll tell you later. But before that, answer me, why should I help you? You've been killing my people for no reason. He then added, if you help me eliminate our enemies, then I'll help you too. So, tell me, will you help me? Gong, observing this, suspected Han Sheng was manipulating the drunken master. He scoffed and said, what are you doing here, drunken master? If you don't do something useful, I won't give you any more wine. Now hurry up and help me deal with these enemies. Then you can have as much wine as you want. Without hesitation, the drunken master rushed toward Gong Liangji. In a sudden burst of strength, he landed a powerful punch on Gong. Just one blow was enough to gravely injure him. Coughing blood, Gong pleaded, please, spare me. Don't attack me, he cried. Weren't you on my side? Have you forgotten how much I've helped you in the last 20 years? Every time you asked for wine, I gave it to you. Even now, I'm offering you top quality wine. If you kill me, who will give you wine? Trying to negotiate, Gong begged, let me go. help me kill these people instead. I'll keep supplying you wine and even help you discover the truth about your past, where your family is, and who you really are." The drunken master seemed intrigued. "You'll give me wine and help me learn about my family and identity." Han Sheng intervened. "Drunken master, I already know everything about you, and don't worry about the wine. I have even better quality wine than he does. As much as you want, there's no need to listen to Gong's lies. Join us instead." Hearing this, the drunken master landed another devastating punch on Gong. The impact was so powerful that the ground itself cracked, and Gong was buried beneath the rubble. Nearby soldiers watched in shock. "What's going on here? The drunken master was helping us just moments ago, and now he's killed our commander," Han Sheng declared. "Second uncle, it's time to end all of this. Order everyone to advance and take the city under our control. Once we conquer Shuling City, the entire kingdom will belong to us." Guuhan shouted. "The enemy commander is dead. Everyone, move forward and capture the kingdom." The soldiers, fired up, shouted with joy. "We're about to win this war." They charged ahead and began attacking the northern Vietnamese troops. The enemies, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "These people are monsters. If we don't flee now, we'll all die." Panicked, the enemy forces retreated, abandoning the battlefield. Han Sheng's army entered the city. Later, we saw Han Sheng and the drunken master standing aside. Away from the chaos, the drunken master asked, "So my name is Qin Fan, and what's your name, boy?" Han Sheng responded, "I'm Guuhan Sheng." The drunken master then asked, "How do you know my name is Qin Fan? And if you know that, then you must also know where I came from, and how I ended up in this country. Where's my family?" He paused, looking frustrated. "I have so many questions in my head, but not a single answer. In this whole world, you're the only person who seems to know anything about me." Han Sheng answered honestly, "I met you just once before. Back then, I only learned your name. I don't know anything about your life or your past. You could say our paths crossed just once. You helped me with a task, and then we went our separate ways." The drunken master sighed. "So all you know is my name?" Han Sheng nodded. "Still, thank you for your help. Once this matter is settled, I'll make sure you receive the best wine. I promise you, it'll be top quality." The drunken master smiled faintly. "Thank you. At least now the world will know my name is Qin Fan. Just knowing that brings me peace." Han Sheng looked at him and thought, "I truly feel sorry for this man. He doesn't even know where he came from, or where he's going. He has no purpose in life anymore. The only thing keeping him going is his search for his identity. He drinks not for pleasure, but out of necessity, because without wine, he can't numb his pain." Scene shifted to Guuhan, who is being updated by a soldier on the battlefield. The soldier reported, "General, on our side, we've lost about 10,000 troops." He then added, "Meanwhile, the enemy has suffered even greater losses, over 23,000 soldiers killed." He continued with a grim tone, "This battlefield alone has taken the lives of more than 30,000 people." The soldier then gave an update on the prisoners of war. 300,000 men from North Vietnam have surrendered, and are now ready to join our army. As for the rest, we've imprisoned them, but soon, they too are expected to agree and cooperate. Guuhan acknowledged the good news, saying that they had indeed gained significant benefits from this war. He then instructed the soldier, "Report the deaths to the families of all soldiers, whether they were on our side or the enemy's. Every family deserves to receive their loved ones' bodies. Also, apologize to them. To ensure these families face no further hardships, I've passed a bill from the emperor guaranteeing that their children will continue to receive their salaries. This way, they can survive without added burden." He warned the soldier not to mistreat any of the soldiers' families. "You never know, they might attack you out of grief and rage." By the way, Guuhan asked, "Where's General Qi Shuang? I haven't seen him since the battle ended." The soldier explained that General Qi Shuang had gone to a wine shop in Shuling City to buy wine for the drunken master. As for the soldier families, he assured the general he would take care of everything and report back once the task was complete. Guuhan gave him permission to leave. The scene then shifted to the wine shop in Shuling City, where the drunken master was enjoying his drink. He exclaimed that the wine was exceptional and truly satisfying. Han Sheng reminded him, "I promised you great wine, and I've kept that promise. You helped me, and I've repaid you. Now, there are no dues between us, everything is settled." The drunken master, however, said there was something he wanted to share. "When I saw you, I could tell you're a good person. In fact, you're the first person to know even a little about me. That's why I want to follow you. Maybe, by staying with you, I can discover who I really am." Han Sheng replied skeptically, "You want to follow me? But what guarantee do you have that you'll actually learn anything by doing so? You might just end up wandering your whole life without answers." The drunken master explained his reasons. "There are two big reasons I want to follow you. First, I want to know everything about my family, and somehow, I have a feeling that following you will lead me to the truth. I don't even remember how long I've been living in this city, but it feels like it's been a very long time, and even after all this time, I've learned nothing." Gong had promised me good wine and information about my family, but over the years, he never told me anything. He only gave me wine when he needed something from me. He broke his promise multiple times. But you offered me excellent wine without expecting anything in return. I believe that if I follow you, I'll continue to receive good wine, and maybe, just maybe, I'll find out who I really am." The scene then changed again, this time to the furious Emperor of North Vietnam. The Emperor demanded an explanation. "Will someone tell me what the hell is going on here? Every time you come to me, it's only with more bad news. All I keep hearing is that our army keeps losing." Gong Liangji had a powerful fighter by his side, someone who had never lost a battle, but now, for the first time, they've been defeated in Shuling City, and even killed. "Can anyone explain this to me?" The room fell silent. The Emperor continued, "Everyone said that drunken master was invincible, yet even he lost. Are the Gu family warriors truly that strong? Can none of you do anything about them? Look at the ministers from the Tianfan kingdom, so capable. Now look at yourselves. Even with all of you around, I still have to carry the burden of this stress alone. Don't you feel even a shred of shame?" He went on to recall how, just 5 years ago, they were a respected nation among the hundreds of surrounding countries. "Wherever we went, we held our heads high. For 5 years, we've been bullying the Tianfan kingdom, but today, because of you foolish ministers, my reputation is ruined. I've lost face in front of everyone." The Emperor lamented that he could no longer speak with authority before other nations. "I sent 300,000 soldiers to fight the Tianfan kingdom, our best warriors. And what happened? All of them were either killed or surrendered. Now those same soldiers are willing to work under the enemy. What's the point of being the emperor of a country whose army itself has no loyalty left?" Suddenly, one of the ministers said, "Your Majesty, please calm down." But the emperor, visibly enraged, snapped at him, "Shut up, you fool, Minister Jian. Do any of you even have the courage to say we'll win this war? We've been losing from the very beginning. All you ever do is sit here and talk nonsense. None of you are actually doing your jobs." The ministers bowed their heads and replied, "Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We are working to correct our mistakes." The emperor then barked, "Pass my decree immediately. Those Tianfan kingdom scoundrels attacked us first. Now, we will do whatever it takes to conquer their nation, mobilize our entire army. We will launch a massive counterattack. Tell everyone to gather. We are about to launch a devastating strike." Meanwhile, Han Xing had arrived at Jade Bone City with his army. He looked around warily and muttered, "This place really is strange. Not a single soldier guarding the city gates." He recalled what he had heard about General Lin Chen guarding the city. "They say no one can get in or out as long as he's here. But if that's true, then how is this city left unguarded? Something feels off. It feels like we're walking right into a trap." He suspected that the enemy might be planning something underhanded and added, "Well, it's typical of the North Vietnamese. They always fight dirty." Just then, the drunken master approached and grumbled, "Han Sheng, I've run out of wine." Han Sheng chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll get you more. But first, we need to get into the city. As you can see, the gates are closed. Once we're inside, you'll have all the wine you want." The drunken master nodded. "Thanks, Han Sheng." Han Sheng thought to himself, "No one really knows who this old man is. Not even I know where he comes from. But one thing's for sure, his strength is incredible. Keeping him with us is both a blessing and a risk. As long as he's on our side, we're safe. But if he ever loses control, or worse, if the enemy manages to turn him, we'd be doomed. He could wipe out our entire army by himself." He remembered how General Gong had made a critical mistake by openly discussing the drunken master's weakness, wine. Han Sheng was determined not to repeat that error. No one must know he has a weakness for alcohol. Just then, someone appeared at the top of the city gates and yelled, "Start shooting." Then he says, "Wait a minute, he is the grandson of the Grand Marshal of Tianfan Kingdom." He looked down and said, "So you're Han Sheng? I've heard a lot about you, but this is the first time we've met." Guuhan added coldly, "I don't talk to strangers. First, tell me, who are you?" One of the soldiers interjected, "General, please don't be rude. He's not from any army. Let me tell you, he's an elder from the Yan State. You know how respected the elders of Yan State are. You can't speak to them in such a tone. Our countries may be enemies, and it's understandable to be arrogant in war, but you must show respect to an elder." Guuhan softened his tone, "So you're Elder Yang Zhu? My apologies. I didn't recognize you. May I ask what brings someone of your position to a battlefield? Elders from your state usually don't get involved in conflicts." Guuhan then thought to himself, "This man, he's at the peak of the Earth realm. Everyone knows the elders of Yan State are extraordinarily powerful, and they rarely appear on the battlefield, never to fight. That's why they're so highly respected. If he's here, it must be for something important." Elder Yang Zhu finally spoke. "I heard your two nations were going to war. I thought if the battle continued, countless innocent people would die. That's why I've come, to stop this war." Guuhan's mind raced. "I've heard a lot about this elder. He may appear calm, but he's deadly. Once, an entire army of bandits confronted him, and he wiped them all out with nothing but a normal sword. Never underestimate an elder of Yan State. If you do, you'll lose your head before you know it." They almost never intervene in fights, unless they're offered something incredible. The North Vietnam side must have given him some extraordinary terms. That's the only reason he'd get involved now. He clenched his fists in frustration. If he interferes, how will I fulfill my promise? It's clear he's using his power to impose his will. For 5 years, those North Vietnamese scum kept attacking us, and not once did he show up to stop them. But now, when we finally retaliate, he suddenly appears. Out loud, Guuhan addressed him. Senior, this matter concerns only the Tian Pham Kingdom and the North Vietnam Kingdom. The war is between our nations. Yang State has nothing to do with it. For you to intervene now as an elder of Yang State is completely inappropriate. I believe you're inserting yourself into a matter that doesn't concern you, and with all due respect, that's unbecoming of someone of your status. An elder shouldn't interfere in a war between two other countries without reason. As the elder of the Yang State spoke in irritation, he declared that he didn't feel the need to explain himself. He said, I have a terrible habit. I only explain things to people I consider worthy. If I don't think someone is worth my time, I don't even like explaining myself to them. With a dismissive tone, all right, fine, if I didn't give you a chance, others will say that as an elder, I'm bullying you, then prove me wrong. If you defeat me in front of everyone here, then this city will be yours without a war. But if you fail, then turn around and leave immediately, and never dare to return here in your lifetime. Meanwhile, Guuhan was deep in thought. He realized that the elder was at the final stage of his Earth realm cultivation. The gap between their levels was massive, and no amount of battle experience could bridge that. The elder was significantly older and undoubtedly more experienced. At that moment, Guuhan couldn't see any point or weakness he could use to win. Still, he thought to himself, how can I even compare myself to him? But he reminded himself of one thing. He had never turned back in defeat. Retreating now would mean accepting failure, and though he could endure pain, he could never accept losing. As Guuhan remained silent, the elder smirked and said, your silence has already answered all my questions, so today, I'll give you a chance. First, leave this place, return all the cities you've captured from us. Do this, and I will spare your lives. No one from your side will be killed, but, if you choose otherwise, this god will kill every last one of you and reclaim all the cities. He paused before stating ominously, I've given you your options. What you choose is up to you. Just don't claim that I bullied you. With those words, he unleashed a powerful pressure over the crowd, causing even the soldiers to tremble. One of them muttered, it's hard just to stay standing. Guuhan clenched his fists, thinking, this guy is a complete bastard. He's pretending to be righteous in front of everyone, but in truth, he's just using his power to bully us for his own gain. At that moment, Hanxing shouted defiantly, old man, you're getting way too arrogant. Sure, you've got power, but don't be so full of yourself. One day, someone might just forget your status and chop off your head without you even knowing it. The elder was furious. What did you say? Boy, if you have the guts, say it again. Hanxing stood firm and replied, I said what I said. If you really have the courage, defeat us in battle. If you win, you can take our heads. But I'm confident that you'll never succeed. Then Hanxing turned to Qin Fan and said, help us. Qin Fan, that old man is a menace. We must defeat him no matter what. And if you do, I'll reward you with the highest quality wine I have. It's over 100 years old. They say, the older the wine, the better it tastes. You'll enjoy it a lot. Qin Fan smirked and replied, make it 5 bottles. I'll need 5 to get the job done. Hanxing shook his head. You'll get only 3. Drinking too much isn't good for your health. The drunken master laughed. 3 bottles it is. I can manage with that. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the Blood Red Army were in disbelief. Is that old man seriously saying he can beat the Yan State elder just like that? The elder, now enraged, shouted, are you mocking me? Everyone here knows how powerful I am, and you think some old drunk will defeat me for 3 bottles of wine? Glaring at Qin Fan, he growled, you filthy-looking old man, how dare you speak such nonsense? I know you're doing this just to insult me. I might have spared you earlier, but now, I won't leave a single one of you alive. With a roar, the elder began releasing his terrifying energy. Guuhan rushed over to Hanxing and asked in concern, are you alright? The elder's energy is dangerous. It could seriously harm your body. You should leave this place. There's a high chance of dying here, and I don't want you to die for nothing. Hanxing replied with determination. Don't worry, uncle, none of us will die here. I'm sure of it. Just then, the elder descended, ready to fight. None of you are going anywhere. You're all going to die by my hand. Before he could strike, the drunken master stepped forward to confront him. The elder was shocked. Who is this man? His speed is incredible. Why have I never heard of him before? The elder warned. Don't play tricks with me. I hate tricksters. With that, he launched a powerful punch into the air, but to his shock, Qin Fan blocked it effortlessly with his bare hands. Astonished, the elder exclaimed, you stopped my punch. With your bare hands? How is that even possible? Tell me, who are you? If you don't tell me right now, I'll kill you and everyone with you. Qin Fan calmly replied, you want to know who I am? My name is Qin Fan. Elder Yang Zhu was skeptical. He told Qin Fan there was no need to lie. He knew the names of all the powerful masters in the neighboring countries, and Qin Fan was not one of them. He warned the drunken master not to lie, suggesting that if he didn't want to reveal his identity, that was fine, but he should not disrespect the martial arts world by hiding his name. According to Yang Zhu, a true martial arts master should have ethics, and hiding one's identity violated those principles. The drunken master, visibly annoyed, repeated with frustration that his name was indeed Qin Fan. Yang Zhu dismissed him, saying he was good at talking nonsense but hadn't proven anything yet. Qin Fan sarcastically told him that if Yang Zhu thought he knew better, then he should tell him what his real name was. Yang Zhu suddenly realized that Qin Fan had tricked him. While pretending to chat, he had moved dangerously close to Yang Zhu, preparing for an attack. Yang Zhu declared that he wouldn't fall for such cheap tricks. He had fought many masters who relied on deception to win battles. As for the drunken master's name, Yang Zhu said it didn't matter. Not revealing his name would only result in his body not being returned to his homeland after death. Angered, the drunken master yelled that Yang Zhu was insane. Once again, he asserted, "I told you, my name is Qin Fan." Then, with immense force, he launched a powerful attack at Yang Zhu. The blow was devastating. Yang Zhu lost one of his arms, and the wall of the city behind him began to crumble. Debris rained down on him. As the dust settled, Qin Fan stood in confusion. He muttered to himself, wondering why everyone kept questioning his name. If I'm not Qin Fan, then who am I? He had believed he had discovered something about himself, but now he felt completely lost. Meanwhile, Han Xing observed the situation nervously. He realized that Yang Zhu had planted a seed of doubt in the drunken master's mind. If Qin Fan continued to question his identity, things could become dangerous. Han Xing worried that if Qin Fan came to him for answers, he wouldn't have any to give, and that could lead to Qin Fan turning on him in anger. After all, this man had just destroyed Yang Zhu with a single punch. Han Xing understood that if they didn't calm Qin Fan down soon, everyone could be killed. It was imperative to defuse the situation before it spiraled further out of control. Elsewhere, soldiers from the North Vietnam were in disbelief. One of them exclaimed, "What's happening here? Our elder Yang Zhu was defeated with just one punch. Who is this old man? There's no one in our country strong enough to fight him. We must flee immediately, or we'll all die." Despite this, the drunken master, still dazed, continued muttering, "I told them my name is Qin Fan. Then why are they calling me drunken master? If that's not my real name, then who am I? How do I even explain who I am to others?" He recalled how people used to say he was a nameless man, someone who couldn't even tell others who he truly was. Things were just as difficult now as they had always been. Nothing made sense to him anymore. His name, his family, his identity, all felt like distant illusions. He asked himself if there was anyone in this world who could give him the answers he so desperately needed. In another corner of the battlefield, Guuhan spoke to Han Xing, clearly disturbed. He said that things were slipping out of their control. The old master was growing more agitated and could become a major threat to their entire army. He reminded Han Xing of the mistake Gong had made, urging him not to repeat it. If they did, they would meet the same fate as Gong and his men. Han Xing reassured the uncle not to worry at all. He confidently claimed that he had a brilliant technique to bring this person under control. As he said this, Han Xing began to use the heavenly art of meditation. Han Xing explained to the drunken master that he didn't need to think about anything right now. Only time could provide the answers he sought. He warned that if the master got lost in thought during this process, he wouldn't understand anything and would end up wandering alone for the rest of his life. Han Xing reflected to himself that the heavenly art of meditation was a highly difficult technique. He recalled the tremendous effort he had put in to master it. Once a cultivator reached a high level, meditating in peace became incredibly hard because immense energy constantly surged through the body. Still, everyone knew that proper cultivation was impossible without deep focus. That's why he had learned this technique in the first place. By using this technique, he could bring a high degree of control over his words and make others easily understand his intentions. In fact, through the power of words alone, he could influence and even partially control a person's mind. At that moment, Han Xing was attempting to use his words to calm the drunken master, and it seemed to be working. Han Xing thought confidently that this technique was once created to even calm the gods, so it was bound to work here. A short while later, the drunken master indeed appeared much calmer. He asked, "Who am I?" "I'm Qin Fan. These people didn't even know about me and were just rambling nonsense." Turning to Han Xing, the drunken master said that he had shouted quite a lot and now felt thirsty. He asked if Han Xing could do something about it. Han Xing responded with a bright idea. They should go to the city and drink some wine. That would surely quench the master's thirst with ease. The drunken master agreed enthusiastically. He said Han Xing was absolutely right. Wine was indeed the answer to their thirst. Meanwhile, Guuhan was silently wondering who this old man really was. With just a single punch, he had defeated the incredibly powerful Elder Yang. Elder Yang had reached the peak of Earth Realm cultivation, and even in neighboring countries, very few could stand up to him, and yet, this old man had killed him like he was swatting a fly. Guuhan concluded that this man possessed absolute power, enough to make anyone submit. The best part, this terrifying old man had now become a good friend of Han Sheng. Guuhan recalled how, during their last encounter, the drunken master had completely lost control and ended up killing his friend of 20 years, Gong. But this time, after listening to Han Sheng's words, he managed to control himself. It was clear, when it came to making allies, Han Sheng had an exceptional gift. Meanwhile, Guuhan announced that the enemy army had already surrendered, and their elder Yang had been defeated. This city is ours now, everyone, let's head inside and raise our flag. We've already accomplished the mission we came here for. They had conquered 10 cities, and now they could return to their city in triumph. Guuhan said that once they secured full control over this city, he would personally deliver the good news to the emperor. The scene shifted to a week later. The blood-red army was seen returning along with their general. The soldiers rejoiced, shouting that their general had returned victorious, and it seemed the mission had been a complete success. Guuhan proudly declared that their general had marched into enemy territory and planted their flag. He ordered the gates to be opened immediately, saying he had to speak with the emperor. Soon after, Guuhan and Han Sheng arrived at the palace to meet the emperor. Guuhan addressed him, "Your Majesty, before leaving for this campaign, I made a promise to you, and today, I can gladly say that I have fulfilled that promise." He reminded the emperor that he had pledged to win 10 cities as a dowry gift for marrying Princess Yang, and he had already done it. "We've conquered 10 cities in North Vietnam," he said with pride. But that wasn't all. Guuhan added that he had also added 100,000 more people to their army, not as soldiers, but as labor slaves. He reminded the emperor that the people of North Vietnam had bullied them for the last 5 years, and had even taken the lives of many of their brothers. "But we've avenged all of them. We've killed nearly 100,000 enemy soldiers." He then respectfully asked, "Your Majesty, now that this mission is complete, can I finally marry Princess Yang?" The emperor responded warmly, "I was already in favor of the marriage, and now, you've made me even happier. Like your father, you too have become the marshal of our kingdom." He went on to explain that the highest military position was Grand Marshal, followed by Marshal, and Guuhan had now become the first marshal of the Tianfan kingdom. "You've led our army to achieve so much for the kingdom, so, as for the wedding day and arrangements, you may decide everything. I will not interfere at all." He smiled and added, "And on the wedding day, I won't be an emperor, I will be Princess Yang's father." Guuhan humbly thanked the emperor for his kindness. Meanwhile, the ministers present whispered among themselves. They noted how both Marshal Guuhan and General Qi Shuang had returned victorious from a major war. The emperor, overwhelmed with joy, reduced the taxes for the next 2 years. The common people, too, were overjoyed. Both Guuhan and Han Sheng were now hailed as national heroes, the bringers of peace to their kingdom. The ministers suggested that General Qi Shuang also deserved a reward, as he too had conquered 5 cities. They emphasized that Qi Shuang's achievements could not be overlooked. The emperor agreed wholeheartedly. He praised General Qi Shuang, saying, "He is a blessing to our nation. The gods must have been very kind to us to have such a brilliant general born in our land." The emperor admitted that he was at a loss for words when it came to praising General Qi Shuang. "He's a dangerous force. I believe within the next 20 years, this boy will become a god of war." He reminisced about the old days when the Gu family army was feared across nations. Back then, whichever land the Gu army passed through was claimed as part of Tianfan Kingdom. The Gu army was known as an unstoppable force. As long as the Gu family stood with the Tianfan Kingdom, no one dared challenge us. However, after the fall of the Gu family, everything changed. The other nations began to bully them, and their kingdom's value declined drastically. But with Han Sheng's return, everything had started to change once again. The emperor declared that Han Sheng was not only a blessing for the kingdom but also for his own Gu family. Han Sheng thanked the emperor for his kind words and said he hadn't really done much to deserve such praise. At that moment, Emperor spoke up, insisting that Han Sheng shouldn't downplay his own efforts. He reminded him that not only was he well aware of Han Sheng's accomplishments, but the entire world now knew what he was capable of. He pointed out that ever since Han Sheng's first appearance during the battle at Yanjing Pass, his achievements had been nothing short of extraordinary. While he had expected Han Sheng to perform well, no one had imagined he would accomplish so much. He noted that in terms of military merit, Han Sheng had earned more recognition than anyone else in the entire nation. Because of that, he announced, Han Sheng was being promoted from a 4th-grade general to a 2nd-grade general. In addition, he was being awarded the title of Pillar of the Tianfan Kingdom. From now on, Han Sheng held more value than even his top ministers. He emphasized that Han Sheng no longer needed to bow before him and could speak casually in his presence. Everything he had received was fully deserved. Han Sheng once again expressed his sincere gratitude to the emperor. Then, Guuhan turned to ministers and declared that they now stood before the great pillar of the Tianfan Kingdom, urging them all to show him the respect he deserved. Guuhan reflected to himself that this was the first time he had ever felt so happy for someone else's success. Since the death of his brother, he had lived with guilt, believing he had failed to raise the last child of their household well, but seeing Hansheng succeed so greatly filled his heart with joy. He had always prayed for the boy's success, and now, with pride, he could say that Hansheng was the greatest successor in the history of the Gu family. He believed that under Hansheng's leadership, their family would rise to new heights. He also thought to himself that Hansheng was far more capable than both himself and his brother, and that this young man had brought their broken family back together again. The emperor then turned back to Hansheng and stated that although his military merits were already impressive, he had done what needed to be done. Still, if Hansheng wanted anything else as a reward, he only had to ask, regardless of what it was. Whatever he desired would be granted on the spot. The emperor assured him that any request he made would be honored. Hansheng hesitated, then said that there was something he wanted but felt a bit embarrassed to ask. After a pause, he requested 3 bottles of 100-year-old wine. The emperor raised an eyebrow and asked if Hansheng was serious. He reminded him that such old wine was incredibly strong and might be too harsh for someone still young. He urged Hansheng to drink responsibly. Just then, the drunken master appeared behind Hansheng. He interrupted the conversation, demanding to know what had happened to the drinks and whether they were going to get any. Hansheng reassured him, saying that he would indeed get his drink, but asked him to wait a little longer. The emperor then turned to Yuma and asked if this was the same man who had defeated Elder Yang with a single punch. He recalled Yuma saying that this man was powerful enough to wipe out their entire army in an instant. Yet, upon seeing him now, the man didn't seem all that powerful. Meanwhile, the drunken master continued to press impatiently for a drink, complaining of intense thirst. The emperor, smiling politely, remarked that it was a pleasure to meet such a senior expert, but the drunken master ignored him completely and repeated that all he wanted was wine. Hansheng leaned toward the emperor and quietly explained that the master wasn't going to listen to anyone until he got his wine. He suggested they all head into the city, because the master wouldn't allow them to continue the conversation until he was satisfied. The emperor laughed and said it seemed that Master Qin Fan wasn't very fond of greetings or formalities. Perhaps that was why he had ignored him, but he added that it was no problem. They knew how to keep him happy. Following Hansheng's suggestion, the emperor invited everyone to the city. He announced that he was throwing a party and that everyone could drink as much as they liked. He would personally cover the entire bill. He then asked Hansheng to bring along Master Qin Fan as well, since the two of them were close friends. To ensure their comfort, he had already made arrangements for a private hall where they could drink peacefully without being disturbed. The setting shifted to the capital's royal wine shop, where we saw that the drunken master had already consumed a considerable amount of wine. He declared that this was what he called real wine, and that drinking it had brought him true joy. Meanwhile, Hansheng was deep in thought. He couldn't understand how someone so powerful could be in such a pitiful state. It puzzled him. How could such a master lose his memory? Whoever had harmed him must have been terrifying, since an ordinary person couldn't possibly overpower someone like him. Hansheng was certain that the master's background was extraordinary. After all, achieving such power required intense training and dedication. There had to be a long story behind this mysterious man, yet strangely, no one seemed to know him, nor was there anyone around who recognized him. Just then, a guard approached Hansheng and addressed him respectfully. "Young master, I have a report for you," Hansheng asked. "What is it?" The guard informed him that the young master of the Han family had just entered the city and wanted to meet him first. Hansheng smiled and said, "There's no issue. Rion is my friend. If he's here to meet me, that's perfectly fine." Moments later, Hansheng spotted Rion and greeted him warmly. "My friend, it's really good to see you after so long." But the moment he saw Rion up close, his expression turned to shock. Rion stood before him, badly injured. His face was bruised, one of his arms was in terrible shape, and he had even lost one of his hands. Rion and Jinping both looked devastated as they stood silently in front of Hansheng. In disbelief, Hansheng asked, "What happened to you? Where's your hand? How did this all happen?" Rion calmly replied, "I cut it off myself. Jinping has nothing to do with this, don't blame him. I take full responsibility for everything that happened, because every decision was mine." Hansheng asked, "But why? Why would you cut off your own hand?" Rion explained that the hand had become a weakness. He couldn't draw his sword quickly enough, and it hindered his ability to attack effectively. He decided that if something was holding him back from improving, it had to be removed, so he did just that. At this point, Jinping stepped forward and said, "My lord, allow me to explain what happened. As soon as we left the city, we were ambushed and kidnapped. While being transported, the bandits grew irritated by young Master Rion's resistance. They sold the others, but sent the two of us to the mountain region to work as forced labor." He continued, "We were worked to the bone. Every day was backbreaking. But worst of all, they tortured young Master Rion. They despised him for his spirit and strength. Even though I wanted to help, I held back because you had ordered me not to interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. One day, while Rion was pulling stones, the ground cracked, and boulders came crashing down on him. He was severely injured, especially his right arm, which was crushed beyond repair. The bandits, already angry with him, decided he was no longer useful and planned to kill him. But in that moment, something snapped inside Rion. Overcome with rage, he snatched a sword from a nearby bandit and began fighting back. One by one, he killed every single one of them. It was like a fire had awakened inside him. His hidden potential erupted. Jean Ping went on, seeing the danger. I prepared to step in, as you had instructed, but Rion managed to protect himself. He even asked me about the truth behind my power, and though I was hesitant, I ended up telling him everything. After hearing it, he was furious. He said he didn't need my help. During the fight, when his injured arm began to hinder him, he cut it off and tossed it aside just to avoid being slowed down. After that, he took down all the remaining bandits, around 100 of them, all by himself. He never once asked for my help. Once it was all over, we returned here, and the first thing he said was that he wanted to speak to you. Han Xing began speaking seriously. He said that everything that had happened, it was unfortunate. Then, turning to Rion, he added that he had just one question to ask. Do you hate me because of everything that happened here? Han Xing admitted that he knew Rion well enough to understand that his heart must be filled with resentment toward him. He said he would never be able to explain his true motives behind those actions. And if you do want to hate me, then that's fine too. After all, from the very beginning, it was all my fault. Rion, visibly emotional, responded, You think I hate you? If I'm being honest, I'm incredibly angry. He explained that out of everyone in the world, Han Xing was the one person he truly trusted. He had placed Han Xing above even his own family, not just as a friend, but as an elder brother. Rion confessed that if Han Xing had asked, he probably would have given his life for him without hesitation. But then, he learned that the very person he had trusted so deeply was the reason for all his suffering. At that moment, he had been overwhelmed with rage. There was a time when I genuinely hated you, and maybe you'll never understand what I've endured over these past few months. While Han Xing was chasing greatness in this world, Rion was being bullied, relentlessly. The torment from the bandits had pushed him to the brink, to a point where even death didn't scare him anymore. Rion believed that was probably the reason why my sword had awakened, and he was finally able to defeat those tormentors. Han Xing quietly acknowledged his mistakes. He admitted he had done terrible things and that there may have been other ways to accomplish his goals, better ways. But in trying to make Rion understand, he chose the hardest path. Because of that choice, you had to suffer a tremendous loss. I don't have anything else to say. All I can do now is apologize. Because in the end, it really was all my fault. Rion replied calmly. He said he understood now. Han Xing's motives were fulfilled. He finally realized how cruel the world could be. He explained that no matter how powerful the people around you are, their strength doesn't belong to you, and if you don't possess power yourself, you can't protect yourself, or those you love. You made me face the harsh reality of this world. Until now, I was living in a fantasy, but today, I've seen the truth. He continued, saying that things like his grandfather's name, his family's prestige, and the people around him didn't truly matter. What matters in the end is my own strength, and for helping me realize that, I thank you. He admitted he had tried, really tried, to hate Han Xing, but I just couldn't. Even now, you're still like an elder brother to me. That's why Rion asked Han Xing one final question. You've broken my trust once before, but can I trust you again? Will you ever betray that trust again? Han Xing stood silent for a moment, overwhelmed by Rion's words. Then, with determination in his voice, he replied, For you, Rion, I would do anything. I promise, from today, I will never break your trust again. Whenever you need me, I, Han Xing, will always be there for you. Rion smiled slightly. He admitted that he still wasn't sure if he could fully believe those words, but hearing them, it made him feel safe. It feels like someone finally has my back. Maybe now, I won't have to face life's challenges alone anymore. He concluded with a firm voice, saying, I'll never forget this lesson you've taught me. In this world, strength earns respect, and that's why having power of my own is more important than anything else. Just then, Drunken Master spoke up, saying, Kid, you're absolutely right. I, too, used to love getting stronger through training. By the way, can I ask where your arm went? Looking at you, you seem just like me, another beggar. I like learning about others, especially those like us. So tell me about yourself. You know, I've learned a lot about myself too. For instance, my name is Qin Fan. He continued with a grin. You said something very wise earlier. If your arm is getting in the way of your training, then get rid of it. In life, anything that hinders your progress should be eliminated. Anyway, this wine here is incredibly tasty. I'm having a blast drinking it. Rion, watching all this, asked Han Xing. Who is this guy? Han Xing replied. His name is Qin Fan, but I call him Drunken Master. Rion, this is an amazing opportunity for you. If you follow this man, it could be incredibly beneficial for your future. Rion looked surprised and said, What are you talking about? You want me to follow an old drunk beggar? What possible benefit could I get from following him? Han Xing reminded him. Didn't you just say you trust me? Then trust me now. Just this once. If I tried to explain everything here, you wouldn't understand. Just know this, following this man might turn out to be the best decision of your life. Drunken Master then interrupted. Is the wine finished already? I need more. Drinking without wine just isn't fun. Can someone bring me more wine? I've only had 10 bottles so far. Hearing this, Rion dropped to his knees and respectfully said, Master, your disciple Rion is showing you respect. Please accept me as your disciple. Drunken Master raised an eyebrow and asked, a disciple? What could a disciple possibly do for me? Rion quickly responded, this disciple can bring you the finest quality wine. From now on, you won't have to drink alone. You'll always have a loyal disciple to drink with you. Drunken Master laughed heartily and said, so you'll bring me wine? All right then, from now on, you're my disciple. We'll drink together as master and disciple. Han Xing, watching the scene, thought to himself, Rion, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I'm giving you. I know staying with master is going to be incredibly tough. You'll only have two paths. Either he'll lead you to death, or he'll mold you into the greatest minister of war this world has ever seen. A powerful figure who never bows before anyone. The real story of your life begins the moment you start following him. Only then will we see how truly great you can become. The scene shifted to Lee Mansion, where Han Xing was seen asking, Lordly, where's Miss Lee? Lordly replied, we weren't expecting you today. Please wait just a second. I'll ask the maid to call Miss Lee. But Han Xing stopped him and said, no need to inform anyone. I've come to surprise Miss Lee. If you tell her, the surprise will be ruined. I'll go see her myself. Lordly nodded and said, all right, she's in her room. You may go see her. As Han Xing walked away, Lordly thought to himself, before the wedding, everyone was against it. But now the entire Lee family is overjoyed. Every time I see Han Xing, I feel at ease. There couldn't have been a better match for my granddaughter. Thanks to this marriage, our family's future looks brighter than ever. Truly, it was fate that Han Xing bullied our granddaughter that day. If that hadn't happened, we would have never met someone like him. Scene shifted to Miss Lee was standing by the pond when Han Xing approached her and playfully said, guess who's here? Hearing his voice, Miss Lee turned around and thought to herself, that sounds like Han Xing. He's back. Han Xing smiled and said, so, did you like my surprise? I'm back, safe and sound. But Miss Lee, what's wrong? Your body looks weak. Haven't you been resting properly? I told you rest is really important for you. Your mind seems completely unsettled. You shouldn't stress about anything. Everything is going to be fine. Look, even after the war, I've come back without a scratch. He continued, by the way, second uncle is getting married soon, and as a wedding gift, we had to offer 10 cities. That's why we had to rush to the frontier. It took me a whole month to return. I was so busy that I couldn't even reply to your letters. Please don't take it the wrong way. Miss Lee, blushing and holding back tears, said, no, I don't mind. Just then, Han Xing gently kissed her on the forehead and walked away. Miss Lee, touching her forehead, thought, what just happened? Whatever it was, it felt really nice. Finally, the day of second uncle's wedding arrived. Envoys from various nations had gathered to attend the celebration. Han Xing walked up to the couple and said, second uncle, second aunt, congratulations on your wedding. Wiping away tears of joy, Grandpa Gu said, my child, you've endured so much hardship, but now I'm happy, knowing your life is finally filled with joy. I pray that both of you have an amazing future ahead. Yuma was speaking with a smile. Yes, Dad, you're right. Grandpa Gu started teasing, saying, everyone else is married now. It's your turn next. If you want to drink at the wedding, then hurry up and get married already. Han Xing responded with a chuckle. Grandpa, what's the rush? For now, just enjoy Uncle's wedding. You can think about my marriage later. Just then, Han Xing felt a strange sensation. He said, Grandpa, I just remembered something really important from work. I'll need to step out for a bit. Please wait for me. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Grandpa Gu called out behind him. Go quickly, but come back fast. You're part of this family, and we won't start the wedding without you. Everyone will be waiting. As Han Xing walked away, his thoughts turned serious. I just sensed Cheng's presence. Something is definitely wrong. His soul is almost on the verge of shattering. I need to reach him as soon as possible. He recalled Cheng mentioning that he was headed to the Moyen Kingdom to meet someone. I have to act fast. I'll take the drunken master with me and head to Moyen. Cheng has done so much for me. I won't let anything happen to him. Soon, Han Xing and the drunken master arrived near Moyen Kingdom. Han Xing said, I sensed Cheng's soul right around here. He must be nearby. The drunken master, clearly uninterested in the situation, asked, you promised me some wine. So, where is it? Han Xing replied, let's finish what we came for first. After that, I'll give you all the wine you want. At that moment, Han Xing looked ahead and spotted a grand estate. He recognized it instantly. That's the mansion of the Prince of Moyen Kingdom. I had sensed Cheng's soul from right here. That must mean Cheng is inside. But then a question arose in his mind. Why would Cheng's soul be inside the prince's mansion? Just then, he introduced himself, saying, I am Guuhan Xing from the prestigious Gu family, hailing from the Tianfan Kingdom. please inform your lord that General Hansheng has come to meet them. I have a significant reason for visiting, which I will explain to them personally." The guard, clearly nervous, asked for proof. "You say you're General Gu, but do you have any proof? I can't just accept anyone's claim without evidence." Hansheng responded by releasing a burst of his aura. "Go and inform them immediately." Frightened, the guard bowed and replied, "Yes, General, I'm on my way. Please don't be angry, calm down." Once inside the mansion, Hansheng was met by Butler Zhao, who informed the prince, "I recently attended a wedding of the Gu family, and I can confirm that this is indeed General Gu Hansheng. I saw him there myself. He's an extremely powerful general who recently conquered 10 cities in North Vietnam." He added, "Building a good relationship with someone like him would be extremely beneficial. People of his caliber can be of great help in many situations, even if he isn't a member of the royal family of the Tianfan Kingdom." The status of the Gu family is no less significant. They command an army of 200,000, capable of crushing a 500,000 strong force without much effort. "So, he deserves the same level of respect we show our own royal family." The prince nodded and greeted the guest warmly. "General, you've come a long way to see me. Why are you still standing? Let's sit down and talk properly. I apologize for the behavior of my guards. They didn't know who you were." Hansheng replied respectfully. "No need to apologize, Prince. Your guards were only doing their job. They can't just believe someone's a general based on their word. It's good that they're cautious. It means they take their duties seriously. A soldier should always stay alert." The prince then asked, "You wouldn't have come here without a reason, General, so may I ask what brings you here?" Hansheng smiled and said, "You're sharp, Prince. Yes, I've come with a purpose, but before that, I wanted to ask you something. Has a special guest arrived at your mansion recently? Someone you're meeting after a very long time?" The prince looked puzzled. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, but I'm not sure what you're trying to say." Hansheng leaned forward and said firmly, "I'm from the Tiandang Kingdom. We don't beat around the bush. I'll ask directly. Has someone named Yanchen come here recently? It's extremely important for me to know." He continued, "If you know anything about Yancheng, please tell me. And even if you don't, it's fine. I trust that you're an honest man and won't lie to me." The prince replied, "To be honest, this is the first time I've heard that name. I don't know anyone called Yancheng." Hansheng narrowed his eyes. "I had thought you were an honest man, Prince, someone who wouldn't lie to me, but it seems I was mistaken. You lack the courage to speak the truth." He stood up. "No matter, even if you won't tell me. Do you think I won't find out the truth on my own? I can sense everything clearly from here. I already know where Yancheng is. I only hoped we could resolve this peacefully, but since you refuse to cooperate, I'll find him myself by tracing his energy." At this, Butler Zhao stepped forward in protest. "General Gu Hansheng, you may not disrespect our prince. Don't forget, we belong to the royal family. We're not afraid of your Tianfan Kingdom. Our Moyan Kingdom is of the highest rank, and we won't tolerate such behavior from anyone." Before Zhao could say more, the drunken master intervened. "Old man, watch your mouth. If I lose my temper, I'll destroy this entire palace. And if Hansheng even hints at it, I won't hesitate to kill every last one of you." The prince watched the scene unfold and thought to himself, "Who is this master?" He recalled a story from the last war. North Vietnam had once sought help from an elder of the Yang state, a man named Yang Zhu. That elder was feared across neighboring kingdoms for his terrifying power. It was said that in a fit of rage, he once wiped out entire armies. Yang Zhu had reached the peak of Earth realm cultivation, and very few masters in the surrounding countries could rival him. But when he went to confront the blood-red army, he was killed in a single blow. Rumors claim that a mysterious and incredibly powerful master had struck him down in one hit. The prince now stared at Drunken Master. Could this Drunken Master be that same person? The one who defeated Yang Zhu with a single punch? The pressure emanating from Drunken Master's body was still terrifying. He looked like someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill without a second thought. Prince Bai said that Hansheng had come all the way to his home just to provoke him. He asked Hansheng if he even realized how dangerous it was to come to the Moyan Kingdom and threaten its prince in his own palace. Prince Bai pointed out that Hansheng had provoked him publicly in front of everyone, and the consequences could be severe. He warned that such actions could potentially spark a war between the Tianfan Kingdom and the Moyan Kingdom. He reminded Hansheng that he wouldn't want that because the Moyan Kingdom was significantly larger. While he acknowledged that the Gu family had a powerful army, perhaps even stronger than most, he emphasized that sheer numbers also mattered in war. Prince Bai assured Hansheng that no matter how strong his generals or soldiers were, they couldn't win against the might of the Moyan Kingdom. He claimed that in any battle, numbers mattered most, and their army was 4 times larger than Hansheng's. Even if Hansheng's men could kill many of theirs, in the end, the Moyan Kingdom would still emerge victorious. In response, Hansheng said that he didn't care what happened as a result of provoking the prince. Everything the prince had just said sounded like mere self-praise. Hansheng admitted he had never heard of anyone successfully provoking Prince Bai and facing dire consequences, despite the many stories the prince shared. He added that while these tales sounded impressive, He doubted the king of Moyen would go to war just because of Prince Bai. Han Xing then told him to step outside and ask around who Han Xing really was, and to find out what happened to those who dared provoke him in the past. He warned that Prince Bai didn't know enough about him, and it would be wiser not to provoke him, as it could be very dangerous. Prince Bai replied that there was no need to fight here. All Han Xing needed was to go meet Yan Cheng, and Prince Bai was willing to take him there himself, for the good of both kingdoms. Han Xing agreed and said that, for once, Prince Bai had said something reasonable. The scene shifted. They were now on a snow-covered mountain. Han Xing was puzzled. He asked why there was such a massive iceberg in a country like Moyen, which was typically hot, especially during summer. He wondered why the ice hadn't melted yet. The atmosphere felt entirely different from the rest of the kingdom, as if they had stepped into another world. He asked what was going on. Prince Bai explained that there was a reason he hadn't wanted them to come here. This location wasn't open to outsiders. He revealed that this place had been created by his father 100 years ago. Inside the massive iceberg lay an ice coffin, crafted with a powerful and mysterious technique. Within that coffin rested his aunt, his father's biological sister, who had been preserved there for a century. Her name was Bai Hua. Han Xing asked if she had any connection to Yan Cheng. Prince Bai confirmed it. Not only were they connected, but their bond was deeply emotional. When Bai Hua was young, she had accepted Yan Cheng as her husband. At one point, their love story had been the most famous in the entire kingdom. This happened 100 years ago. Back then, Prince Bai's father and aunt were considered the most beautiful people of their generation. Their beauty was so renowned that people from other kingdoms would come just to see them. One day, Bai Hua met a man who defeated her in battle. But it wasn't just the fight she lost her heart to him as well. They began meeting frequently, and their lives seemed perfect. However, their happiness didn't last long. That young man belonged to the Qing tribe. One day, the entire tribe was wiped out by bandits. When the man found out, he was furious. He returned home and hunted down every last one of the bandits. But in the process, he lost his sanity. Bai Hua did everything she could to find him. She searched far and wide. But then something terrible happened. The sword god appeared. Angry with his own kingdom, the sword god unleashed devastation across a 3,000-mile radius. The young man was caught in this destruction. As the sword god's attacks rained down, the young man disappeared. When Bai Hua learned what had happened, the news shattered her. Her cultivation, once immensely powerful, declined drastically. Her health began to fail. Everyone believed she wouldn't live much longer. It was as if she had lost all hope and will to live. But she couldn't bring herself to believe that he had truly died. She begged Prince Bai's father to seal her inside an ice coffin, so she could wait, internally and eternally, for the man she loved to return. And even now, she continued to wait. But even after 100 years, no one came. Prince Bai confessed that even he had once believed the man could never return. After all, how could someone return from death? But that belief shattered a few months ago. When Yan Cheng appeared before him, Prince Bai admitted he had always wondered why his aunt waited so long for that man. But now, after meeting Yan Cheng, he understood. Even after death, that man had returned, for his aunt. And so, the moment Yan Cheng appeared, Prince Bai gave him directions to this place. But what happened to Cheng afterward was just as much a mystery to him. He admitted he was about to find out the truth for the first time himself. As soon as they opened the gate, they were left stunned. They saw Cheng's body, slowly turning to ice, while Anhua remained sealed inside an ice coffin. Shocked by the sight, Han Xing muttered in confusion, wondering what is going on here. Prince Bai questioned aloud what exactly Yan Cheng had done. Why was his body freezing? Had he attempted to break the coffin? Didn't the fool realize that tampering with the coffin could cost him his life? Bai grew furious, demanding to know how this bastard dared disturb Anhua's resting place. He acknowledged that their story might have been old, but insisted that no one had the right to behave like that with Anhua. Just then, Han Xing told Prince Bai to shut his mouth, warning him that saying anything further could prove dangerous for him. He said it was obvious that Cheng cared more for Anhua than Prince Bai ever could, and from the look of things, Cheng would never let any harm come to her. He pleaded for a chance to investigate what had happened. As they moved closer, Han Xing spoke, saying that Cheng had been a complete fool, letting emotions take over and committing a terrible mistake. He suggested they use their powers to wake Cheng up and question him about his actions. Turning to Cheng, Han Xing warned him that if he didn't wake up soon, there would be nothing he could do to help him. About 30 minutes later, Cheng finally opened his eyes. Han Xing immediately asked if Cheng had anything to say in his defense. Without a word, Cheng dropped to his knees in front of Han Xing and begged for forgiveness. He admitted that he had made a grave mistake but pleaded for his master to save Hua. He insisted that Han Xing was the only one in the world capable of doing so. Cheng explained that after arriving here, he realized something crucial. Hua wasn't dead yet, but her life force had grown dangerously weak. Even a minor earthquake could kill her instantly. He confessed that he was helpless to save her himself and begged Han Xing to do whatever he could. If she was saved, Cheng promised never to forget the favor. Prince Bai watched the scene unfold, utterly shocked. He realized that the man kneeling before them was no ordinary person. In his prime, Cheng had been a true genius. He recalled how his father had once told him detailed stories about Cheng. In terms of cultivation, Manhwa had surpassed even his father. She wasn't just beautiful, she had been the #1 genius in their kingdom. Many other geniuses from neighboring kingdoms had come to challenge her, yet none could defeat her. But Cheng had once defeated Manhwa with ease, earning the title of the #1 genius in the Moyen Kingdom. Rumor had it that Cheng could beat anyone effortlessly. He could have survived in sword ruins as well, but he had lost his mind and refused to fight. That was why he had disappeared after being struck by the sword god's attack. Prince Bai wondered how such a great genius could call a young man like Guuhan his master. Clearly, Guuhan wasn't someone ordinary. Otherwise, someone as brilliant as Cheng would never submit to him. Prince Bai told himself he would have to be much more careful around Guuhan now. After all, Guuhan's story was strange too. Not long ago, he was considered a complete idiot. Everyone believed the Gu family was doomed because of him. Even though many children of the Gu family had been born with great potential, Guuhan had been the sole disappointment, and many thought he alone would bring ruin to the family. But then, when Guuhan revealed his true abilities to the world, everyone was stunned. People had now accepted that Guuhan was the #1 genius of the kingdom. As a general, he was said to surpass even his uncle, grandfather, and father. Bai thought to himself that someone who could hide his abilities so well couldn't be underestimated. He couldn't make assumptions about him anymore. Han Xing then addressed Cheng, reminding him that Manhwa had waited for him for 100 years. If she hadn't held on to hope, why else would she have asked the emperor to bury her alive back then? She could have easily chosen death. Instead, she endured 100 years of pain. Cheng had no idea what she had gone through, but during every moment of those years, she had longed for him. Now that he was finally about to meet her again, throwing his life away would be the ultimate foolishness. If she ever found out that he had sacrificed his life to save her, she would never forgive herself, and she might even lose all hope. That's why Han Xing promised he would save her. But first, Cheng had to stabilize himself. Han Xing admitted that freeing her from the ice coffin had become extremely difficult. Normally, people could survive inside for up to 10 years, but she had been sealed for over a century. Technically, her body had become no different from a corpse. The only reason her body hasn't decayed is because it was sealed using magic. Her hope, that sheer force of will, is the only thing keeping her soul tethered. But if we forcefully break the seal, she'll definitely die. He admitted he knew thousands of techniques that might help, but even with all that, he couldn't guarantee her survival after the ice melted. I'll try my best, but the chances of her waking up are very slim. Tears welled up in Cheng's eyes as he begged, Lord, I know how powerful you are. You've always had a way, no matter the situation. You even stood against the heavens for my sake once. Even heaven's energy couldn't harm you. So I believe, that if anyone can save Hua, it's you. He vowed that he was willing to give up everything if Han Xing would just try to save her. Maybe I don't trust in your techniques as much as I should, but I believe in you. I swear, if you want to save her, you will. He continued, you're right. For the past 100 years, I didn't remember anything. My demon form clouded my mind. But now that I know Hua waited for me all this time, I can't bear it. If I don't get to see her again, I'll end my life. Han Xing sternly told him to stop talking nonsense and stand up. I have a habit. I never leave my comrades behind, and when it comes to saving those I care about, I'll go to any lengths. He placed a reassuring hand on Cheng's shoulder and added, if Hua's your family, she's my family too. I'll give it everything I've got, but in return, you'll need to stay strong. If you fall apart now, then nothing will work. Getting to his feet, Cheng bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord. You don't know how much your words mean to me. Even the crown prince was moved. General Han Sheng, can you truly use your power to awaken my aunt? I've tried everything, consulted countless experts, and every one of them said it was impossible. But if you can do it, our entire Moyen Kingdom will forever be indebted to you. The Moyen Kingdom's royal family will become your closest allies. For your sake, we'll live and die by your side. He added, you don't know how hard we've worked, how many times we've tried and failed. If you can awaken her, it'll be the greatest favor anyone has ever done for us. As emotions ran high, Han Xing stepped forward and began channeling his energy. Turning back briefly, he explained, there are 3 ways to save her. I've examined her body carefully. In my estimation, there are 3 specific herbs. If used together, they just might be able to bring her back. However, he also mentioned a second method, which was significantly more dangerous. Han Xing emphasized that this method would only be considered if the first one failed. That was why, for the time being, he refused to share any details about the second approach. Meanwhile, the prince was thinking to himself, just heal Aunt once. You have no idea how many benefits I'll gain once she wakes up. He believed that once Aunt regained consciousness and it was revealed that he was the one who revived her, his father would surely be pleased, and he would be next in line to become the emperor. The people around assumed that after Aunt woke up, she would simply leave with them, but the prince knew the reality was more complicated. he was aware that the royal family would present several obstacles. After all, Anne had been kept alive for all these years for a reason, reasons they would only disclose once she regained consciousness. The prince was determined. "Father, very soon, I'll bring you incredible news that will definitely make you appoint me as the next emperor." Back to Han Sheng. He brought up the third method and addressed Cheng, saying that Cheng had already attempted it. Han Sheng pointed out that Cheng had tried to use his blood and cultivation to wake them up, but it was futile. It would not only fail, it could damage his cultivation permanently. He added that if cultivation truly could awaken them, the royal family would have done it long ago. So, in the end, only the first two methods had any real hope of success. Cheng asked, "Lord, you mentioned that the first method uses herbs. Could you tell us exactly which herbs are required?" He also mentioned hearing the name three-flower medicine of death for the first time. Prince Bai then asked what specific medicine was needed to cure Ant, promising that the royal family would use all its power to find it. Han Sheng explained that the cure required three primary herbs, Manhwa, Vumu, and Yutang. In addition, he said he would need a plant called jade poison grass to neutralize the aura surrounding Ant. He went on to explain that for the past 100 years, the mountain had been unusually cold, causing a dangerous buildup of Yin energy. Before they attempted to revive Ant, this energy had to be dispersed, otherwise, it might attack her upon awakening. He added, Yin energy is the energy of death, and it tends to accumulate in cold places. Han Sheng emphasized that although only 6 herbs were needed, finding them would be extremely difficult, perhaps even impossible within the nearby 100 kingdoms. He instructed everyone to begin the search immediately and gave a final warning. "Until we gather all 6 herbs, no one is allowed to disturb her. I've already caused some disruption by checking her condition, and further interference could endanger her soul." Prince Bai said that while he was familiar with some of the herbs Han Sheng mentioned, he had never heard of Vumu or Yutang. He asked whether they had any alternate names. Han Sheng responded that they did. Vumu was now commonly known as underworld flower, and Yutang was referred to as Beth water in modern language. Han Sheng said he had heard many legends about the underworld flower. In ancient times, immortals used it to cleanse their blood. It was said that this flower greatly enhanced fate power, and most people didn't even realize how extraordinary that power could be. He described the flower in detail, saying it had 3 petals, each a different color, one black as ink, one pure white like snow, and one bright red like the sun. According to legends, the underworld flower contained the essence of immortal blood, making it capable of reviving even the dying. He continued, saying that some stories claim these flowers only grew in places where an immortal had died. Wherever immortal blood touched the ground, these flowers would bloom. Cheng finally spoke up, saying he had noticed that Master Han Sheng kept mentioning immortals. He asked whether immortals really existed in their world. Personally, Cheng admitted, he had never seen one, nor had he ever heard of a mortal cultivator actually becoming immortal. He said he had heard many stories, but never any proof. Han Sheng responded calmly, saying that the things written in stories often didn't reveal themselves so easily. He asked, "What makes you think an immortal would show himself to you?" It was entirely possible that the immortals had their own world, one separate from theirs. Prince Bai then declared with determination that no matter the price, he would find that flower. But Han Sheng stopped him. "You can't go. It wouldn't be right for you to leave." Meanwhile, Han Sheng was deep in thought. He had never seen the underworld flower in this life, but in his previous life when he had become the ruler of that world he had used the flower for himself. Now, he found himself in a much lower tier world. In the higher realms, such flowers were considered quite normal, but in this lower world, obtaining such a flower could prove extremely dangerous. It might drastically increase someone's cultivation, and the greedy nature of humans could turn that power into something even more hazardous. Han Sheng feared that if the flower fell into the wrong hands, it could bring disaster. Cheng then asked curiously, "Lord, you mentioned something about a water. What exactly is this Beth water, and where can we find it?" Han Sheng replied that he wasn't exactly sure where it could be found. However, he could describe it in detail. He explained that when one first sees the Beth water, it appears completely transparent, so clear, in fact, that it seems like you can see right through it. One might even think it's the purest water they've ever seen. But the moment someone truly believes it to be the purest water of the world, the water would suddenly turn pitch black, inky and impenetrable. It would become so dark that nothing beyond its surface could be seen. Han Sheng explained that this water represents the dual nature of the world beneath, where the people are sometimes incredibly kind, and at other times, extremely cruel. He warned them sternly. The Beth water was incredibly dangerous. He advised them never to touch it directly. Even a slight contact with it would begin absorbing the energy from one's body. Storing this water required a special artifact known as the flawless jade bottle. No ordinary container could absorb or hold the energy of this water. Han Sheng explained further that the water's immense power came from the countless lives it had absorbed over time. It stored the energies of many fallen individuals. If someone were to acquire the water correctly, they would, in a sense, inherit all those energies and could transfer that immense power to someone else. He warned them again that finding the Beth water was no easy task, and even if they did find it, any greed in their hearts would seal their fate. He guaranteed that greed would be their downfall. He told them to proceed only if they were absolutely sure about their goal, otherwise, the water itself would become their grave. Ching respectfully thanked the master for sharing such valuable knowledge. He now had clarity on what he needed to do next. Prince Bai also expressed his gratitude. Prince Bai said they were deeply thankful, and that Han Xing's guidance was a tremendous help to them and their palace. He assured him that his father and everyone in the palace would forever remember his favor. He also mentioned he had already sent his people out to search for the Beth water so they could bring it back as quickly as possible. Han Xing nodded and told them to begin the search immediately. As they continued walking, they arrived at the Jiangji Palace. Prince Bai addressed General Han Xing again, saying that since the general was so knowledgeable about herbs, it would be a great help if he could stay at the palace for a few days. His men had been sent to retrieve herbs, but even if they returned with them, no one would be able to verify their authenticity without the general's expertise. Bai promised him a comfortable stay and said the palace would make all necessary arrangements to ensure his well-being. But Han Xing refused. He said he didn't believe staying there would benefit him in any way. Instead, he planned to personally set out in search of the materials himself. He reminded them that he had already described what they needed. If they managed to find the correct ingredients, that would be excellent, but only he knew how to actually prepare the medicine. He told them that once they had gathered all the ingredients, they could send them to his Gu family residence, and he promised to create the best medicine in the world to help Bai's aunt regain her life. Prince Bai once again thanked General Han Xing on behalf of everyone. He said that from that day forward, Han Xing would be considered their closest friend. If the Gu family ever needed the Jiangji Palace, they would surely come to their aid. He also promised that once the herbs were secured, he would personally bring them to Han Xing's home. Then, offering something to him, Bai explained that it was a Jiangji Palace token of honor. Only 3 such tokens existed. This one he was giving to Han Xing. The token was marked with a special seal that couldn't be forged. As long as it bore that seal, it would grant the bearer free access to anything within the Moying Kingdom. Bai hoped this token would further solidify their friendship and trust. Han Xing accepted the token with a smile. Then, with a hint of curiosity, he asked when Bai's father, who had stayed inside the palace all this time, would finally come out to meet him. He wondered if they had even told the king that he was the one trying to heal the princess. Hearing this, Prince Bai was visibly shocked. He thought to himself how skilled his father was at hiding his presence, yet Han Xing still figured out he's inside. I guess I should lie for now, otherwise he may never trust anyone again. Then Han Xing said, your father and your aunt are siblings, right? That means they share the same bloodline and energy. If your father had transferred his energy into your aunt's body, her chances of survival would have been much higher. Her body wouldn't reject the energy because it would feel familiar. Anyway, Prince, I should get going. I hope you follow the instructions I gave you in time, and yes, except for the underworld flower, please make sure to find all the other medicinal herbs. The prince assured him, saying, don't worry, by the next time you visit, all the herbs will be ready for you. Han Xing smiled and replied, I hope that next time I visit, your father himself will come to greet me. I don't want him hiding again like this time. After that, Han Xing arrived at the market. Cheng, who was with him, asked, my lord, wouldn't it be better if we searched for herbs first? What are we going to find here in the marketplace? Han Xing responded, look at the state you're in. Honestly, do you think you can search for herbs like this? Everyone knows that herbs from ancient times are extremely beneficial. Even without cultivation, they can make a person incredibly powerful. But the more useful the herb, the harder and riskier it is to obtain. If you go out looking for them without healing properly, I can guarantee you won't return. And if something happens to you, saving the princess would be meaningless. Cheng nodded and said, you're absolutely right, my lord. Suddenly, Han Xing asked, where did the drunken master go? He was just with us. Cheng looked around and replied, there he is, heading into the wine shop. Inside the shop, the shopkeeper was announcing, today's wine bidding has been won by Mr. Muin. He receives our 100-year-old, top-quality Baihua wine. I'm confident that after tasting this wine, everyone will feel amazing. Mr. Muin, please come forward and accept your prize. The people standing nearby began to murmur, Mr. Muin has tons of money. No one in the entire city can match his wealth. That's why he gets the best wine today. Just then, the drunken master stepped forward and grabbed the wine from the shopkeeper's hands. Delighted, he exclaimed, this is delicious. The shopkeeper, irritated, shouted, how dare this beggar cause trouble in our shop? Guards, throw him out immediately. I don't even know how you let such a filthy beggar in. Before the guards could move, Han Xing stepped in and warned, if you value your lives, don't take another step forward. That man can destroy you all in a heartbeat. Qin Feng, what are you doing? I told you not to wander off alone. The shopkeeper, now even more agitated, said, looks like you know this beggar. Do you even realize what he just did? He ruined a bottle of wine worth 3,000 silver taels. It's our most prized possession. Tell me, can you compensate for it? Without hesitation, Han Xing pulled out some money and said, here 5,000 silver taels. I'm buying this wine at double the price. I hope this settles the matter and you won't object to Qin Feng drinking it. People around them whispered skeptically. He just handed over a single note and claimed it's worth 5,000 taels. I bet it's fake. How could a random traveler carry that kind of money? Even the royal family doesn't carry such large amounts. But the shopkeeper examined the note and confirmed, it's not fake. This is a real banknote worth exactly 5,000 silver taels. Everyone nearby was stunned. While sipping the wine, the drunken master said, why does this taste so familiar? I feel a deep sadness while drinking it. It's as if I'm missing someone terribly. He paused, then added, this isn't enough. I need more wine. Han Xing asked the shopkeeper if the wine was of the same quality as the one he just purchased. Then, without hesitation, he said he was ready to buy every bottle of that wine in stock. The shopkeeper responded respectfully, saying that if she searched their inventory, she might find a total of only 3 jars of Baihua wine, one of which he had already bought. Han Xing nodded, saying that 2 jars still remained and he wanted both. However, he admitted that he hadn't brought much money with him, just around 13,000 silver taels. He offered that amount in exchange for the remaining jars and told the shopkeeper that if she needed more, she could visit his residence later to collect the rest. The other customers, visibly irritated, began to protest. They said, brother, what you're doing is wrong. Baihua wine is legendary. Do you even know how rare this is? This wine is from a time before Sword Ruins was even founded. It must be at least 100 years old. And now you're buying it all without leaving a single jar for the rest of us. If we could just taste it once, we'd know what such ancient wine feels like. They warned him that drinking too much of it might lead to an ugly death and insisted that he should at least leave 1 jar for them. Han Xing then turned to the shopkeeper and asked whether the wine was truly that old and where it originated. The shopkeeper explained that the Baihua wine had been crafted 100 years ago by a mysterious lady known for her unmatched winemaking technique. According to legends, her wine was considered the best in the world. After her passing, the recipe was lost, and no one since had been able to recreate it. This was why the wine was so expensive and so rare. Han Xing asked if anyone knew more about this winemaker. The shopkeeper replied regretfully, saying, if we knew, it would be a blessing. But sadly, not even the smallest details about her are known. Too much has been lost over the past century. Who knows what incident took her life? She then expressed her admiration for Han Xing's generosity, pointing out that despite knowing the wine cost only 3,000 silver taels, he paid more than double. She added that wealthy and kind-hearted young men like him were rare these days, and asked if she could know his name. Han Xing introduced himself proudly as Guuhan Xing of the Gu family from the Tianfan kingdom, adding that people now addressed him as General Qi Xuan. The room went silent. The bystanders, now shocked, exclaimed, what? The legendary warrior from the Tianfan kingdom, the one who's famous throughout the world. We were just bad-mouthing him a moment ago. If we had known who he was, we'd never have dared. The shopkeeper, stunned, thought to herself that she had heard his name many times before. Rumors had it that he was destined to become a major figure in the future. It was even said that a guardian accompanied General Han Xing, someone so powerful that even top-tier elders could be taken down in a single blow. Realizing this, she gasped, thinking, then the old man I mistook for a beggar must be his guardian. Panicking, she shouted, I made a huge mistake. How could I accept money from General Han Xing? She quickly instructed her assistants to return his payment and bring out the last 3 jars of Baihua wine that had been hidden away for special occasions. A general of his stature must be welcomed properly. But Han Xing, smiling kindly, told her not to return the money. He said she had preserved the wine for 100 years, and that kind of dedication deserved proper compensation. Later, Han Xing and the drunken master prepared to return home. Sensing something was off, Han Xing asked, Qin Feng, why do you look so troubled? And why have you kept this last jar of wine aside? Qin Feng looked down and admitted, I'm afraid that if I drink it, it'll be gone forever. And something about this wine, it feels familiar, like I've known it before. I don't have the courage to finish it here. Han Xing was surprised. I've never seen the drunken master like this. Could there be some connection between him and this Baihua wine? After all, the wine is 100 years old. Maybe he knew the creator? Qin Feng suddenly murmured, who am I? Am I really Qin Feng, or is my real name Jean? Why can't I remember anything clearly? Confused and overwhelmed, he questioned his very identity. Han Xing tried to calm him, telling him not to overthink, but despite his efforts, the drunken master remained restless. Still lost in thought, Qin Feng kept repeating, who am I? Am I truly Qin Feng? Then, with tears in his eyes and emotions boiling over, he shouted and suddenly ran off at high speed. Watching him disappear into the distance, Qing said softly, Lord, drunken master has left us. Should we follow him? But Han Xing shook his head and replied, no, there's no need. He joined us of his own will, and if he chooses to leave, we shouldn't stop him. Honestly, is there anyone in this world who could stop the drunken master if he really wanted to go? Han Xing concluded that the drunken master must have remembered something from his past. He believed the master was now on a journey of rediscovery. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. Let's not dwell on this any longer. We should return home. There's still a lot of work waiting for us. Scene changes to the Lee family's estate. A maid was speaking politely. Young miss, General Han Xing has been away for a long time. There's no news of when he'll return. Please don't worry too much. Miss Lee nodded silently, though her thoughts told a different story. She, too, knew that Han Xing was exceptionally capable, but the problem was that he constantly took on dangerous missions. That was what truly worried her. Just then, she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around, and to her shock and relief it was Han Xing. With a smile, Han Xing teased, "Did you miss me?" Scene shifted to the wedding day. The venue was grand, and dignitaries from various nations had arrived with wedding gifts for Han Xing. The delegation from the Ning Kingdom had even brought their most valuable treasury item. Shortly after, the butler of the Prince Bai arrived and respectfully declared, "I bring wedding gifts from the Moyen Kingdom for General Han Xing. Congratulations, Grand Marshal, on your grandson's marriage." Smiling, Grandpa Gu replied warmly, "Aren't you General Jia? It's been a long time since we met, ever since you left the battlefield." The butler responded respectfully, "Grand Marshal, I am no longer General Jia. Today, I serve as a butler for the Jiangji Palace." Grandpa Gu placed a hand on his shoulder and said with pride, "Even if you've left the battlefield, in my eyes, you'll always be an outstanding general, the one who protected the southern borders of Moyen Kingdom and now loyally serves the royal family." The butler, clearly moved, replied, "You're truly a great man, Grand Marshal. I never expected to receive so much respect even as a butler." Watching this exchange, some of the guests murmured, "Isn't it strange? Not long ago, young Master Han Xing visited Jiangji Palace, and now Jiangji Palace is sending him gifts. Could it be true that the Moyen Kingdom and the Gu family have become allies?" They recalled that when the rumor first surfaced, many had dismissed it. After all, the Moyen Kingdom was powerful and known to look down on others. An announcement was made: "The bride and groom have arrived." As Han Xing walked in, guests whispered among themselves, "General Gu is so handsome. Miss Lee is incredibly lucky to marry such a brilliant man." Han Xing and Miss Lee entered the ceremonial hall. The butler then instructed them, "First, you will greet the heavens, then your elders, and finally each other. Once these rites are done, your marriage will be officially complete." Miss Lee gracefully bowed in respect to the heavens, but to everyone's shock, Han Xing didn't follow. The guests began to murmur, "Why isn't young Master Gu bowing to the heavens? Doesn't he know this could bring misfortune to their marriage?" Miss Lee was equally confused. What is he doing? Why won't he show respect to the heavens? Han Xing, however, stood firm. "I have no problem bowing to my grandfather, the emperor, or anyone else, but I will never bow to those wretched heavens. Only I know how vile that so-called heavenly Tao is. I refuse to submit to someone who enjoys watching others suffer. These people don't know that bowing to him won't make their lives better. Heavenly Tao just takes pleasure in seeing others kneel before him." The butler, unfazed, continued, "Now, please greet your elders." This time, both Han Xing and Miss Lee bowed respectfully to their elders. Grandpa Gu wiped his tears and said emotionally, "I was so worried when Han Xing didn't bow to the heavens, but now, seeing this marriage proceed without issue makes me truly happy." The butler then declared, "It's time to greet each other." Han Xing and Miss Lee turned to one another, bowed gracefully, and their wedding was officially completed. Servants entered with drinks for all the guests. Grandpa Gu, beaming with joy, raised his cup and joked, "Let's see which one of us gets drunk first." The emperor smiled and said, "Today, two of our kingdom's most powerful families have united. I'm confident this alliance will bring immense benefits to our country." Grandpa Gu turned to Miss Lee and said, "Kin Roa, from today onward, you're my granddaughter-in-law, and if this fool Han Xing ever causes you trouble, come straight to your grandfather. As long as I'm alive, he won't dare make things difficult for you." Lord Lee added warmly, "Han Xing, you've always been a good child, rarely needing advice, but there's one thing I must say. Can you call me Grandpa instead of Lord Lee? If you don't, it just won't feel right." Han Xing chuckled and said, "All right then, just like my grandpa, I'll start calling you old man. That's the best I can do for you." Hearing this, everyone around burst into laughter, saying, "General Han Xing really is amazing. He always does whatever he wants." As the group continued praising both Han Xing and Miss Lee, suddenly, Miss Lee collapsed and fell unconscious. Han Xing immediately caught her and shouted in concern, "What happened to you? How did you suddenly faint like this?" Grandpa, visibly panicked, cried out, "What's going on?" Old Lee quickly added, "Call the doctor immediately. She's never fainted like this before." Without wasting time, Han Xing began checking Miss Lee's pulse and aura. He soon noticed that the mark on her soul had grown significantly larger. He realized that if it continued to spread, her soul would soon be destroyed. He thought to himself in frustration, "Heavens, Why do you always have a problem with me? Why can't you let something good happen in my life for once? Without responding to anyone, Hanxing picked Miss Lee up and began walking away. Old Lee shouted after him, Hanxing, what are you doing? Do you know what's wrong with her? Is that why you're taking her away? But Hanxing gave no reply and simply continued walking. Grandpa also called out, Hanxing, what are you trying to do? Eventually, Hanxing brought Miss Lee into the bridal chamber. As she slowly opened her eyes, she weakly scribbled something on his hand. In her mind, Miss Lee thought, forgive me, Hanxing, I don't think I'll be able to fulfill the promise I made to you. I'll regret this, even after I die. But Hanxing held her hand tightly and said, don't worry about anything. No matter what I have to do, I will save you, even if I have to challenge the heavens themselves. Miss Lee then wrote one final message on his hand. I couldn't keep any of my promises, except one. There's still one last promise we can fulfill together. Moved by her words, Hanxing gently kissed her. Shortly after, Miss Lee lost consciousness again. Hanxing whispered, wait for me, Miss Lee. I'll return soon, and we'll be together again. As he opened the door to leave, Grandpa and Old Lee were waiting outside. Old Lee shouted, where's Miss Lee? Do you even know how to save her? And why did you bring her here without saying a word? Hanxing replied calmly, the truth is, she's unconscious. And there's no one here who can help her. There's not a single doctor in this world who can heal her now. There's only one way left to save her, and I'm going to use it very soon. Until then, please, take care of her. With that, Hanxing stepped aside and summoned Cheng. Cheng arrived and asked, yes, Lord Hanxing, what do you need? Hanxing handed him a glowing stone and said, look at this. It's called the Heaven-Defying Stone. I need you to gather as many of these as possible, as quickly as you can. Get everyone we have to help. No one should be slacking right now. These stones are crucial. Cheng, upon hearing this, recognized the stones. He realized they were the same ones his master had once used to help him. That led him to believe that his master was once again preparing to go against the heavens. Meanwhile, Hanxing had arrived at a waterfall. He was deep in thought and admitted to himself that he had once believed he had plenty of time, but in truth, he realized he had been completely wrong. He questioned how he could ever have thought his life could be peaceful, as long as the heavens existed. That damned heaven never allowed him to be happy. He recalled how, in his past life, he had brought rivers of blood, destroying everything that stood in his way, killing millions, all in the pursuit of power. But in this life, he had chosen a different path. He had decided not to chase power anymore, hoping to live a good life where no one suffered because of him. Yet, there were still those who seemed disturbed even by his mere existence. So now, he felt that he had no choice but to return to the path of power. He had to show them that he hadn't become weak by accident, that regaining his strength was always within his grasp. Standing by the waterfall, he resolved to use its power to rebuild his body into a spiritual vessel. He was prepared to endure any amount of pain, because he knew that a powerful body would be crucial in the battle against the heavens. Hanxing sat beneath the crashing waterfall, its pressure pounding against his body with incredible force. He believed that the intensity of the water would sharpen and strengthen him. Eventually, he allowed the entire waterfall to fall directly upon him. On the other side, Lord Lee was seen sitting beside Miss Lee. He spoke gently, reminiscing about how his granddaughter had always been a good child since childhood. But, he added bitterly, the gods had never been just to her. She had been exceptionally talented, yet her inability to speak had brought her nothing but emotional suffering since she was little. And now, just when her life had started to improve, the gods had taken even that away from her. With grief in his voice, Lord Lee questioned how the gods could be so cruel to such an innocent child. He declared that if the gods had truly wronged his granddaughter, he would never offer prayers to them again. Grandpa Gu tried to calm him down, saying there was no point in discussing all this right now. Uncle Guuyuma added that since Hanxing had gone to find a way to heal Miss Lee, they should believe in him. He would definitely find a cure. Just then, Hanxing entered the room. Everyone, shocked and concerned, asked where he had been for the past 10 days, and whether he had found anything that could help Miss Lee. Lifting her gently, Hanxing replied that he was sorry, but there was no time to explain. They had already wasted 10 precious days, and now, not a single second could be lost in waking Qin Ro. Right then, Cheng arrived carrying a bunch of stones. He informed Hanxing that they had collected all the heaven-defying stones from within a 100-mile radius. Hanxing nodded and thanked him, then walked toward Miss Lee. Grandpa asked what he was planning to do. Placing Miss Lee within a formation circle, Hanxing apologized and warned that what he was about to do would be risky. He requested Grandpa, Uncle, and everyone else to step back. Being near him during this process could be dangerous. Hanxing, thinking to himself, began setting up a 9-palace 8 diagram formation. He explained internally that this formation could protect any person from the heavens, as long as they remained within its boundaries. Using it, he could ensure Qin Ro's safety while he fought the heavens and also find the chance to destroy her soul mark. He began chanting spells and poured his blood onto the stones. The moment he activated the formation, a barrier formed around Qin Ro. Hanxing was relieved, knowing she was now completely safe for the time being. both her body and soul were protected. It was finally time to begin the real task. Suddenly, Han Xing began to release an intense, dangerous energy. The weather began to shift violently in response. Grandpa and Uncle were stunned by the sheer power, wondering how Han Xing could contain such terrifying energy. It was so powerful that even the sky began to change. Facing the heavens, Han Xing shouted that they had a problem with him and his family. They never stopped troubling them without reason. He demanded to know what right the heavens had to constantly interfere in their lives. He admitted he could understand if they held a grudge against him, but Qin-ro, she was innocent. She had never done anything wrong. He confessed that he had once sworn never to go against the heavens, and to live a peaceful life. But now, they had deliberately provoked him, forcing his hand. So be it. If it was a fight they wanted, then a fight they would get. He challenged them to come and test their strength against his. Just then, the heavens began unleashing a barrage of lightning, shaking the skies with divine fury. Shocked by the sudden storm, Grandpa muttered in disbelief, wondering aloud what was happening. He questioned if the heavens were truly enraged by Han Xing's words, and why the boy was speaking such nonsense in the first place. Han Xing, on the other hand, was deep in thought. He recalled a forbidden technique in his possession, a technique so powerful it could grant immense strength in a short span. It was this very technique that had once drawn the ire of the heavens. The last time he used it, his power had grown so rapidly that he nearly reached the level of the heavenly Tao, and because of that, they had ended his life prematurely. Han Xing admitted to himself that he had always known using this technique was wrong, which is why he had sworn never to use it in this life. But now, the circumstances had pushed him too far. The situation had become so dire that he had no other choice. It was time to unleash his most powerful technique, the ultimate breakthrough. He resolved that as long as he kept fighting, he would continue to break through. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he would match their strength and continue rising. As Han Xing began his breakthrough, he ascended to the mid-stage of Earth Realm, stunning everyone. Grandpa, still reeling from the shock, whispered in disbelief that Han Xing had managed to break through once again. Moments ago, he was only at the profound stage of Earth Realm, and now he had jumped to the middle levels of the Earth stage. How could a mere child achieve such rapid advancement? Others around began murmuring in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. They wondered what General Qi Shuang was planning and what this insane power surge meant. Even the Emperor, witnessing Han Xing levitating in the sky, was stunned. He recalled clearly that Han Xing was only at the profound stage of Earth Realm. How had his cultivation improved so drastically? Was he actually flying? The Emperor expressed his growing fear that Han Xing might be on the verge of doing something truly dangerous. Going against the heavens was no trivial matter. History had shown that those who defied the heavenly Tao never met a good end. Yet, despite knowing all this, Han Xing continued down this path. Turning back, Han Xing shouted to Qin-ro, asking her to wait for him. He promised he would return victorious. With determination in his heart, he moved forward to confront the enemy. He declared to the heavens that he would destroy Qin-ro's soul mark. Without hesitation, he began activating his technique to shatter it. But just as he started to destroy the mark, the heavens began to stir. The overwhelming wrath of the divine realm shook even the nearby countries, leaving everyone in shock. Observers cried out in disbelief, wondering who could have possibly enraged the heavens to this extent. For the past 100 years, the heavenly Tao had remained dormant, never appearing before anyone. Now, someone had provoked them so deeply that they were forced to respond. Normally, the heavenly Tao did not interfere in the matters of mortals, yet something, or someone, had crossed a line. One man pointed out that the heavenly tribulation had descended directly on the capital of Tianfan country. Urgent orders were given to send their forces to investigate what had happened. What could Tianfan kingdom have done to invoke such divine wrath? If they had indeed crossed the line, then the consequences might affect everyone. Meanwhile, the drunken master stood gazing at the storm, watching the divine lightning. He murmured that the energy seemed familiar, yet he still couldn't recall who he truly was. Elsewhere, Han Xing looked up at the skies and shouted boldly. He said he was giving the heavenly Tao one last chance to back off, and let him destroy Qin-ro's soul mark. If they didn't, he would destroy them along with the mark, and they would be responsible for everything that followed. Terrified, Grandpa cried out to Han Xing, asking what he thought he was doing. He admitted Han Xing had every right to be angry, but begged him to calm down. He reminded him that he was speaking to the heavenly Tao, the very force that created the world and protected them all. He pleaded with him to stop speaking such blasphemy, but Han Xing shouted back in defiance. He claimed that the heavenly Tao had not created them, that it was simply the most powerful being, ruling over them without mercy. He challenged the idea that the heavenly Tao protected anyone. Instead, it sat and watched as humanity suffered. He said the heavenly Tao relished in their submission and suffering. He denounced the heavenly Tao as a tyrant, saying it was not as benevolent as people believed. He brought up how it had tormented Qin-ro without any cause. If it could punish the innocent so easily, then it too must be held accountable. Han Xing declared that he would no longer kneel or beg. He he would show the heavenly Tao that humans were not its servants, and it could no longer impose its will on them. Furious, the heavenly Tao struck Hanxing with a bolt of lightning, but Hanxing withstood the attack for a long time, standing strong. He taunted the heavenly Tao, asking if that was all it had. He claimed such weak attacks wouldn't be enough to defeat him. If the heavenly Tao truly wanted to win, it would have to do much better. The heavenly Tao, now more enraged, prepared another lightning strike. Hanxing, refusing to back down, advanced as well. As the lightning descended once more, Hanxing declared that no matter how powerful the attack, he would not give up. He would continue fighting until Qinro's soul mark was destroyed. Blocking the lightning attack, Hanxing declared that no matter how powerful the opponent's strikes were, he would not back down this time. He vowed to fight until Qinro's soul mark was completely destroyed. Just as he destroyed the lightning, a new figure appeared before him, Dog Fenrir, the beast of the heavenly dog. Hanxing wondered if the heavenly Tao had really sent his beast to fight in his place. He hadn't expected the heavenly Tao to go this far. Hanxing realized that this wasn't the real Fenrir, it was just a clone. After all, this world was a lower realm. If a being as powerful as the real Fenrir had truly descended here, the realm would have collapsed under his presence alone. But that worked in Hanxing's favor. He now had a golden opportunity to defeat this fake and claim victory. He analyzed the situation. Fenrir seemed to be at the Tianwan level, only one level above his own. He was confident he could handle that. Just then, Fenrir began to release his energy, and the effect was overwhelming. Everyone, including the Emperor, fell to their knees, trembling, in disbelief. The Emperor asked how Hanxing could still stand against such divine energy. It was so intense that they couldn't even remain on their feet. Hanxing shouted back in rage, saying that he hated how beings like Fenrir forced others to submit to their will. He despised how the weak were crushed, just for refusing to bow. He made it clear, Fenrir wasn't the only one with power. Hanxing began unleashing his own energy, and the pressure grew so intense that even kneeling became unbearable for everyone around. The Emperor was stunned. It no longer felt like a fight between a human and a divine beast. It felt like a battle between two gods. Hanxing's power was terrifying, so much so that warriors from other nations couldn't even move. Grandpa, in awe, whispered, "Is that really my grandson? I've watched him grow up. When did he gain such incredible powers?" Meanwhile, Hanxing challenged Fenrir, telling him that if this had been his real body, it might have been a problem, but with this pathetic clone, he had no reason to worry. He called Fenrir's decision to face him a fatal mistake, and warned that the punishment for such a mistake was death. He launched multiple slashes at Fenrir, severely wounding him, but Fenrir quickly healed and threw Hanxing to the ground. The surrounding warriors gasped. A lightning bolt struck a nearby mountain, obliterating it. In panic, they pleaded for the heavenly Tao to protect them. Grandpa grimly observed that Hanxing had drawn the wrath of the most dangerous entity in existence. There was no one in the world who could challenge the heavenly Tao, and yet this child was doing just that. He admitted he didn't know how to stop Hanxing and feared that if this fight continued, disaster would follow. He could only watch helplessly as his country and everything around it edged toward destruction. Meanwhile, Hanxing dragged Fenrir far away from the city to avoid harming innocent people. Enraged, he cursed the audacity of a mere clone daring to attack him. Calling Fenrir a mutt, he delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Then, using his sun-breathing sword technique, Hanxing landed a deadly slash across Fenrir. But it wasn't enough. He realized he needed to use more of his techniques. He activated the second move of his sword slash, causing a massive explosion in the sky. The impact was so immense that it obliterated all four of Fenrir's leg. Hanxing then announced his final move, one he had learned by watching their drunken master. He unleashed the broken sword style, first form. With a barrage of strikes, he completely destroyed Fenrir. A stunned onlooker in a ceremonial robe gasped, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had personally witnessed this beast descend from the heavens, a creature of immense power, one that no one in their world could defeat, and yet, a mere boy had taken it down in just 3 attacks. He questioned how such a child could possess this level of power, and wondered what kind of terrifying warriors lived in the Tianfan kingdom. Hanxing then turned toward the heavens, and declared that he had already destroyed the heavenly Tao's first pawn. He knew the enemy wouldn't give up so easily, so he challenged them to send whoever they wanted next, quickly, because he had no time to waste. He was ready to show just how powerful he truly was. He thought to himself that he needed to keep the heavenly Tao occupied. Qinro's soul mark had been with her since birth, and it would take time to destroy. If the heavenly Tao noticed Qinro now, he might intervene and prevent the soul mark's destruction. So Hanxing issued another challenge, declaring that as long as he stood, no one under his protection could be harmed. He vowed to protect them all and wouldn't hesitate to go against the heavenly Tao if needed. This was just the beginning of his enemy's defeat. He announced that he was now the one in control, and no matter how many times the heavenly Tao sent someone, they would return defeated each time. Just then, Heaven Dao summon another fighter. The crowd was left stunned and visibly shaken. Everyone around began murmuring anxiously, wondering aloud who Heaven Dao would send out next. The newly arrived fighter stood tall and declared in a cold voice, "Boy, you've made a grave mistake by standing in front of heaven. Death is the only thing awaiting you now." At that moment, Grandpa observed him carefully and commented, "That man is wielding the dragon robe and the black sword. But those are the signature weapons of the great Emperor Nanwan. How could he be here? He died ages ago." He was shocked and muttered to himself, "Could it be true? Did heaven really bring a dead man back just to fight Han Sheng?" Another rogue figure confirmed it in disbelief, saying, "That is indeed Emperor Nanwan, a legendary warrior who existed 3,000 years ago. It's said that he was the most powerful fighter in all of recorded history." He explained that the world was made up of 100 kingdoms, each with its own ruler. But during his time, Emperor Nanwan was the only one who conquered all 100 kingdoms. That feat earned him the title of the legendary emperor. The story shifted to Nanwan's past. It was revealed that his full name was Nanwan Han, and he lived around 3,000 years ago. Nanwan had noticed that all the kingdoms remained divided, constantly at war with each other. Using his overwhelming power, he united them all into a single empire. No one before or after him had ever achieved such a feat, which is why he was honored with the title the Great Emperor, a title unique only to him. Nanwan Han was so powerful that he could change the direction of the wind with a mere gesture. He had destroyed entire mountains in his path. Despite his immense might, he had only fought 10 wars in his life, winning all of them effortlessly. The remaining 90 kingdoms had surrendered without a fight. Back then, people used to say, "You might survive a battle with God, but never a clash with the great Emperor Nanwan." Yet, no matter how powerful he was still human. Time took its toll, and he eventually died. After his death, no one was strong enough to keep the kingdoms united. Gradually, the world split apart again, and the cycle of war resumed. The robed man continued, saying, "To think that Heaven Dao actually reincarnated the great Emperor Nanwan, it's unbelievable. Usually, Heaven doesn't care much about humanity, but just to defeat one person, they revived someone so powerful. What kind of offense did this boy commit to make Heaven Dao go to such lengths?" He added, "No matter how strong that kid may be, there's no way he can stand against Nanwan. They say only one warrior ever surpassed Nanwan, the Sword God, and nobody even knows what happened of him." Back in the arena, Han Sheng faced Nanwan and declared firmly, "I don't care who you are, but let me make this clear. If you interfere in this battle between me and heaven, you won't survive either." In response, Emperor Nanwan released a powerful burst of energy and spoke with authority, "You dare to teach me? I am the great emperor of this world. There is nothing I haven't conquered. I've come here today to end you, because you dared to defy heaven." As Nanwan unleashed his energy, the sheer force made the ground tremble and sent shivers through everyone nearby. Han Sheng smirked and said, "So, you won everything in your era. That makes you think no one today can defeat you? Let me tell you, the only reason you were undefeated was because I wasn't around back then." He released his own energy and continued, "If I had been alive in your time, you would have never won. I've heard people say you were never defeated. Then here's my advice. Don't fight me. Because after today, that record of yours won't remain unbroken." He sneered and added, "And what's the point of being so powerful? If you came here as heaven's dog, I'm sure they threw you a biscuit to get you to fight." Hearing that, Nanwan frowned, unleashing another surge of power. He retorted, "You talk far too much. Do you even know who you're standing in front of? If you had the slightest idea, you wouldn't dare run your mouth like this." Han Sheng stood his ground and replied, "Oh, I know exactly who you are, the great Emperor Nanwan, the man who once ruled this entire world. But greatness means nothing to me. Today, I will defeat you and end you." He pointed at Nanwan and declared, "The whole world will witness this. You were never invincible. Your era was just full of weaklings, who couldn't stand against someone like you." Meanwhile, the crowd watching the fight murmured in disbelief, "What is this kid thinking? Is he seriously talking back to Emperor Nanwan like that?" One of them whispered, "Does he not understand how terrifying Nanwan was? Not even the heavens can save him now." Just then, Emperor Nanwan began preparing to launch an attack. Nanwan, speaking confidently, told his black sword, "Show them that even today, you haven't rusted. Prove to them how extraordinary a sword you still are." Watching all this, Han Sheng sarcastically remarked, "Who puts on so much drama just for a normal attack?" As Nanwan launched his strike, Han Sheng countered with his own technique, and successfully blocked it. Shocked, Emperor Nanwan thought to himself that he had never expected such a young boy to be able to stop his attack like that. Maybe he wasn't just showing off after all. He seems incredibly capable. But Nanwan wasn't fazed. "No matter, I haven't used my full power yet either." As he moved forward, he shouted, "My great army, come forth. The time has come for us to unite once again, and win another great war." Suddenly, Nanwan's entire army appeared before everyone's eyes. One of the observers, the man in the cloak, was stunned. Until today, I had only read about Nanwan in books. I'd also heard rumors about his golden army, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. What a powerful force he commands. No wonder no one could stand against him during his time. Emperor Nanwan stepped forward and addressed Hansheng directly. The one who protects you, you've betrayed him, and for that, I will kill you here and now. With that, he ordered his army to attack Hansheng. But Hansheng just smirked. Do you really think you're the only one with an army? He then activated his sword technique, and one by one, began taking down the enemy soldiers with brutal efficiency. The emperor watched in disbelief. So you can summon a rain of swords. Impressive. But that alone won't be enough to defeat my army. Once again, waves of soldiers charged toward Hansheng. But on the other side, Hansheng responded with even deadlier attacks. He muttered, "This fool thinks that ruling this world is some great achievement. What he doesn't know is that I've killed more people than this world's population combined. I've slain so many that I don't even remember the number anymore." He continued, "I never wanted to unleash my terrifying true self, but now, I have no choice." With that, Hansheng began releasing his killing intent. The sheer intensity of his killing intent turned the entire sky blood red. He declared, "My killing intent is so deadly, it could flood this world in blood. Now they'll finally see what my real power looks like." Even Nanwan's mighty army began to struggle before killing intent. Shocked, the warriors around them cried out, "How is this possible? How can a mere human possess so much power?" At that moment, Hansheng breaks through his limits, and ascends to the peak of the Earth realm. Witnessing the blood-red sky, everyone around was left in utter shock. The emperor, visibly disturbed, muttered, "What in the world is happening? Why is the entire sky soaked in blood?" Meanwhile, the robed man remarked in disbelief, "Just how many people has this young man killed? For his killing intent to take such a bloody form, to develop such a terrifying presence, he must have slaughtered more people than exist in this world." Suddenly, Hansheng launched a devastating attack on the army. Moving at blinding speed, he began wiping them out. As he roared in fury, he shouted, "I've been holding back for too long, but because of all of you, I've been forced to go all out today. I swear, none of you are getting out of here alive." With that, Hansheng charged toward Emperor Nanwan. Shocked but defiant, the emperor said, "You dare try to kill us? Boy, you're dreaming. Today, you shall witness the true power of the real Emperor Nanwan." And with those words, he summoned a dragon. Grandpa gasped in disbelief. "A dragon? We've only ever heard stories about dragons. This is the first time I'm seeing one in real life." So, those tales were real after all? Dragons truly exist in this world. Another man added, "This dragon, it was sent by the Heavenly Tao. They must be growing desperate if they're resorting to sending dragons. They're trying everything they can to defeat this boy. But seriously, who is this kid? Even the Heavenly Tao is desperate to stop him." Standing atop the dragon, Emperor Nanwan declared, "Today, I'll kill you right here. Boy, you made a huge mistake by standing against me." But Hansheng remained unfazed. "I'm not standing against anyone. I was simply walking my own path. But if you, or even the Heavenly Tao, try to block that path, none of you will survive. You're here to fight to show off your power. I'm fighting to protect my people. Let's see who wins in the end." With that, both of them unleashed their attacks. As the battle escalated, Hansheng thought to himself, "Good thing I almost perfected my sword body form. Without it, no matter how much experience or energy I had, I wouldn't be able to fight like this. A strong body is essential. Thankfully, I still haven't hit my limit. I can keep fighting a little longer." But he knew trouble was ahead. Now that Emperor Nanwan is a dragon, things are going to get tough. I'm only at the peak of Earth realm, while that dragon is at the heavenly realm. Defeating both at once, it's not going to be easy. But no matter what, I won't give up. Either I perish today, or I destroy them both. With that resolve, Hansheng began condensing his aura. The sky began raining blood once more. He growled, "I'll give everything I have to win this fight." Stunned by Hansheng's power, the robed man exclaimed, "How is he doing all this? Just a moment ago, he wasn't even at the Earth realm, and now, he suddenly is." The technique he's using is insanely powerful. Normally, someone below heavenly realm couldn't even activate this. Does that mean he's already reached the heavenly realm? How can a human possess such immense strength? He continued, "If someone like this really exists, someone who can break through at such speed, then I'm certain he could even challenge the gods. He's already defeated the heavenly dog Fenrir, destroyed Emperor Nanwan's army, and even forced the heavens to send a dragon. At this point, whether he lives or dies doesn't matter anymore. He has become a symbol that if you have power, you can defy even the heavens." Meanwhile, Hansheng was thinking to himself, "I knew it. That damned heavenly Tao put a restriction on my body. I can't use my ultimate breakthrough technique properly. If I do, my body will start to collapse. But I'm not stopping, no matter what." With fierce determination, Hansheng steadied his breath and continued, watching this extraordinary power unfold. Even Emperor Nanwan was left in complete shock. Emperor Nanwan exclaimed that it had been years since he had enjoyed such a thrilling battle. But today, he intended to fight till the very end. He wanted to see just how far his opponent could go. At that moment, Hansheng launched a fierce attack, and reached heavenly realm. Nanwan commented with a grin that Hanxing had grown even more powerful, which made the fight even more exciting. Meanwhile, Hanxing thought that, since Qinro's soul mark had been with her since childhood, it would take time to destroy, and until that soul mark was completely erased, the battle wouldn't be over. Roaring, the Emperor addressed his golden army, demanding whether they were truly exhausted. He reminded them that they had never known defeat, and now they were retreating before a single man. Rallying his troops, he declared that they were about to engage in the most dangerous battle of their lives. The Golden Army surged forward toward Hanxing. In response, Hanxing activated his blood body technique, causing a massive, monstrous figure of blood to form behind him. With a single devastating attack, he obliterated the Emperor's entire army. Nanwan tried to counter Hanxing's attack with his full power. However, the collision of their powers triggered an immense explosion. Staggered, the Emperor demanded to know Hanxing's identity. Who was this man, who had grown so powerful within the mortal world? Standing tall, Hanxing revealed his name, Guuhan, a general of the Gu family, one who had never known defeat. Impressed, Nanwan admitted that Hanxing had earned his respect, and said he would remember that name, but Hanxing coldly replied that he would only be remembered if the Emperor survived. He declared that he wouldn't spare a single enemy today, not even the Emperor or Heavenly Tao. The clash between the two resumed, but due to the extreme use of his powers, cracks started to form on Hanxing's body. He realized bitterly that Heavenly Tao had placed a limit on his body, when he failed to stop him by other means. Still, Hanxing resolved to fight until his body completely gave out. He gathered the last of his strength, and shouted that he would slice the Emperor's dragon into 1,000 pieces. Today, he promised, they would witness a true dragon slayer. Nanwan smirked, saying he admired Hanxing's bold attitude. He was curious to see who would be the one still standing in the end. With determination, Hanxing struck at the Emperor using his Buddha palm, pouring all his energy into the attack. However, overexertion began to alter his body. On the other side, even the mighty Nanwan was struggling to block Hanxing's sword. It had become nearly impossible. Despite his best efforts, Nanwan faltered. Hanxing advanced and observed that Nanwan had reached his limit. It looked like the undefeated Emperor was about to face his first loss. Drawing closer, Hanxing thought to himself that just one final strike would be enough, but his body was barely holding together. The power of his soul had become too intense for his form to contain. If only his body were stronger, he could have shattered not just Nanwan but the heavens themselves. Nanwan, sensing Hanxing's struggle, commented that although Hanxing still had power left, his body had clearly reached its breaking point. He advised Hanxing to stop resisting and accept defeat. Their final clash resulted in a thunderous explosion. Bruised and bleeding, Hanxing lamented that if he had just a little more time, he could have perfected his body. Had he done so, no one, not even the Emperor, could have stood in his way. He regretted abandoning the path of power for the path of peace. Alone or not, on the path of power he had never lost. He questioned if this truly was his end, if he was really going to lose to the Heavenly Tao. Just then, a voice rang out. He addressed Emperor Nanwan, noting that it had been a long time since they'd fought. Their last battle had ended without a victor. He proposed they finish what they started, promising that this time, it would be far more entertaining. Shocked, Hanxing wondered who this man was. Nanwan, equally stunned, shouted and asked who dared interrupt, and how it was possible for anyone in this world to have fought him. The mysterious man replied that he was the only one who could match Nanwan. He asked if Nanwan had truly forgotten him. Hearing this, Nanwan's expression changed. He couldn't believe it. Years had passed, and yet this man was still alive. The stranger smiled and asked if Nanwan still had the courage to fight him. If not, he'd gladly come to Nanwan himself. Overjoyed, Nanwan shouted that he would never pass up a chance to meet an old friend. Turning to Hanxing, he admitted that Hanxing had given a phenomenal fight, but because of his damaged body, he wouldn't be able to finish this fight. He hoped that next time, Hanxing would face him in a fair fight, at full strength, and they would see who truly deserved to win. Meanwhile, Hanxing was deep in thought. That voice, the one that had summoned Emperor Nanwan, it sounded oddly familiar. He felt like he had heard it somewhere before. The scene then transitioned to the boundary of Moyan Kingdom, where the drunken master appeared. He greeted Nanwan warmly, saying it had been such a long time since they had last met. With a light chuckle, he admitted he didn't have anything special to welcome him, just some ordinary wine that he could offer. Surprised, Emperor Nanwan responded, saying he couldn't understand what the sword god was doing there. He had assumed the sword god had long left this world, so seeing him in the mortal realm was shocking. He asked why the sword god had chosen to hide in such a place. The drunken master replied that this world lacked the strength to control or stop him. No one could restrain him even if they tried. He had his reasons for staying hidden. He added that the heavens never let those who dislike them live in peace. But for him, happiness now lay in the simple pleasures, especially the wine he drank. After achieving everything and gaining immense power, life had lost its meaning. That was when he discovered a truly exceptional wine, which brought him more joy than anything else. He encouraged Nanwan to try it, assuring him it would bring great pleasure. Taking a sip, Emperor Nanwan admitted he was impressed. He had drunk many wines in the heavenly realm, but none as incredible as this. He asked if the sword god had made it himself. The drunken master laughed and said he hadn't. After arriving in this world, he met a special friend, someone who had brewed this wine for him 100 years ago. That wine was the reason he chose to stay in this world. He then asked Nanwan if, like him, he too had lost the desire for power after reaching its peak and ruling over everyone for so long. Emperor Nanwan replied that although he was indeed a powerful emperor, his strength was nothing compared to that of the sword god. Even gods couldn't stand against the might of his sword. So what was an emperor in comparison? Still, he admitted he felt like he was forgetting something important. The drunken master then asked how Nanwan had returned to this world when he had supposedly died years ago. Nanwan answered that he himself didn't remember how he had died. It must have been about 3,000 years ago. Back then, he had conquered everything this world had to offer, and had nothing left to achieve. One day, some people from the heavenly Tao came to him. They told him that his purpose in this world had ended. They took a fragment of his soul, and sealed it in this realm so that if trouble ever arose, it could protect the world. He was still shocked, however, that the heavenly Tao had chosen to send him a soul fragment, just to fight a child. The drunken master admitted he had suspected all along that this wasn't Nanwan's real body. He had fought Nanwan's real body once, and it was truly incredible. If this had been the real one, they would have fought again. He confessed it had been a long time since he'd had a proper battle. The last time he unleashed his power, he had caused absolute destruction. That's why he now avoided using it. Then, looking at Nanwan, he proposed a game of chess. If they couldn't have a physical fight, a mental one would do, and at least it wouldn't cause any harm to the world. Emperor Nanwan said, "Sword God, do you really take me for a fool? I'm only sitting here because of your position. But make no mistake, I know clearly that you're stalling for time, just to save that boy. You want to prevent me from killing him, don't you? Look, Sword God, I don't have the courage to fight that boy while going against you directly. I respect you too much for that, so I'll play along with your little game, for now. But to be honest, the heavens have no intention of letting that boy go. I've seen their fury with my own eyes. They truly hate him. No matter the condition, they will not spare him." Just then, the drunken master added with a confident grin, "There are very few things I trust in this world. The one I trust the most is my own strength, because I know there's no one alive who can defeat me. And the second thing I trust is this boy, Guuhan Sheng." He looked ahead with deep conviction. This kid is extraordinary. Sure, he hasn't yet peaked in any one aspect, but in terms of overall power, he's on our level. If he had access to his true potential right now, things here would have been completely different. I guarantee it. Even with his weakened state, the heavens won't be able to kill him. His fate won't end here. That's why I'm standing by him. I want to see just how far this kid can go. Meanwhile, lightning crashed violently down on Han Sheng, but he stood firm, declaring, "No matter how many attacks you throw at me, you can't defeat me." Harnessing the second form of his sword technique, Han Sheng launched a counterattack toward the heavens, but the blow only enraged them further. In retaliation, they summoned a deadly burst of purple lightning to strike back. Han Sheng smirked through the chaos. "So now you're using your most powerful lightning? First, you used your beasts, then Emperor Nanwan. None of that worked, so now you've resorted to purple lightning. Do what you must, but I'm not letting you harm Qin Ro. Not today." As the lightning surged through him, Han Sheng's thoughts grew grim. "This lightning, it's devastating. My body is deteriorating rapidly. Honestly, if I were at my peak, or wielding mystic realm power, no one would have been able to touch me. Standing here with this frail body is like signing my own death sentence." His body began to crack and fall apart. Still, he thought with determination, the lower realm has its limits. These heavens can't keep using that purple lightning recklessly. They only have 3 strikes. One's been used. If I survive the next 2, Qin Ruo will be saved. He sat down, focusing deeply, and summoned his most powerful defensive technique, the Buddha body, to shield himself from the remaining attacks. But before he could recover, the heavens unleashed their next deadly strike. Once again, Han Sheng's body began to shatter. Blood spilled from his lips as he thought, "Time's running out." One of his arms started to disintegrate. He muttered, "I guess this is my limit. There's nothing more I can do now." Despite the pain, he braced himself for the final blow. "No matter what, I made you waste 2 of your attacks, and now, I'll take this last one head-on and defeat you. Even if I die here today, Heavenly Tao, I've tasted the thrill of pushing you to your limit." Turning back slightly, he whispered, "Qin Ruo, I'm sorry. I may not be able to keep my promise, but if I'm honest, I have no regrets. In my past life, I killed millions, and I still died full of remorse. But this time, I'm dying for a different reason, to save someone, and for that, I have no regrets. I may have broken one promise, but I've fulfilled another. I hope you live a good life after I'm gone." Then, Han Sheng turned to his sword, Jin Hong's sword. Thank you for staying by my side all this time. It's been nearly a year now, and we've won countless battles together. You're truly remarkable, but I don't want you to be destroyed with me. Please, leave. Go find yourself a worthy master, someone who deserves you. Until then, no one should be able to lift you again." With those words, he threw Jin Hong's sword far away. On the other side, the heavens had fully charged their final strike. Seeing their readiness, Han Xing smiled and shouted, "So you're ready? Then so am I." With unwavering will, he began gathering all of his remaining power. "I used an ultimate breakthrough technique earlier, shattered through multiple levels at once. That's why my body is collapsing. But no matter, it's because of this power that I'm still standing here, facing the heavens head-on." Han Xing then summoned his blood sword and launched a deadly attack towards heavens. Han Xing declared that he would keep amplifying his realms until his body completely collapsed. He revealed that he had gathered his entire blood intent in one spot and unleashed it on heavens. No matter how strong heavens was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. At the same time, heaven created a lightning cannon and struck Han Xing directly. Emperor Nanwan remarked that it was the most dangerous lightning he had ever witnessed. He said that no matter how hard the boy tried, there was no way he could survive it. Drunken Master, however, calmly stated that he still believed in the boy. He told him there was no need to pay attention to the current happenings because, technically, Emperor Nanwan had died 3,000 years ago. Had he not made a deal with the Heavenly Tao, he wouldn't even exist in this realm today. In fact, he might have had powers equivalent to Drunken Master's own. Emperor Nanwan admitted he didn't remember anything about the contract he had made with the Heavenly Tao. All he knew was that a fragment of his soul remained here, and he had left it behind to protect the people of this world. He revealed that the Heavenly Tao had once warned him that no one must be allowed to reach the mystic realm. If someone did, it would lead to massive chaos. Sword God questioned why the Heavenly Tao didn't want anyone to reach mystic realm. Nanwan explained that although this was considered a lower realm, many dangerous secrets were hidden here, secrets that the Heavenly Tao desperately wanted to keep buried. He confessed that he didn't fully understand the true nature of this world, but he knew it posed a great threat to the Heavenly Tao. He pointed out that even though the Heavenly Tao had made numerous attempts, there were still many powerful beings living in this realm. For example, the person he was talking to stood far beyond the level of mystic realm. He had enough power to directly challenge the Heavenly Tao. And then there was the young boy, still so young, yet already capable of fighting the Heavenly Tao with surprising ease. Nanwan concluded by saying that if this were any ordinary world, the Heavenly Tao would have destroyed it long ago. But something about this realm prevented that. Despite the presence of such powerful individuals, the Heavenly Tao had failed to wipe it out. He warned that the secrets of this world were far more dangerous than anyone could imagine. And the day those secrets were revealed, no one could predict what might happen. Meanwhile, Han Xing was speeding toward the lightning at full force. He thought to himself that even if he didn't survive the attack, he wouldn't let that bastard from the heavens kill Qin Ro. No matter what, he vowed to destroy the soul mark and swore to protect her. The best part was that he was just moments away from destroying it. With determination in his eyes, he unleashed all his power and charged into the lightning. Han Xing prayed that his body would hold out just a little longer. He didn't want even a drop of lightning to pass him. Channeling all his energy, he managed to stop the lightning, and as a result, the sky began to clear. Overwhelmed with relief, he exclaimed that the soul mark had finally been destroyed. Despite the Heavenly Tao's best efforts, they still couldn't defeat him. However, his body had weakened severely due to all the heavenly attacks. He realized he didn't have much time left and wouldn't even make it back to the others. He was certain that he would die soon, and likely wouldn't be able to see Qin Ro one last time. "Forgive me, Qin Ro. I couldn't keep my promise." Meanwhile, Qin Ro was slowly recovering. Uncle Guuhan stood by her, worried. He assumed Han Xing had gone to battle the heavens, and had succeeded in destroying the mark. The illness must have stemmed from that very curse, and it was for this reason that Han Xing had fought so hard. But how can the Heavenly Tao be so cruel to a human? As they were talking, Qin Ro suddenly regained consciousness. She looked around and asked, "Grandpa, what happened to me? Why do you all look so worried?" Her grandfather was stunned. Did she just speak? Overwhelmed with joy, tears welled up in his eyes as he realized that Han Xing must have done everything for her sake. "I could feel it all along. Whatever Han Xing was doing, it was for Qin Ro." Suddenly, a powerful attack from the heavens came crashing down on Han Xing again. It shattered his barriers and surged toward him. Han Xing knew his journey was about to end. Heavenly Tao, even in death, defeating you felt incredible. But just before the blow could land, a sword intervened and blocked the attack. Below, the people who witnessed it all began murmuring in shock. "This is the first time we've seen the heavens lose. We always believed the Heavenly Tao was invincible, but now we know that's not true. If you have the power, you can defeat anything." They also began to question where Guuhan had gone. Was he killed in the battle with the heavens? What a tragedy it would be if such a brilliant genius died in vain. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the sky. "Wait a second. Whose sword is that floating up there? Isn't that the legendary sea sword used by the sword god? What's it doing here? Could it mean the sword god has returned. The sword, having blocked the attack, slowly returned to its owner, and flew straight to the drunken master. Emperor Nangguan turned to him and said, "There's definitely something special about you and your sword. Every time I meet you, your aura and strength keep increasing." The drunken master replied, "I've wandered this world for the last 100 years, and in all that time, I never once met someone who made me feel the need to draw my sword. I've drifted from one land to another, aimlessly, but looking at you, I can tell you're a worthy opponent. If you're up for it, we could have a great fight. I promise I won't disappoint you." Emperor Nangguan smiled sadly and said, "If I were still alive, I'd take you up on that offer, but right now, I'm just a fragment of my soul. Fighting you like this would be foolish. I'd die from a single strike. So, I'll take my leave for now, but next time we meet, we'll share this wine together, and then, we will fight." He turned to leave. "My task here is complete. It's time I return," the drunken master said. "If only your real body were here, it would have been so much more fun to talk to you in person." Just then, he paused and began to think, "Why do I feel like I made a promise to someone? A promise I've completely forgotten about." Slowly, the memory resurfaced. A few days ago, Rion had offered him wine, and asked if he could become his disciple. The drunken master had happily agreed. In the present, the drunken master reflected, "I've taken a kid in as my disciple. I can't abandon him now. It's time I meet him and train him properly." Determined, he set off toward Rion's home. Upon reaching the gate, Rion's grandfather greeted him warmly. The drunken master stated clearly, "I'm not here for you all. I came for the boy." Meanwhile, Rion, trembling with nervousness, thought to himself, "I'm sure I've never offended the sword god. Wait a second, his face, it looks so much like my drunken master's. Could it be? Could they be the same person?" Just then, the sword god spoke. "Seems like my disciple doesn't even recognize me. Have you forgotten your master already? Boy, when you see your master, you should be on your knees in respect. Don't tell me you forgot about me in just a few days." Shocked, Rion stammered, You're my master?" Bowing immediately, he added, "Please forgive me, master, it took me a moment to recognize you." Rion remembered how, just days ago, Brother Gu had encouraged him to accept the drunken master as his teacher. At the time, he wasn't fully convinced. He didn't think anything significant would come of it, but he had trusted Brother Gu's judgment. And now, it turned out that his master was none other than the legendary sword god, a name revered for over 100 years. No one had ever been able to match his strength. "Now that he's my master, I will work hard. I will grow powerful." He recalled how Brother Gu had done so much for him, but when Brother Gu needed him most, Rion had been too weak to help. "Maybe I'll never see him again, but as his friend, it's my duty to become strong and protect his family," the sword god said. "As I told you before, you're now my disciple. I came here specifically to give you this 1 hour, your chance to decide. If you come with me, I'll take you across the world, and teach you everything I know about the sword. I will train you until you reach my level. So tell me, boy, will you come with me?" Rion nodded solemnly. "At first, I didn't know you were the sword god, but when Brother Gu told me about you, I accepted you as my master. He always wanted me to become strong, and now, I've decided, I will travel with you, and I will become powerful." To fulfill Brother Gu's wish, Rion then walked up to his grandfather. "Grandpa, I'm leaving now. Please take care of everyone in my absence." His grandfather, tears flowing, said, "Go, my child, show the world just how amazing you truly are." Meanwhile, at Miss Lee's residence, Mr. Lee was in disbelief. "Chin Ro, you can speak again. My child, it feels so good to hear your voice." But then Chin Ro noticed her grandfather sobbing uncontrollably. Turning to him, she softly asked, "Hansheng, where did you go?" Yet from Mr. Lee's reaction, she realized the painful truth. Hansheng was gone. Stepping outside, she cried out, "Hansheng, please don't joke with us. Everyone's waiting for you. Come back. You promised me you would come with me to see the snow. How can you leave without keeping your promise? Hansheng, if you can hear me, please come back." A month later, Miss Lee watched the snow fall and whispered, "It's snowing again. I wish you were here." Hansheng, the narrator begins explaining that after the incident with Hansheng, Miss Lee had moved into the Gu family. She declared herself the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, and vowed to stay there forever, waiting for Hansheng's return. Everyone else had given up hope. They believed Hansheng would never return, but Miss Lee still held on to faith. She was certain he would come back one day. Since Hansheng's disappearance, the world had changed. It seemed as if the fall of the heavenly Tao had brought some peace to the land. In another country, deep within the mountains, a man spoke warily. "For days now, I've heard terrifying noises coming from the forest. I think a dangerous beast is lurking nearby. If I had found firewood outside, I wouldn't have come this deep." Just then, he noticed someone lying in the middle of the forest, badly wounded and barely conscious. It was Hansheng. The man, clearly shocked, remarked that despite having so many wounds, the boy was still alive. He wondered how someone so young could have survived. As the scene unfolded, it was revealed that Hansheng's one arm had been completely destroyed. and half of his body was buried in the dirt. The man then noticed that Hanxing's lips were moving. Realizing the boy was still alive, he thought to himself that he had to save him no matter what. The story then jumped forward to a few months later. The farmer who had rescued Hanxing was shown again. He told Hanxing that the ginseng he brought was extremely beneficial for his recovery. He added that it had taken a whole year to grow. Hanxing replied that such a thing must be very expensive, and urged the farmer to sell it, saying it would fetch a good price. But the farmer scolded him, asking what nonsense he was talking about. He explained that he had recently consulted a doctor, who informed him that Hanxing's condition was quite serious, and that he needed the best nourishment to recover. Eating the ginseng could significantly aid his healing. Hanxing silently reflected that little brother Haijia had not only saved his life, but had also been taking care of him ever since. He gathered herbs from the mountains, and prepared food every day, giving everything to Hanxing. Hanxing thought Haijia was truly a good person, an orphan who worked hard alone to farm and sell herbs just to survive, and yet, he had spent all his money on Hanxing's recovery. Haijia then cheerfully mentioned that although he had heard a lot about ginseng, this was the first time he had actually held one in his hands. He believed it would have a great effect on Hanxing's body. Hanxing expressed his deep gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Haijia." But internally, he thought about the lie he had told. He hadn't revealed his real name. Haijia still believed his name was Guuhan. Hanxing had done this deliberately, knowing how weak he currently was. Even a normal person could kill him in this state. He had many enemies in the world, and if anyone discovered that he was lying here in such a vulnerable condition, he couldn't imagine what they might do to him. Worse, it might even put Haijia in danger. Just then, Haijia returned home and excitedly told Hanxing that it had taken him a while to get back, so he must be starving. He happily showed him the food he had bought and asked him to try it. Hanxing, concerned, asked why Haijia kept focusing on him. He was sure Haijia hadn't eaten yet either. Haijia tried to brush it off, saying he had eaten earlier while waiting for the food to be packed. But just as he said that, his stomach growled loudly. Haijia thought to himself that meat buns were expensive, and he had very little money. But if he didn't feed his brother proper food, how would he ever recover? Moved, Hanxing broke his bun in half, and offered it to Haijia. He said firmly that if Haijia didn't eat, he wouldn't either. "If you truly consider me your brother, how can you let yourself go hungry?" Haijia, touched by the gesture, accepted the food and began eating. Then Haijia told Hanxing that he had been bedridden for nearly 1.5 months, but he could finally walk again. He had always wanted to take him to the nearby city. It was a big and beautiful place. He hoped that during their trip, they might even discover something about the spiritual herbs. Hanxing looked at his own reflection and thought, "Even though my face is marked now, I'm still recognizable. If any of my enemies see me, things could get dangerous." He decided it would be safest to continue hiding his true identity. He was confident he would recover in a few more months. As he thought this, he wrapped a cloth around his face to conceal his features. When they entered the city, they saw a large crowd gathered. Hanxing wondered what was going on, and thought they should check it out. As they got closer, they saw people staring at a question posted on a wall. Everyone was confused and shocked, commenting that the question was strange and pointless. They wondered why such a ridiculous question would be posted on a wall. Just then, a girl walked out of a nearby building, and addressed the crowd. She announced that the Inju Tower was offering something exciting. She pointed to the question on the wall, and said that anyone who could answer it would be taken to the 3rd floor of the tower, and could stay there for 3 days. The crowd gasped in disbelief. One person said, "Even booking a room on the 2nd floor is incredibly difficult, and they're offering a stay on the 3rd floor just for answering a question." Someone else added that the girls on the 3rd floor were said to be stunning, and of much higher quality than those on the 1st floor. This was a rare opportunity to spend 3 whole days there, provided they answered the question correctly. The tower girl handed out papers, and explained that everyone had one chance to write their answer. Only the person with the correct answer would be allowed to go upstairs. However, no one could figure out the answer. Then, one man stepped forward confidently, saying the question looked hard but wasn't actually that difficult. Yet, after reading his response, the girl announced bluntly that his answer was completely wrong. Just then, another person stepped forward and submitted their answer, but the girl quickly rejected it, saying it was incorrect. One by one, many people came forward to attempt the answer, but none of them succeeded. Eventually, most of them walked away in frustration. Some even claimed that the question itself was flawed, impossible to answer correctly. Haijia expressed his disappointment, saying it was frustrating that he couldn't solve the question. He thought that if he had somehow managed to pass and reach the 3rd floor, he could have gathered information about spiritual herbs for his brother, Guuhan. Seeing his determination, Hanxing offered to give it a try. As he stepped forward to write his answer, the other candidates scoffed. "We're the top masters from our cities. Even we couldn't answer this question, and yet this beggar thinks he can? Listen, kid, this place is for scholars, not for the likes of you. No one here is going to hand out charity, so stop wasting everyone's time. Someone like you will never be able to solve this question." But moments later, everyone was stunned when the girl evaluating the answers looked at Hanxing's response in disbelief. After completing his answer, Hanxing silently walked away. Shortly after, the girl verified his solution and called out, "Mr. Yun, your answer is absolutely correct. As today's winner, you are allowed to proceed to the third floor." However, Hanxing did not reappear. The girl looked around and asked, "Mr. Yun, where did you go? You've already won. Please come forward." The crowd was in shock. They whispered among themselves, "Did that beggar really answer it correctly?" Even the elite members of the Yu, Wei, and C families couldn't solve it. One of them muttered, "Could it be we've mistaken his identity? Where did he disappear to after all?" The scene then shifted to 15 days later. Hanxing was seen recovering in bed. He reflected that while his physical body had mostly healed, cracks remained, leftover damage from earlier battles. He thought to himself that healing these cracks would be nearly impossible without a spiritual hub. But what worried him more wasn't the cracks, it was his soul. His soul was gradually fading, already weakened after the battle against the heavens, and further bound by numerous restrictions. His soul was deteriorating fast. If he didn't find a way to restore it soon, it would completely vanish. He admitted to himself that it had already been 2 months, and any more delay could be dangerous. Haijia then approached him and asked, "Brother Yun, there's something I just don't understand. 15 days ago, when we were in the city, you solved the Inju Tower question with ease. But instead of staying and exploring the third floor, you returned home right away. Why? You should have gone ahead. I've heard the third floor is incredible, filled with powerful treasures. Aren't you curious about what's inside the tower? Who knows? Maybe some of it could even help you." Hanxing quietly agreed in his thoughts. Haijia is right. There's a chance that if I enter, I might find the spiritual herbs. I need to restore my soul, and I really do need it. He turned to Haijia and said, "If that's the case, let's go. Today, we'll head to Inju Tower together." As they prepared to leave, Hanxing noticed a mask being sold on the street. The shopkeeper told him it cost only 10 coins. Hanxing considered his current state. "Right now, I have no spiritual power at all. Until I fully recover, I can't let my true identity be revealed. If it gets out, things could get very messy. And honestly, this cloak alone won't be enough to keep my identity hidden forever." He decided that buying the mask would ensure his safety. No one would recognize him, and he could move freely without attracting trouble. Haijia said, "Brother Yun, I'll buy that for you." As he made the decision, he thought to himself how sorry he felt for Brother Yun. Yun always kept it hidden due to the cracks covering it. Haijia believed that might also be the reason why Yun didn't enter the tower that day. This mask would protect Yun from further embarrassment. Even though spending 10 coins meant he'd probably have to go hungry for a few days, Haijia felt it was worth it for someone like Brother Yun. He said aloud, "For him, I can at least do this much," and handed over the money to buy the mask. Watching this, Hanxing was moved. He thought to himself that he had met many people in his life, but never someone as genuinely kind as Haijia. Despite having no real reason, Haijia had saved his life, taken care of him for an entire month while he was bedridden, and was still doing everything he could to help. Hanxing promised himself that once they returned home, he would drastically improve Haijia's life. He vowed to repay every bit of kindness Haijia had shown. As they continued walking, the two of them noticed a notice board on a nearby wall. Haijia pointed it out and said, "Brother Yun, look, this notice was put up by the people from the tower. They're still searching for you. I can guarantee that they'll be thrilled to see you." Hanxing nodded. "Even I'm hopeful." Soon, they reached the entrance of the tower. A familiar woman spotted Yun and addressed him, saying, "Mr. Yun, you're wearing a mask today, but because of your robes and attire, I still recognized you. If you had changed your clothes, I might not have recognized you at all. Come in. We've been waiting for you for a long time." As they entered, Haijia was stunned. He had never seen a place like this before. People inside were murmuring, "That must be Miss Mu. But who are those men with her?" Someone added, "Did you notice their clothes? They don't look wealthy at all. How did they even get inside the tower?" Just then, Miss Mu turned around and called out, "Jiawu, this young master will be staying with you. Please take good care of him." Since it was Haijia's first time in such a place, he was clearly nervous. Sensing this, Hanxing reassured him, "Don't worry, Haijia. Just rest here. I'll come find you after a quick conversation." Haijia nodded and replied, "Okay, Brother Yun, I'll be waiting for you." Miss Mu then told Hanxing, "Mr. Yun, we need to head to the third floor now." As they arrived at the third floor, Miss Yu invited Hanxing into a private room. Upon seeing her up close, Hanxing couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. He wondered what reason they had to summon him like this. Miss Yu then addressed him, saying, "Regardless of how you dress, based on your knowledge, I can say this with certainty, you're a great scholar hiding your identity among common people. My name is Yu Manhwa, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I actually had a few questions I wanted to ask you." Hanxing replied, "Go ahead, ask whatever you want." Yu Manhwa said she had heard a lot about enlightenment, how a person transforms after attaining it, but she wanted to know which path one should take to achieve it. She wondered why, if the path were so clear, everyone hadn't chosen it. History had only a few individuals who followed that path and succeeded, while countless others faded into obscurity, their names long forgotten. Hanxing replied that every person had their own path, and to be honest, attaining enlightenment was more of a journey than a destination. One begins the journey in their own way, and by the end, the path becomes uniquely theirs. The destination and the journey both belong to the traveler. So, asking someone else which path to take to reach one's goal was pointless. One could never know without trying. Nervously, Manhwa asked, "But what if I get lost?" Hardly anyone succeeds when they choose their own way. What if I end up like the others, misguided and forgotten, with all my efforts wasted? Hanxing responded calmly, asking, "How can you say you'll fail without even trying?" He told her that if she was so afraid of failure, then she shouldn't attempt it at all, because someone who lacks courage can never achieve anything. If she kept carrying that fear, she would never reach enlightenment. He advised her to cast out the fear within herself first, only then could she consider doing anything meaningful. After hearing Hanxing's words, Manhwa realized where she had been wrong. She thanked him sincerely, saying his words had helped her find her way. She now understood what she needed to do. She thanked him again for coming, and mentioned that the third floor was a luxurious space, where he could rest comfortably if he wanted. Hanxing replied that it wasn't necessary. If she had no more questions, he would take his leave. As he descended to the lower floor, he noticed a man yelling at Haijia, clearly upset. An angry young master was shouting, "You poor fool, do you even know how expensive my clothes are? Because of you, they're ruined. What should I do with you now?" Haijia stood there trembling, frightened by the young master's rage. He admitted, "I know I'm not rich like you, but I'm not a beggar either. I've saved up some money. I'll pay for your clothes." Watching all this unfold, Hanxing stepped in and asked Haijia what had happened. Through tears, Haijia explained that the man had spilled wine on himself, and was now blaming him, saying Haijia had blocked his path, even though Haijia had just been sitting quietly to the side. Despite not being at fault, Haijia had offered to pay, but the young master threw his money aside in disgust. The young master scoffed, "You think that pathetic amount can even cover a corner of my clothes?" Picking up the money, Haijia said softly, "This is all I have, all my savings." Seeing this, Hanxing stepped forward and said firmly, "Haijia, stop crying. As long as your brother Yun is standing here, no lowly young master can do anything to you. Trust me, and stand tall." Encouraged by his words, Haijia stood up. Watching the scene, Miss Wu was visibly shocked. She demanded to know what was going on. "Jia Wu, what happened here? I told you to look after them. What is all this chaos?" Jia Wu explained, "As per your instructions, I had arranged a nice seat for this gentleman, but because he was seated in the main hall, the other guests grew angry, saying they wouldn't sit near a beggar. I had no choice but to move them to the side. While I was serving the others, everything suddenly went out of control." Irritated, Miss Wu snapped, "I told you to take care of them, you idiot. What have you done?" Just then, Manhwa stepped forward and pleaded, "Young master, please calm down. This entire incident happened inside our tower, so we will take full responsibility. We will compensate you for the clothes." But before she could say more, Hanxing gave her a cold, piercing stare, which instantly terrified her. Then he calmly asked, "How much are your clothes even worth?" The young master arrogantly declared, "They cost 100 silver taels. Honestly, that's more than a poor man like you could earn in a lifetime." But Hanxing replied firmly, "I'll pay you. In fact, I'm buying those clothes from you, right now." Everyone around burst into laughter upon hearing this. The young master mocked him, saying, "You'll pay me 100 silver taels? That's probably your lifetime's entire fortune. I guarantee a poor man like you can never afford that." The crowd began mocking Hanxing, laughing louder. Hanxing then turned to Miss Yu and said, "Please bring me some ink and paper." Within moments, Miss Yu returned with the items. Hanxing thought to himself, "It's true, my cultivation has ended, and my body is now weaker than even a normal person's. But one truth remains, my aura and my soul are still intact, and the knowledge I've earned over the years, through relentless effort, is mine to command. People like them can't bully those I care about." He then began to craft a piece of calligraphy, releasing such a powerful wave of energy that everyone nearby was stunned, eyes wide. People exclaimed, "This aura, it's incredible. Only a great Confucian scholar could release something like this. We can feel not just the power of literature, but actual sword energy in his writing." Someone added, "I've never seen such breathtaking calligraphy in my entire life." Manhwa, visibly shocked, murmured, "Just as I suspected, this man is an extraordinary scholar. His aura alone reveals how dangerous he could be." Honestly, within all 100 kingdoms, there are very few who could match this level of presence. I might even say this calligraphy represents the peak of literature. It's so masterful that it could easily be considered a national treasure in any country. I remember, the last time someone displayed such power through calligraphy, that person became the Prime Minister of the Uchu Kingdom. And in that kingdom, the Prime Minister holds more power than even the king. Because of his scholarship and wisdom, people whispered in awe. This calligraphy is even greater than that prime minister's. Yu Manhwa then stepped forward and said humbly, "Sir, please forgive us. We had no idea you were such a great scholar. If we had known, we never would have treated your people so disrespectfully." Seeing the intense aura surrounding Han Sheng, the arrogant young master began to tremble with fear. Han Sheng said coldly, "This calligraphy is worth thousands of gold coins. I'm now giving everyone here an opportunity. Anyone who wants to buy it may do so." An old man immediately stepped forward and declared, "I'll pay 1,000 gold for it." The bidding began and quickly escalated, reaching 5,000 gold coins. Even Hai Jia, who had been watching silently, was stunned by what was unfolding. Miss Mu whispered to Miss Yu, "This calligraphy is priceless. If we can somehow acquire it, it would be a tremendous gain for our family. Just owning it would significantly increase our family's strength." Yu Manhwa nodded and stepped forward. "I offer 10,000 gold for this calligraphy." Great confusion. "I beg you, please give it to me. And if gold isn't enough, I am even willing to offer you this entire tower, everything I have. I'll give it to you in exchange for this masterpiece." But Han Sheng replied firmly, "Your tower is worthless to me. I have no interest in such things. For now, just bring me the 100 gold coins." Manhwa responded immediately, "Of course, I'll get them right away." Then Han Sheng turned toward the young master and said, "You said your clothes were worth 100 silver taels. Well, I'm now buying them from you for 100 times that amount, 100 gold coins. So technically, those clothes are now mine. Take them off." The young master, visibly shaken, begged, "Please don't be angry. I'll remove them right away." After that, Han Sheng threw the gold coins in front of him and commanded, "Pick up every single copper coin that's fallen, and return them respectfully to my brother, Hai Jia. Remember this, for every missing coin, I'll take one of your fingers, so find each one carefully." The terrified young master began crawling on the floor, collecting every single coin, and handing them over to Hai Jia. Trembling, he said, "Brother, I'm truly sorry. I had no idea who you really were. I sincerely beg for your forgiveness." Along with the copper coins, "I've added some gold coins as well. I don't want anything else, just your forgiveness." Hai Jia accepted the coins, and the young master fled the scene in panic. Yu Manhwa stepped forward again and pleaded, "Great master, please forgive us. It was entirely our fault. If we had treated your friend with the respect he deserved, none of this would have happened." Han Sheng looked at her calmly and replied, "There's no need for apologies now. But before I leave, let me tell you something. Learn to respect your guests. Otherwise, the day this building becomes empty will come before you even realize it." After that, Hashan quietly took Hai Jia back home. Miss Mu remarked that it seemed they had offended Mr. Yun, and she admitted it might have been the biggest mistake of their lives. Manhwa agreed, saying that people would go to great lengths just to stay on good terms with such a great master. But instead, they had offended him, and sent him away from their doorstep. She feared this mistake would bring great consequences upon their Yu family. The scene then shifted to Hai Jia's home. Hai Jia, excitedly talking to brother Yun, said they had received a lot of money, and wondered aloud what they were supposed to do with so much of it. He worried that if the mountain bandits found out, they would surely come to attack them. Han Sheng reassured him confidently. He told Hai Jia not to worry and that, after everything that had happened today, no one in the entire country would dare mess with them. He added that this was just the beginning. Many more people were likely to send them money as gifts. These 100 gold coins are just the start. Soon, we'll have 10,000 more. Hai Jia beamed with joy, praising brother Yun for being so incredible. He admitted he hadn't realized Yun's calligraphy could be worth so much. Meanwhile, Han Sheng silently reflected on how much this boy had helped him, and felt happy that he was finally able to repay the favor, even if only a little. Hai Jia then declared he would go to the village that night, and bring back some chicken for both of them. Han Sheng, filled with hope, thought that things were finally starting to look up for them. Hai Jia was especially excited that they could now afford medicine, and new clothes for brother Yun. He said Yun no longer had to wear those worn-out clothes anymore. However, Han Sheng kept an important truth to himself. He knew no one could find out who he really was, or what condition he was in. If people learned his true identity, he was certain it would lead to a wave of attacks against him. For now, his disguise as Yun was a valuable cover, and he was determined to show the world what a great Confucian he truly was. No one would suspect that he was also capable of fighting. By keeping his secret, he could protect both himself and Hai Jia, and maybe even build a better life for them both. The scene then shifted to a grand mansion, where a man rushed in and reported, "My lord, there is incredible news. A highly revered scholar named Mr. Yun has emerged in Wangjin town. He performed calligraphy at the Yinju Tower, and it was so powerful that people said a radiant aura emerged from it. Some even claim it surpassed the Prime Minister's calligraphy. Many are still shocked by what they witnessed. Some even believe the power within that calligraphy could change the world itself." Shocked, the Lord exclaimed, "A great Confucian has appeared. Do you realize what that means? The emergence of even one Confucian in a country is enough to change its entire fate." Recognizing the importance of this news, the the Lord quickly ordered his men to prepare. We're leaving immediately to meet this Confucian. 2 days later, the story returned to Han Sheng and Hai Jia. Since receiving the money, Hai Jia had been gathering rare herbs for Han Sheng, who used them to prepare a medicinal bath. This bath was designed to help his body recover quickly. Han Sheng submerged himself in the bath. After 3 hours, the cracks on his body had significantly faded. He noted with satisfaction that the cracks on his face had fully healed. Only some remained on his body. Fixing his physical wounds wouldn't be too difficult. With a few more medicinal sessions, he could heal completely. But he was deeply concerned about the damage to his soul. Healing that would be far more challenging. Later, Han Sheng told Hai Jia it was time to return to the tower. Hai Jia asked him to wait just 2 more seconds, then quickly dressed Han Sheng in new clothes he had bought. I got these just for you. Look how great they look on you. Touched, Han Sheng asked, why didn't you get anything for yourself? Hai Jia shrugged, saying he wasn't used to wearing nice clothes, and that what he had on was good enough. Han Sheng looked at him seriously. Hai Jia, never forget this. You're no longer the same person you once were. Your life is about to change completely, so start getting used to the finer things. Soon after, they arrived at the tower. Hai Jia grew nervous seeing the large crowd gathered outside. Miss Mu greeted them warmly and said, Sir, welcome. The moment we heard you were coming, we made sure everything was ready for your arrival. They were served an elaborate feast. Manhwa smiled and said it brought them great joy to see him there. Just then, loud noises echoed from outside the tower. Concerned, Manhwa wondered what was going on and who could be arriving. Han Sheng looked toward the gate and thought to himself, those 2 men, they're from the royal palace. It seems my presence is no longer a secret in this country. He could sense the tension. Even Manhwa looked visibly anxious. The first man stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Jian Bei, and I serve as the Grand Tutor of the Chu State. I heard that an extraordinary scholar is currently residing in this city's Inju Tower. Out of deep respect, I have come personally to visit. The second man then added, we are truly fortunate. It is rare to have such a great Confucian scholar within our country, and even more rare to be given a chance to meet him in person. Miss Mu stood silently, reflecting on how she never imagined that being a scholar could be so remarkable. 2 high-ranking officials had arrived from the royal palace, one representing the civil court, and the other, the military. The presence of a great Confucian was so influential that even the royal family couldn't ignore it. They were compelled to come here and meet him in person. In response, Han Sheng humbly said, there's no need for such formality. I'm just a simple man living in this town. If you needed something from me, you could have just asked. There's no need to flatter me like this. The officials replied respectfully, our Chu state is in great need of someone like you. That's why we've come, to request that you return with us to the capital. But Han Sheng calmly declined. Think about it. If I were after power, why would I choose to live in such a remote town? I have no desire for influence or authority. That's why I cannot accompany you to the royal court. The general then stepped forward and said, if you're unwilling to come with us, we understand. But, sir, may I ask if you would do a calligraphy piece at my request? Han Sheng paused for a moment, then thought to himself, so this is a test, to see if I'm truly a scholar or not. He responded politely, if that's your request, General, then I won't refuse. The general smiled, that's wonderful to hear. I've made all the necessary preparations. It would be an honor for us to witness your calligraphy in person. Han Sheng then sat down, ready to begin, and asked, what word would you like me to write? The general replied, I would like you to write the word country. I've heard it holds a profound meaning. Jian Bei, observing the interaction, thought to himself, what is General Hu trying to accomplish here? Everyone knows that the word country carries many layers of meaning. If a true Confucian scholar were to write it, it could influence the nation's very fate, bringing peace and strength from within. Placing such a heavy request before a scholar, it could be dangerous. He doubted whether Han Sheng would agree, but Han Sheng, now serious, looked at the general and asked, do you truly understand the meaning of the word you just said? The general replied honestly, I'm a martial artist. I've spent my life on the battlefield. I don't understand the deeper meanings of words the way scholars like you do. Han Sheng took a deep breath, releasing his inner energy as he began to speak. The word country holds countless interpretations. Each scholar defines it based on their understanding. What you've asked of me has more than one meaning. I can certainly write it for you, but I need to know what you truly wish to express through this word. Without understanding what's in your heart, I cannot bring your intent to life on paper. His words left General Hu stunned and unsure. He replied, I honestly don't know what I want to express. Please write whatever you feel is right. There's no need to focus specifically on the word country. Moved by the sincerity, Han Sheng finally began writing. As he placed his brush to paper, a powerful pressure burst forth. The energy that radiated from his movements was so intense that many around him found it difficult to even remain standing. Soon, Han Sheng completed the piece. From the scroll, a powerful surge of energy erupted into the air. Witnesses were in awe. This is the power of heaven and earth. We've never seen anything like this before. Jian Bei spoke with conviction. I can feel it. This is the power of growth. What he has written will allow our country to flourish. General Hu, overwhelmed with joy, added, "This means that our country's strength and prosperity will now grow, and our people will be able to live in peace." He fell to his knees and spoke with deep gratitude. "Sir, thank you. To be honest, I only came here to test whether you were truly a great Confucian. But instead, you opened the eyes of someone as insignificant as me. With a single word, you could have destroyed our country, or punished me for my audacity. But instead, you showed grace and used your power to strengthen our nation. We will never be able to repay your kindness. Words cannot express how grateful I truly am." Everyone was left stunned as they saw General who dropped to his knees. Miss Yu, observing the scene, thought to herself, the same general who never bows even before the emperor, is kneeling in front of Mr. Yun. Just how incredible is Mr. Yun? General Hu and Jianbei humbly made a request. They asked, "Would you be willing to come with us to the capital just once? It would give us a chance to repay our debt to you." "Here, we don't have anything valuable enough to properly express our gratitude." But Han Xing replied firmly, "I already told you, I'm not going anywhere. That's why I won't come to the capital with you either. I've given you this calligraphy as a gift, and if I ever need something in return, I'll be sure to come to you myself. For now, I'm leaving, and I hope no one follows me." The next day, we see Han Xing returning to the tower. Miss Mu greets him and says, "Miss Manhwa is waiting for you on the 3rd floor." As Han Xing climbs up, Miss Manhwa welcomes him warmly, and serves him the finest wine from her tower. Smiling, she said, "Please try this, sir. I'm sure you'll really enjoy it." Taking a sip, Han Xing nodded and said, "Yes, this is excellent. By the way, Miss Yu, do you know why I came here today? You see, just days after I first arrived at the tower, every detail about me somehow reached the royal family. If I think logically, the villagers aren't capable enough to send that information so quickly all the way to the palace. You understand what I'm implying, don't you?" Manhwa admitted, "Yes, I understand. When you came here a few days ago, and demonstrated your talents, I was truly impressed. It was I who passed that news to the royal family." Han Xing's expression grew serious as he said, "If my guess is right, you're from the capital too. That explains how you know the royal family so well. In fact, I'd even say that among everyone in this city, your status is far above the rest, and you've done a remarkable job hiding your true identity." Hearing this, Manhwa knelt before him and said sincerely, "You're absolutely right, and now, I need your help, desperately. In return, I'm willing to offer anything, even everything I have." Han Xing replied, "Stand up. If after hearing your story, I feel you truly need my help, then I promise, I will help you." Manhwa stood, composed herself, and revealed her true identity. "My name is Yu Manhwa, and I am the eldest princess of the Yuchu kingdom." Han Xing thought to himself, "As I suspected, her status is indeed special." Manhwa then began telling her story. She explained that her childhood was a happy one. Her father, the king, was always busy with matters of the country, but still found time to spend with his family. However, their kingdom, Yuchu, was small and ranked low among the nations. Because of that, they were often underestimated, border conflicts were frequent, and due to their weakness, they often lost. One day, an envoy from their neighboring Lee kingdom came forward with an offer. He promised peace, saying the Lee kingdom would never attack them again. But, in exchange, they demanded a price. The demand was that the princess be married to the crown prince of Lee kingdom. This marriage would mark the end of the war and bring lasting peace to Yuchu. As the eldest princess, Manhwa had always known that a day like this might come, so she didn't refuse the proposal and agreed to go to the Lee kingdom. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The Lee kingdom even sent their own people to escort her to the capital. But at the time of her departure, as the soldiers of Yuchu and her father stood by, those same Lee envoys launched a surprise attack. In a single moment, her mother and father were both killed. It was only then that she realized the marriage proposal was never real. It had all been a trap, a ploy to eliminate the royal family of Yuchu. The Lee kingdom had succeeded in their betrayal. That day, every single person in court who had remained loyal to her father was killed. Manhwa recalled that she wanted to die that very moment. Watching her parents murdered before her eyes, she had lost all will to live. But then, something inside her reminded her, for her country, for her revenge, she had to survive. With the help of a few loyal ministers, she was safely escorted out of the kingdom. Only one person was sent to accompany her, her trusted assistant, none other than Miss Mu. After escaping, she arrived at this town. Using the wealth her family had left behind, she built the tower. For the past 10 years, she hadn't rested for even a day. She had been steadily growing her influence, reaching out to loyal officials still faithful to her bloodline. In her heart, she knew, one day she would return to the capital, reclaim her throne, and take back her crown. Under the cruel rule of the Lee kingdom, her people had suffered terribly. For a decade, life in Yuchu had become unbearable. Though she had built many alliances in those 10 years, she admitted she was still too weak to take revenge. That's why she had been hesitant, and why she had asked Han Xing that difficult question. But now, after hearing his words, her spirit had been reignited, She truly believed that with his help, victory was possible. Han Xing asked, "Who currently controls Yuchu Kingdom?" Manhwa answered, "It's currently ruled by Yuan, the son of one of my father's concubines. Other than the two of us, everyone in the royal family was either killed, or rather, executed by the Lee Kingdom. Yuan is just 15 years old. You can imagine how much wisdom a boy of that age could possibly have. The Lee Kingdom uses him as a puppet, while they run the entire kingdom behind the scenes." Han Xing then asked, "And what do you want after getting your revenge?" "I want to know what your future plans are." Surprised by the question, Manhwa took a breath and said, "What do I want? Honestly, I want the throne back, the one that rightfully belonged to my father. I don't just want to drive the Lee Kingdom out of our land. I want to destroy them completely. I want to wipe their existence from the face of the earth." Han Xing finally understood what Manhwa truly desired. She wanted to become the first empress in the entire history of the 100 Kingdoms. Until now, not a single kingdom had ever been ruled by a woman, and now it made sense to him why she had asked such questions earlier. She wasn't just choosing a difficult path, it was one no one had ever dared walk before. Han Xing found the idea fascinating. The thought of a woman leading an entire kingdom, it sounded bold and interesting. If she was ready to face the challenges that came with it, then he had no reason to refuse helping her. With that realization, Han Xing let out a small laugh. He then looked at her and said, "If others find out what you're planning, do you have any idea what could happen?" Manhwa nodded. "Yes, I know exactly what could happen, and to be honest, before meeting you, I used to be afraid of what would happen to my kingdom if I failed. But now, I have only one fear left. When death finally stands before me, I want to be able to look it in the eye and say, whether I win or lose, I gave it my all. Even if I lose, I won't regret it, because I didn't live my life in fear." Han Xing smiled and replied, "If that's truly how you feel, then I'm willing to help you, but I have one condition. You cannot interfere in my personal life, and whatever I ask you to find, you must find it, no matter what. Can you do that for me?" Manhwa responded without hesitation, "That's a small price to pay. If you had asked for anything more, I still would have agreed. Now that you're with me, I truly believe that no mountain or ocean can stop us." Han Xing nodded approvingly. "That's good. Having ambition is important. Without ambition, no one has the courage to conquer the world." Later, on his way back, Han Xing thought to himself, "Now that I have Manhwa's support, I'll be able to gather all the spiritual herbs and heal my soul. Honestly, I could have asked someone else to bring me herbs, but there's something about this girl's ambition that really struck me. There are very few people in this world who even dare to dream big, and she's not just dreaming, she's ready to act on it." 2 months later, Han Xing's spiritual powers had partially recovered. Watching him train, Haijia admired his strength and quietly wished that one day he could be like him too. Meanwhile, Han Xing reflected on his progress. "Eating spiritual herbs consistently has brought me a lot of benefits. Not only has my body improved, but even the marks on my soul have started to fade. But to fully heal it, I'll need herbs of the highest quality, extremely rare ones, nearly impossible to find in this world." At this point, consuming normal spiritual herbs won't help anymore. Just then, sensing someone's presence, Han Xing said aloud, "Since you're already here, you might as well come out." Manhwa stepped forward and said, "Our kingdom's situation is getting worse. I believe it's time for us to return to the capital, and take back what should have been ours from the beginning. I hope, Mr. Guuhan, you'll help me make this happen." Han Xing nodded. "If you've already made up your mind, then let's go. Haijia, pack your things. We're heading out." Haijia, however, lowered his head and said, "Brother Yun, I'm sorry, but I can't leave this village with you. This village, it's my home. I may not have a family of my own, but the uncles here cared for me like I was their own child. I don't have the courage to abandon them now. I'll stay here and wait for you, no matter how long it takes, when your journey ends. And if you ever think of me, you can always come back here, because I'll never forget my brother Guuhan." Han Xing smiled and replied, "All right, if this is your decision, I won't stop you, but remember, your brothers will always stand behind you, and if you ever need me, no matter when, just come find me. I've left a letter for you in your room, read it after I'm gone." Later, Haijia entered his room and found the letter Han Xing had left. It read, "Haijia, once I finish what I've set out to do, I promise I'll come see you. You saved my life, and I consider you my brother. Check under the black pillow. I've hidden some gold coins in a book for you. I hope you find them after I leave. And hey, don't cry reading this. If you ever face trouble in the city or need help, go to the tower. The people there will always support you. I've already made arrangements for your future, so don't worry about anything. Oh, and the book I've left behind, it contains amazing medicinal knowledge, as well as an energy gathering technique. I've spent the last 2 months writing it just for you. I hope that by the time we meet again, my brother Haijia will have become a remarkable pharmacist. Take care, your brother, Guuhan Sheng." With that heartfelt farewell, Han Xing also revealed his true identity to Haijia, ending their emotional parting with newfound purpose for both. The scene shifted to the capital. Han Xing was seen observing a heavily guarded courtyard. and thought to himself that this must be the place where Manhwa held her secret meetings. He realized she hadn't been lying. She had been preparing for this upcoming war for a very long time. As soon as they entered the room, many people stepped forward to greet Manhwa. She introduced them one by one, beginning with a tall, well-armored man. She said, "This is Cao Yong, the deputy commander of our Forbidden Army. He's extremely powerful and firmly on our side." Manhwa then continued introducing Hansheng to all the other individuals present in the room. Cao Yong looked curiously at Hansheng and asked, "Princess, who is this person you've brought with you?" Manhwa addressed everyone and explained, "Do you remember I once told you about a great Confucian from the west section of our Wenjing town? Well, he's the one, the very person I spoke of. Show him the respect he deserves." Everyone's expressions changed to nervous astonishment. They began thinking to themselves, is he really the great Confucian? He's already created 2 calligraphic works that have been declared national treasures. For someone like him to stand beside our princess, that alone is incredible. They say Confucians have such power in their words that they can destroy entire armies with just a phrase. They immediately bowed and said, "Sir, please forgive us for not recognizing you earlier. It's truly an honor to meet a great Confucian like you." Manhwa then turned to Hansheng and explained, "Mr. Yun, the year is coming to an end. According to the customs of our Yuchu kingdom, the heaven worship ceremony will take place 10 days from now. Every major civil and military official, as well as the great families, will gather in the capital for it. The responsibility of guarding the ceremony lies with the Forbidden Army. Over the past 10 years, I've secretly planted more than 1,000 of our own soldiers within the Forbidden Army. While they appear to serve the kingdom, in reality, they take orders from our deputy commander Cao Yong. If we're planning to strike, there won't be a better opportunity than during the heaven worship ceremony. Everyone will be present. Whatever needs to be done, it should be done then." Hansheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Judging by what you've told me, this ceremony must be extremely significant for your people. On that day, many soldiers and commanders from the Lee Kingdom will be present. Do you really think 1,000 of your own soldiers will be enough?" Manhwa replied calmly, "That's not all. While 1,000 of our men will be stationed inside the Forbidden Army, we've also secretly gathered a hidden force of 10,000 soldiers in the western region. The moment the battle begins, they will reach the capital within 6 to 7 hours. Hansheng was impressed. He thought to himself that such a large army arriving in so little time was a bold and well-structured move. He admitted it wasn't a bad plan at all. Still, he voiced his concerns aloud. "A few hours are enough for the enemy to prepare as well. We'll only have a handful of soldiers on our side when things begin. If we have to face them head-on, we'll need stronger preparations. Honestly, I've already started thinking about how to suppress their forces completely." One of the soldiers stepped forward and asked hesitantly, "Great Confucian, we only have 10 days left. Do you believe we can come up with something effective in such a short time? Something that can guarantee our success in the upcoming war?" Hansheng assured them, "I do have something in mind. I'll discuss it with the right people when the time comes. For now, I want all of you to step outside." Once the room was cleared, Hansheng turned to Manhwa and said, "Let's move to the inner chamber. There are still people around who could be listening." After stepping inside, Hansheng spoke in a more serious tone, "There are too many loopholes in your plan. Everything you're relying on, it's based on people's loyalty. But what if someone betrays you at the last moment? You won't have time to recover from that kind of blow." Manhwa replied quietly, "I've done everything I possibly could. From the beginning, I told you, without your help, I cannot win. That's exactly why I was so hesitant to take any action on my own. 10 years ago, I truly believed that leaving this country would make things better, that people here would finally live in peace. But honestly, ever since that day, life here has only grown harder for everyone. I know this plan isn't flawless, but right now, I don't have any other option." Hansheng reassured her, saying she didn't need to worry. She wouldn't lose this war as long as he was around. Manhwa nodded, responding with confidence, "Mr. Yun, I trust only you." Hansheng then said that their first priority should be eliminating those who were living within their country, while secretly serving the enemy. "Before anything else, I need to know what kind of people the current Prime Minister and General truly are." Manhwa nodded began to explain, "Our Prime Minister, Fu Cheng, was once the greatest Confucian in our nation's history. He currently handles all state affairs, and has done so for the past 20 years. During that time, he has achieved a lot and earned immense respect from the people. Even though our country is technically under the Lee Kingdom, he has never once acted against us. As for General Hu, he's a brilliant commander. He controls half of our entire military. I can guarantee there's no one more loyal to this nation than him. Over the past 15 years, he has survived countless attacks and multiple assassination attempts. And yet, despite it all, he's never wavered in his loyalty." Hansheng raised an eyebrow and said, "Really? So the general is that kind of man? Strange, because when I met him the other day, I felt something different." The scene then shifted to outside General Hu's residence. Hansheng approached the gate, but the guards quickly stepped in his way. One of them asked, Who are you, and how did you get here? If you value your life, leave immediately, Han Xing calmly responded. Tell the general that someone from Wenjing town is here to see him. The soldier hesitated and asked, why should I believe the general even knows who you are? Han Xing smirked and said, just go tell him the word country, he'll come running. Moments later, the general himself came out to meet Han Xing, clearly surprised and pleased by the visit. He greeted him warmly, saying, it brings me great joy to have you visit my home. Tell me, Great Confucian, what can I do for you? Han Xing replied respectfully, General, it's been quite some time since we last met. I hope you've been well. Actually, I came to ask you something important. The general nodded attentively, and Han Xing continued, I'd like to know more about the assassination attempts that were made on your life. The general, visibly shocked, asked how Han Xing knew about that. Han Xing said that half of the country's military power was under the general's command, and yet, he continued to be targeted. It was clear that the ones behind these attacks were agents of the Lee Kingdom. Nervously, the general admitted that he was aware, but he also confessed that there was little they could do to oppose the Lee Kingdom directly. He explained that if they wanted to prevent their Yuchu Kingdom from falling entirely under Lee Kingdom's control, they would have to endure some sacrifices. His survival was critical. If he were to die, the army would likely fall into enemy hands, and what happened to the kingdom afterward would be unimaginable. Han Xing told him that while the general was trying to protect his people, the real question was, how long could he keep doing it? The Lee Kingdom's power was growing. Sooner or later, they would succeed. Before that happened, they needed to strike together and defeat them. The general, still taken aback, asked what Han Xing meant by together. Han Xing explained that the heaven worship ceremony was just 10 days away, and that ceremony would be the turning point for the entire Yuchu Kingdom. If the general performed well, their kingdom could be free forever. But if he failed, its future would be in grave danger. Dropping to his knees, General Hu declared that he was ready to risk his life, if that's what it took to help. He pledged full loyalty to the Great Confucian and said he would follow Han Xing's every command, as long as it helped protect the country. Han Xing then laid out the plan. The general had 10 days to gather all remaining loyal officials, and send their families far from the capital, to a place where they'd be safe from harm. That way, when the time came, the soldiers would be able to fight without fear for their loved ones. He also instructed the general to summon the majority of his army to the capital, especially during the heaven worship ceremony, so they would have the upper hand when the moment to attack arrived. General Hu nodded and said that if Han Xing was on their side, he had full confidence in their victory. He told him not to worry, he would begin the preparations right away. As Han Xing turned to leave, he muttered that he hoped the general would get it done, and that he wouldn't have to come back to remind him again. Scene shifted to the Prime Minister Fu Cheng's residence. As Fu Cheng entered his room, he immediately noticed a mysterious box placed inside. He muttered to himself in suspicion. There was a box in his home that no one was supposed to know about. Who could have gotten past all those guards and left this here without being caught? He quickly ruled out any novice or even a high-level master artist. This had to be the work of someone extremely powerful. Then he noticed a letter placed beneath the box. The letter read, I offer you this gift, but in time, you will have to repay this favor. Fu Cheng chuckled coldly, saying aloud, so you give me a gift and expect a favor in return, and you were bold enough to write it outright? Let's see what kind of gift this even is that you're so proud of. I'm sure it'll be useless to me. But as soon as he opened the box, a powerful and dangerous energy burst out. His expression changed instantly. He thought to himself, this gift is incredible. This person has truly done me a great favor. I am now indebted. When the time comes, I will return that favor. 10 days later, the heaven worship ceremony had arrived. All the powerful families of the kingdom were in attendance. The king, seated at the center, commanded that the ceremony begin. At the same time, Han Xing stepped out of his home, thinking to himself, all the hard work we've done is finally about to pay off. The king then ordered, Prime Minister, begin the ritual. The Prime Minister stepped forward and started performing the sacred calligraphy ritual, the calligraphy of ink and spirit that would decide the fate of the kingdom. Everyone in the ceremony began whispering in agreement that, just like every year, the blessings of the heavens had been bestowed upon them again, thanks to the Prime Minister. They believed the coming year would be prosperous. Meanwhile, standing behind the king was the envoy from the Lee Kingdom. With a smug expression, the envoy thought to himself that soon, all these people would become slaves of the Lee Kingdom. Fools, what are you even celebrating? At that very moment, Princess Manhwa and Han Xing arrived at the ceremony grounds. Everyone turned in shock, murmuring questions about who these people were, and how the Forbidden Army had allowed strangers to enter the royal palace grounds. One minister, clearly irritated, stepped forward and demanded to know their identities, stating that no outsider could simply walk into Yuchu Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Princess Manhwa responded sharply, saying she was surprised this was still considered Yuchu Kingdom's palace. She had assumed by now that everyone here worked for the Lee Kingdom. 10 years had passed, and Prince Yuji had grown up, but what saddened her most was seeing that he was not the crown prince of Yuchu Kingdom anymore. Instead, he had become nothing more than a pawn of the Lee Kingdom, following their every command. Prince Yuji stared at her, stunned. Who are you? Then it struck him, wait a second, elder sister, is that really you? General, who was equally shocked, eldest princess, you've returned. As soon as Princess Manhwa was recognized, the crowd broke into a flurry of conversation. People whispered that after 10 long years, why had she suddenly returned? And on the day of the heaven worship ceremony, no less, was she really the eldest Princess Manhwa? Clearly upset, Manhwa raised her voice, declaring that every minister in the royal court now worked for the Lee Kingdom, and despite knowing this, her brother Yuji had done nothing. He had simply watched as his people were dragged into hardship. Yuji snapped back, saying she was overreacting. He had taken care of the kingdom in her absence over the last 10 years. Then he ordered the palace guards to escort the princess away. He insisted they could settle their differences after the ceremony was over. Privately, Yuji thought to himself that his sister didn't understand just how powerful their enemies were. By cooperating with them, at least the kingdom had survived. If they had refused, the same fate that befell their parents would have happened to them as well. As a few guards stepped forward to seize the princess, Prime Minister Fu Cheng intervened. He stated firmly that the eldest princess, though missing for 10 years, still had just as much right to the kingdom as anyone else. They couldn't simply dismiss her like that. Then he turned to Manhwa and asked why, if she had been alive all this time, she had never visited his official residence. He had always been willing to listen. Princess Manhwa replied that it was true. They hadn't met in the last 10 years, but recently, he had received a gift from her, the calligraphy scroll sent to him a few days ago. That very scroll had been written by none other than the master standing beside her now. Prime Minister Fu Cheng was stunned. So, this is the great Confucian who wrote that masterpiece? He must be the same one who lived in Wenjing town. Please forgive me, master, I didn't recognize you. Then, humbling himself, he bowed and added, this lowly scholar greets you. Han Xing politely acknowledged it, saying the calligraphy had indeed been written by him, but only at Princess Manhwa's request. If Fu Cheng wished to thank someone, it should be her. The Prime Minister turned to the princess and said sincerely that she had done him a great favor. Still, he added, this wasn't the time to dwell on the past. He invited her to return to the royal palace, and promised to host a grand banquet in her honor after the ceremony. But Manhwa rejected the idea. Prime Minister Fu, we're not here to celebrate. We've returned to reclaim our country's freedom and restore Yuchu Kingdom's lost glory. She turned sharply toward the Lee Kingdom envoy and said, as far as I remember, you're the same traitor who came here 10 years ago and attacked my parents. The envoy smirked and replied, so you do remember me, and why wouldn't you? You witnessed everything with your own eyes. I must say, I'm quite surprised to see you alive. But honestly, you've made a terrible mistake by coming back. All these people around you, they may live in Yuchu Kingdom, but they work for me. This time, I'll make sure you're killed by your own people, and I'll enjoy every second of it. Princess Manhwa's eyes narrowed. You've committed horrible crimes against us. But today, I will free Yuchu Kingdom from the Lee Kingdom's chains, and soon, I'll destroy your empire completely. Then she turned to General Hu and said, the time has come. Begin the mission. General Hu stood upright and declared with unwavering loyalty, yes, Princess, your general is ready. The envoy from the Lee Kingdom sneered, and accused General Hu of betraying them. He admitted that he had always suspected this day would come, which was why he had been preparing for it for a long time. He then commanded the commander of the Forbidden Army to step forward and eliminate the traitor. He ordered that General Hu be killed in a way that would set an example, so everyone would know the price of treason. But before they could act, Cao Yang stepped forward to confront the Lee envoy. He questioned how someone who served the Lee Kingdom had the audacity to sit comfortably in Yuchu Kingdom for the past 10 years, and now even dared to threaten its citizens on their own land. He declared that today, he would show him the true power of Yuchu Kingdom. The Forbidden Army commander laughed mockingly, and asked if he meant the same Yuchu Kingdom that had been destroyed 10 years ago. He reminded them that, back then, instead of fighting back, the people of Yuchu had knelt in surrender, and now, those same people thought they could challenge the Lee Kingdom. Princess Manhwa furiously ordered Cao Yang not to let the envoy get away. Sensing the tension rise, the envoy began to unleash his power. He turned to the princess and mocked her, calling her a fool. He pointed out how her brother, the crown prince, had become a loyal dog to the Lee Kingdom, and had lived a peaceful life under their control. In contrast, she had chosen rebellion, and had wandered like a fugitive. He told her the kingdom she was fighting for no longer existed. It had died 10 years ago. The land might still be called Yuchu, but it was now a part of Lee Kingdom's territory. He sneered that she and her ragtag group wouldn't be able to change anything. At this, Han Xing stepped forward, his aura flaring with energy. The envoy warned him not to interfere, saying this conflict was between Lee Kingdom and Yuchu Kingdom. He even promised that once the matter was settled, the Lee Kingdom would welcome Han Xing with honor. Han Xing scoffed at the offer. He questioned whether the Lee Kingdom was even worthy of hosting someone like him. The envoy, growing angry, reminded him that he was showing him respect. not weakness, and warned that any disrespect would not end well. But Han Xing dismissed him coldly, saying he was nothing more than a dog of the Lee Kingdom, and insulting a dog didn't require justification. In fact, neither the envoy nor the Lee Kingdom held any value in his eyes. He claimed he could insult them anytime, anywhere, and they wouldn't be able to stop him. The envoy's rage exploded, and he began to raise his energy in response. Princess Manhwa observed this, and realized with alarm that this envoy was one of the most powerful individuals in the Lee Kingdom, an Earth Realm master at peak stage. Currently, Yuchu Kingdom didn't have a single cultivator who could match him. Even their strongest warriors were only in the early stages of the Earth Master realm. But Manhwa couldn't afford to back down now. Too many people had placed their trust in her. If she faltered, what would that mean for the others who stood beside her? Determined, she turned to her generals and ordered, "General Hu, General Cao Yan, show these Lee Kingdom dogs their place." The two generals responded immediately, releasing their energy in unison. It was revealed that both were Earth Realm masters at their early stage. General Hu addressed his soldiers, and ordered them to tie red cloth bands around their heads to avoid friendly fire. He declared that anyone not wearing a red band was to be taken down without hesitation. He reminded his troops that this wasn't just a battle, it was a war to reclaim their homeland. There would be no retreat today. As battle erupted, every soldier on the field fought with their full strength. General Hu shouted for his elite army to advance. Inwardly, General Hu reflected on his years of preparation. He had known from the beginning that the Lee Kingdom had experts far stronger than himself. Without resources, he could never match them in raw power. That's why he had trained 100 elite soldiers, each far more powerful than a typical warrior. Together, they could form a battle formation strong enough to stand against even the Lee Kingdom's elite. Soon, his elite army joined him on the battlefield. Princess Manhwa watched them and voiced her complete faith in General Hu. The general, in turn, vowed silently that no matter the cost, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't let that despicable envoy escape today. He then roared, commanding his men to activate the formation. The envoy, observing their movements, realized what was happening. He smirked and said that it seemed General Hu had been preparing for this battle for 10 years. He understood that the general had known he could never surpass him in strength alone, so he had chosen to train others. The envoy admitted that General Hu was indeed a remarkable leader. That was why he had once offered him a place in the Lee Kingdom. But sadly, this exceptional general would die today, for nothing. Just then, General Hu launched a powerful attack at the envoy. He shouted that loyalty was everything. If he couldn't stay loyal to his own kingdom, then all his power was meaningless. As the fierce battle raged on, Princess Manhwa stood back, watching the clash unfold, her eyes burning with determination. Han Xing turned to Manhwa and asked if witnessing the intense battle had made her afraid. Manhwa replied with quiet determination that her fear had ended the day she met him. Han Xing smiled and told her to always remember that feeling. He warned her that the path she had chosen was incredibly dangerous, and on that path, such horrors would become normal. He reminded her that the moment fear entered her mind, she would already have lost. She must never allow fear to take root because, in his eyes, victory always lay beyond fear. Meanwhile, General Hu, engaged in a brutal battle, was growing visibly exhausted and badly wounded. Watching him struggle, the Lee envoy turned toward the crown prince and shouted in anger. He demanded to know why the prince was just standing there. After all the resources they had invested in him, the time had come for him to prove his loyalty. The envoy reminded him that he too had reached the early stage of the Earth Master realm, and now it was time to use that power to kill their enemies. If he refused to fight, the envoy vowed to execute him alongside the rebels for treason. The crown prince then saw Commander Cao Yan locked in a fierce battle and hesitated. He thought to himself that while he loved his kingdom, he loved his own life even more. With that chilling thought, he charged at Cao Yan at full speed. Cao Yan, sensing the incoming attack, realized he wouldn't be able to dodge it. The crown prince unleashed a devastating blow, severely injuring General Cao Yan in a single strike. Manhwa cried out in disbelief, asking how Yuji could betray them like this. Commander Yi laughed and mocked General Cao Yan, saying the situation reminded him of an old saying, "We were defeated not by outsiders, but by one of our own." He taunted him, asking how it felt to be beaten by his own crown prince. Elsewhere, General Hu was also weakening as he fought against the envoy. The envoy smirked and told him that no matter how hard he tried, he would never win. He admitted that their battle formation was impressive, and had managed to hold him back so far, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. He warned that Hu was about to witness his true power, and with that, he lunged forward to strike. General Hu, battered and bleeding, thought to himself that he didn't care if he died. All he wanted was for his kingdom to be protected. He prayed silently, asking the gods to spare his people even if he could no longer fight. At that critical moment, Han Xing stepped forward and revealed a talisman from his robes. It was a suppressing talisman, The moment he activated it, every soldier from the Lee Kingdom fell to their knees, overwhelmed by its presence. Even the envoy himself struggled to remain standing, in shock. Commander, he gasped and asked what this talisman was. He couldn't understand why standing in its presence felt so impossible. He realized that the talisman had completely suppressed their cultivation. The envoy, now on his knees, spoke in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such powerful Confucians still existed in this era, ones capable of sealing their cultivation so completely with just a talisman. He wondered aloud who Hanxing truly was, because no ordinary Confucian could possess something like this. What Hanxing held was absolute power, something rare and terrifying. General Hu saw the opportunity and declared that they wouldn't get a better chance than this. Without hesitation, he drove his spear through the envoy's body. As the envoy lay dying, he admitted that if they hadn't possessed that talisman, he wouldn't have spared a single one of them. And with those words, he died. General Hu let out a victorious cry, announcing the death of the envoy as proof of their triumph. Hanxing added that with the talisman's effect still active, their enemy's cultivation was completely suppressed. Now was the perfect time to capture them all. General Hu immediately commanded everyone to stop where they were. He declared that the envoy of the Lee Kingdom had been defeated, and therefore, the remaining Lee forces should surrender immediately. He pointed out that they were all from Yuchu Kingdom anyway. Fighting their own people for the Lee Kingdom served no purpose. He reminded them that this wasn't just his or their victory, it was everyone's. Every citizen of Yuchu Kingdom was now free. They no longer had to bow to the Lee Kingdom or live as their dogs. From this moment onward, they could live freely and peacefully. Upon hearing this, the soldiers broke into cheers. Many exclaimed that they had finally won, and their Yuchu Kingdom would now thrive. They acknowledged that if it hadn't been for Hanxing's timely interference, they would have lost. The suppressing talisman had saved them all. They were amazed at how one Confucian could possess such overwhelming power, defeating even the strongest enemy with just a single talisman. Manhwa turned to Hanxing and asked in awe when he had created such a powerful talisman. Hanxing smiled and casually replied that he could make such talismans even while talking to her. Privately, Hanxing reflected that this suppressing talisman could suppress the energy of anyone below the mystic realm level. Though his soul had grown weaker compared to the past, it was still strong enough to bring even the mightiest warriors to their knees. Manhwa found herself deep in thought. Despite Hanxing creating such a powerful talisman, he still insisted it was nothing. It made her realize that there were beings in this world far stronger than she had imagined, and that aligning with such individuals was always in one's best interest. Later, Manhwa arrived at the royal court. Addressing the ministers and soldiers gathered there, she began her speech with unwavering resolve. She reminded everyone that 10 years ago, the traitors from the Lee Kingdom had betrayed them, and wiped out her royal family right in front of her eyes. For the following decade, the people had suffered under Lee Kingdom's rule. Even while living in their own kingdom, they were forced to live as slaves. But today, thanks to the help of their great Confucian warrior, they had finally driven the Lee Kingdom out of their lands. After 10 long years, they were finally free. She acknowledged that while many had remained loyal to the country, others, especially some ministers, had become nothing more than dogs for the Lee Kingdom, and in her court, there was no place for traitorous dogs. She announced that all those who had remained loyal over the past decade would be rewarded, but those who had betrayed the kingdom would face punishment. One of the ministers stepped forward and objected. He addressed her as Your Highness, and reminded her that she hadn't been in the court for 10 years. He argued that she didn't understand how difficult it had been to manage the kingdom during those dark times. He insisted that the decisions made by ministers shouldn't be judged so quickly, and asked her to think carefully before condemning anyone. He added that it was the crown prince who had been running the country, and many of them believed he was still the best choice to lead. After all, he was the future king. Before he could continue, Manhwa interrupted, shouting at him to shut his mouth. She warned him to know his place before speaking. No matter what excuses they gave, those who committed crimes over the past decade wouldn't escape justice. Her fierce words caused many in the court to tremble in fear. General Hu stepped forward and declared that anyone who dared speak against the princess would have to answer not to her, but to his sword. He encouraged the princess to speak freely, and promised to see who dared oppose her now. Manhwa then turned to the minister and addressed him coldly. She pointed out that for 10 years, he had loyally served the Lee Kingdom, not Yuchu. While their homeland was left barren, he helped fill the Lee Kingdom's coffers. She asked him what made him think she wouldn't know all this just because she was absent. She ordered the guards to arrest him immediately, and have all his property seized. The minister began crying and pleaded with her. He reminded her that he was a third-rank minister, and begged her not to do this. But Manhwa remained unmoved. She called out another minister, accusing him of sending young girls to the Lee Kingdom as offerings. She asked him if he felt even a shred of shame for what he had done. Then she ordered the guards to take him away and throw him in jail. One by one, every corrupt minister who had betrayed the country was arrested on Manhwa's orders. She then turned to another senior official, and reminded him that he had once been the grand tutor of their kingdom. she expressed her deep disappointment in him. The chief minister bowed his head and admitted his mistakes. He said he was prepared to accept whatever punishment she saw fit. Manhwa ordered the guards to take him away as well, stating that no matter a person's rank or position, betrayal would not be forgiven. She then turned to the remaining ministers and addressed them with pride. She told them that they had never betrayed the kingdom, and she was truly proud of their loyalty. For the time being, she appointed Prime Minister Fu to handle all matters of governance, as she was still unfamiliar with the current state of affairs. The ministers all bowed and agreed to follow her commands. Then, Manhwa turned toward Han Sheng. With heartfelt gratitude, she thanked him. She said none of this would have been possible without him. Han Sheng smiled and told her that if she ever faced a problem she couldn't solve on her own, she should call for him. He would never hesitate to help her. Manhwa nodded and said that while she couldn't offer him much, she was still willing to help however she could. If there was anything she could do for him right now, she asked him to please let her know. Han Sheng, in his mind, considered how beneficial it was for him that Manhwa had become the empress. Now that she held power, she could summon spiritual herbs to aid his healing process. With her support, he believed he would fully recover within a few months, and finally leave this kingdom behind. A few months later, Han Sheng was seen taking a medicinal bath, his body slowly recovering. As he soaked, he thought to himself that Manhwa had done an excellent job over the past few months. Thanks to the rare herbs she had provided, the cracks on his body had fully healed. However, his soul remained damaged. He recalled how he had overused his powers last time, resulting in a massive crack in his soul. Until it healed, he wouldn't be able to access his full strength. Deep down, he doubted Yuchu Kingdom had the means to help with that. The kind of herbs required to heal a soul were incredibly rare, and far beyond the reach of such a small kingdom. He concluded that he'd have to search for them himself. Just then, Manhwa entered the chamber to meet Han Sheng. Greeting him, she said, "Sir, we have a serious issue. Envoys from 7 neighboring kingdoms have arrived at our palace, including one from Lee Kingdom." She added that they had no clear idea about the intentions behind these visits. Han Sheng replied calmly, saying that if Lee Kingdom or any of the others truly intended to attack, they would have done it months ago, especially when Yuchu was broke and defenseless. Now that the kingdom had regained some strength, he was confident no attack was coming. Based on his intuition, he believed their true intentions would soon become clear once they arrived. Han Sheng then accompanied Manhwa to the Imperial Palace, where all 7 envoys had gathered in the royal court. As he looked around, he noted that all the visiting kingdoms were Yuchu's immediate neighbors. In his mind, he was certain they hadn't come with friendly intentions. There was definitely a hidden agenda. Manhwa, however, took comfort in the fact that the great Confucian was by her side. With him here, she had no reason to fear. No matter what these ministers planned, even if things went sideways, she trusted that Han Sheng could handle it. Standing before the court, Manhwa addressed the envoys. "You all have traveled far to reach us, and you must be tired. You came directly to the palace without even resting. May I know the reason behind this urgency?" One of the envoys stepped forward. He explained that as soon as his king heard the lost princess of Yuchu had returned after 10 long years, he immediately sent him to offer personal congratulations. As a sign of goodwill, the Pangqi kingdom had also sent valuable gifts to welcome her back, hoping she would like them. The envoys from the remaining kingdoms all spoke up, saying they too had come for the same reason, and had brought numerous gifts for the princess. Princess Manhwa graciously responded, "On behalf of the Yuchu kingdom, I thank you all." Other kingdoms have already presented their intentions. But why has the envoy from the Lee Kingdom remained silent all this time? "I've noticed you haven't spoken a word." The Lee Kingdom's envoy finally replied with a stern voice. He asked how she could speak to him like that, when she clearly knew what her kingdom had done. He accused her of eliminating their general and envoy the moment she returned, and questioned if she truly thought they wouldn't find out. "When every other kingdom was attacking Yuchu, it was the Lee Kingdom that stepped in to protect you. We safeguarded your nation for 10 long years. And how do you repay us? By assassinating our people. We treated you like family. But you betrayed us in the worst possible way." Princess Manhwa replied coldly, "You mean that pathetic general, and that so-called envoy? I didn't even realize they belonged to the Lee Kingdom. Honestly, I mistook them for strays, wild dogs with no master, and when you don't know a dog's breed, it's best to put it down. If I'd known they were yours, I might have at least returned them in one piece. But to be honest, their filthy blood stained our soil. Consider that an act of cleansing." Her response made the Lee envoy visibly furious. Meanwhile, General Hu and others chuckled and praised the princess for her bold response, saying the Lee Kingdom didn't deserve any respect in the first place. The Lee envoy retorted, "You're speaking too arrogantly, princess. You shouldn't say such things about the Lee Kingdom. You seem to have forgotten what we're capable of, and what it means to insult us." But Manhwa wasn't intimidated. She pointed toward the man standing behind her and said, "You see him? He's not a man. he's a cannon, one capable of destroying your entire kingdom with nothing but his pen. So think 100 times before running your mouth again. If you provoke Master Confucian, even I won't be able to stop him. He doesn't need an army. One stroke of his brush is enough to erase your kingdom from existence. Manhwa thought to herself that with Master Confucian by her side, not even a high-ranked kingdom could scare her. She recalled his advice. If you want to be the first empress in history, you'll need more courage than any king, because the greatest battles are not won by swords, but by courage and wit. As long as I carry courage in my heart, no one will dare underestimate me. The Lee envoy was seething with rage, but with Hanxing present, he didn't dare say another word. He knew that while Princess Manhwa may not have had the power to destroy them on her own, Hanxing absolutely did. At that moment, the envoy from the Pangqi kingdom stepped forward and respectfully addressed the princess. We've come with a request. Your kingdom possesses the great Confucian master, and it's known far and wide that such a sage appears only once in a generation. We wish to ask if he could craft something for our kingdom as well, to help us thrive the way yours has. Manhwa thought to herself, so that's their real intention. From the beginning, I knew they weren't here for me, they were here for him. Everyone knew Yuchu kingdom wouldn't have survived without Master Confucian. Now, every nation's eyes were on him. But it's not in my hands anymore. Whatever happens next is up to him. Even I cannot override his decisions. She turned to Hanxing and asked, Master Confucian, what do you think? Hanxing calmly replied, so all 7 envoys are here, for me. I'd like to know, what reason have you all come with? One by one, the envoys greeted Hanxing with deep respect. The envoy from Pangqi explained, Sir, we came to personally invite you to our kingdom. We greatly admire Confucian scholars, and since we learned of your presence, our people have been waiting eagerly to meet you. Our king has even arranged a grand celebration in your honor. The day you step into our land, we'll declare it a festival. Hanxing responded, Is that all? Is there nothing else you wish to say? The envoy continued, If you can't visit, we understand, but could you grant us a gift? Something crafted by your own hands, something made by you personally? Hanxing asked, So that's what you want? What exactly do you seek? The other envoys chimed in, Yes, master, we've all come here with the same request. We would be honored to receive a piece of your calligraphy. Hanxing mused aloud, So you've all come here for my calligraphy, and now you want me to personally make one for each of you? This is what you all are trying to say, right? The envoys all expressed their excitement, nodding eagerly and thanking him. But Prime Minister Fu snapped angrily, Idiots! Do you have any idea what you're asking for? Do you know how much soul power it takes for a Confucian master to create even one piece of calligraphy? You're asking him to make one for each of your 7 kingdoms? You don't understand the toll it takes. Each piece affects his foundation. It could weaken his powers significantly. I've never seen such shameless people in my life. You're practically here to rob him in broad daylight. Prime Minister Fu thought to himself that as someone who also practiced calligraphy, he understood just how difficult it truly was. Asking a great Confucian like Hanxing to create 7 different calligraphy scrolls was pure foolishness. Even for a master, such a task would demand tremendous effort. Hanxing, however, calmly addressed the tension. Lord Fu, please stay calm. These envoys are only saying what they've been instructed to. Don't worry, I know how to handle this. He turned toward the envoys and said, You probably have no idea how much energy and focus it takes to create just one piece of calligraphy. Let me explain it myself. Prime Minister Fu immediately bowed his head in respect and said, As you wish, Master Confucian, please, proceed as you see fit. Using his power, Hanxing's tone turned stern. Where did you all get the audacity to come here and demand 7 pieces of calligraphy directly from me? Do I look like your servant who will obey your every command? Listen to me carefully. All 7 of your kingdoms will receive one final warning, and only because there are innocent citizens in your nations. But if any of you even think about repeating this disrespect, I'll create one calligraphy scroll, and it will be a curse declaring the destruction of all 7 of your kingdoms. If you think I'm joking, I can end your kingdoms right now. For this last time, I'm letting you go. Return to your lands and inform your kings. The great Confucian is no one's servant. I do not act on command, and if your kings ever again desire a piece of my calligraphy, tell them to come to me in person. I'll be waiting, and they'll be given a welcome they won't forget. Actually, hold on, something just occurred to me. You all know that our Yuchu kingdom has been struggling for a long time. We've worked incredibly hard to rebuild, and now that all of you have come here in person, deliver a message to your emperor, support Yuchu, send supplies. It's your responsibility to help your neighbors. He gave them a final warning. If no help arrives within 10 days, I promise you'll face consequences beyond your imagination. As the envoys departed, the scene shifted to nighttime. Princess Manhwa visited Hanxing and said gently, Master Confucian, there's something troubling me. I've come to seek your guidance. Hanxing replied, In the future, you will stand against 100 kingdoms, and you'll have to face them alone. If you can't handle minor dynasties like these, how will you confront the world? Don't forget, your goal is to become empress, and for that, you'll need much more strength and resilience. Manhwa lowered her head and said, You've already helped me so much. Honestly, Our Yuchu kingdom has become much more stable. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. I promise to rise as a powerful empress. Hanxing nodded and added one final piece of advice. There's something else. You must now learn to believe in yourself. I'm about to leave in search of the spiritual herb. From here on, our paths will diverge. You must walk yours on your own. Manhwa's expression changed. She asked softly, You're leaving, Master Confucian? Did we fail to take proper care of you? Are you upset with us in some way? If you had stayed a few more days, we would have served you even better. If the spiritual herb is what you seek, just tell us. We'll find it. No matter how difficult. Hanxing gave her a gentle smile and said, Life is a journey, princess. To stop in one place is to end the journey. And you know what that means. For us Confucians, life is the search itself. We never stop. Before I go, let me tell you this. Yuchu kingdom is still surrounded by enemies. You must carry the entire kingdom on your shoulders. And those shoulders must not falter. The hopes and smiles of thousands now rest on your strength. Moved by his words, Manhwa replied with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Master Confucian, for guiding us. I'll remember every word you've said, and shape my future accordingly. Hanxing smiled faintly and said, I'm heading north now. I hope that when I return, I'll see a new Yuchu kingdom, a stronger, better one that will make me proud. Manhwa, now tearful, promised, Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to turn our kingdom into a better place, and I'll find every rare spiritual herb that exists. The next time you return, I'll welcome you with honor and joy. As she opened her eyes, she realized that Hanxing had already departed. Looking into the distance, she thought to herself, Master Confucian, in my life, you were like an angel. You may have been with me for a short time, but you changed everything for the better. A few days later, Hanxing was seen traveling through Lin Kingdom. As he crossed the treacherous Bloodfall Cross, he reflected on his long journey. He knew that if he wanted to continue heading north, he would have to cross Lin Kingdom on foot, a task that could take a few more days. While lost in thought, Hanxing suddenly heard a voice from the side. Inside a nearby restaurant, a commotion was taking place. The restaurant manager pleaded, Please, Master, leave now. We simply don't have enough resources to keep feeding you. We're already on the brink of poverty because of your meals. But the monk sitting there, unfazed, responded with a calm smile. Don't worry, manager. I found someone today. Someone my fate is connected to. From now on, he'll take care of my meals. The monk then stood up and walked straight toward Hanxing. He greeted him politely. My name is Kang Ji. May I join you for a meal? Hanxing glanced at him and thought to himself, There's something strange about this monk. No matter how hard I try, I can't sense his cultivation level. He figured there could only be two reasons for this. Either the monk was completely ordinary, or like the sword god, he was incredibly powerful. Kang Ji began to explain, I've come from the west. My only purpose is to guide lost souls. Hanxing questioned him, You're a Buddhist monk, aren't you? As far as I know, monks are forbidden from eating meat. So how are you eating this food? The monk smiled and replied, Donor, you seem to be misunderstanding something. Buddha says those who eat meat go to hell. But if I, as a good monk, don't go to hell, then who will help the souls trapped there? I eat meat so I can go to hell and assist those in need. Despite what I eat or drink, my heart remains pure. I only seek to share in the pain of this world. Hanxing, slightly amused, responded, All right, enjoy your meal. I've done what I came here to do, so I'll be leaving now. The monk looked at him and said thoughtfully, Donor, you're very young, probably not even 25. Hearing that, Hanxing was stunned. How did he know I'm under 25? He wondered, can he actually see through my mask? He had used the heaven concealment art to mask himself, an advanced technique even powerful cultivators couldn't see through. So how was this seemingly ordinary monk able to? Still suspicious, Hanxing paid for the monk's food and started to leave. Kang Ji called out, Donor, where are you going? I haven't even finished my meal. Let me come with you. Outside, Hanxing turned to him and asked, I already paid for your food, so why are you still following me? The monk replied, If I'm being honest, our meeting was destined. I've seen that a great misfortune is headed your way. I've come to help you avoid it. Buddha teaches us that everything that happens to us is a result of our karma. Good karma brings rewards, but bad karma brings challenges that we must face. He looked straight at Hanxing and said, Whatever you did in your past life, you'll have to face the consequences in this one. Shocked, Hanxing realized that Kang Ji wasn't just seeing through his mask, he was seeing into his past life as well. This man can't be taken lightly. The monk then asked, Donor, are you heading north? Hanxing replied, Yes, I am. Kang Ji smiled and said, Actually, I have business up north as well. Perhaps we can travel together? Hanxing narrowed his eyes. And if I say no, will you stop following me? Kang Ji laughed gently. No, I'll follow you anyway. Hanxing sighed. Then why even bother asking me? Scene shifted to northern mountains. Some men, advancing through the forest, were whispering among themselves. Lately, there's been a dangerous surge of energy coming from this place. Today, We have to figure out what's causing it. As they moved closer, they discovered something unexpected. Han Xing's legendary sword lying on the ground. They gasped in shock. Isn't this the Jinhong sword? The same one that once stood its ground against the heavens themselves? The scene then shifted again, taking us to the city within Fangfu Kingdom. As they entered the city, the monk commented that in most small towns, there were usually very few people, but this city seemed unusually crowded. Han Xing nodded and said it was about to get dark, so they should hurry and find a place to stay for the night. With that, he led the way to a nearby inn. Upon seeing him, the innkeeper greeted him politely but regretfully explained, "Dear guest, I'm afraid our inn is completely booked for tonight. We can prepare food for you, but unfortunately, we don't have any rooms available." Han Xing raised an eyebrow. "This inn looks pretty big, and I don't see many people around. How can it be full?" The innkeeper pointed upstairs and replied, "You see those guests up there? They booked every single room in the building. There's nothing more we can do, even if we want to help." Han Xing then asked if there was any other place in the city where he could stay. The innkeeper sighed and said, "To be honest, the sword god is expected to arrive soon in our kingdom. Because of that, powerful young masters and sword masters from over 100 surrounding kingdoms are gathering here to welcome him. That's why it's nearly impossible to find any vacant lodgings right now." Han Xing's expression changed. "The sword god is coming here? That must mean Rion will be with him too," the innkeeper added. "They're expected to arrive at Lei Yin Mountain nearby, so naturally, all the inns in our city are fully booked." Han Xing replied, "Alright then, just prepare some food for us. We'll eat here." He silently thought to himself, "I'll have to spend some time here. I need to wait until those people upstairs come down. This might be my best chance to meet both the sword god and Rion. Maybe if I speak to them, they'll free up a couple of rooms." Later, he approached the group that had reserved the entire inn and said, "I heard you've booked every room. I've been traveling for days, and it's already quite late. I don't have anywhere else to go. Would it be possible for you to spare 2 rooms for us? I'm even willing to pay extra." One of the young men, named Guuhan, scoffed and replied, "What do you think? That we're short on money? Don't waste our time. Just leave. We have our own reasons for booking the whole inn." Just then, a young prince named Murong Ning, heir of the Pink Qi dynasty, interrupted him. "Guuhan, that's no way to speak to someone. He's asking politely, and you're being unnecessarily rude." Murong Yi reflected inwardly. Since the sword god is coming, several powerful masters have gathered in the area. The last thing we want is to offend someone, especially someone whose cultivation I can't even sense because of his mask. That in itself is reason enough to be cautious. Murong's sister, the princess, spoke up. "Brother, I think we should let them have 2 of the rooms. It's not like we'll need all of them. Remember what father always said, if you ever get the chance, make friends. Because you never know when a friend might help you in return." Murong nodded in agreement. "Alright, you may stay. Choose any 2 rooms from the ones upstairs." Han Xing bowed slightly. "Thank you. I won't forget your kindness." The next morning, Prince Murong greeted them. "I hope you all had a good rest." The monk replied casually, "Yeah, it was fine, I guess. The beds were pretty average though. If they'd been better quality, that would have been nice." Murong chuckled and said, "That's surprising coming from you. As far as I know, monks lead very simple lives. Hearing a complaint from you feels a little odd." The monk laughed at himself. "You're right, I almost forgot. Buddha teaches us that monks have no need for luxury. We should live as simply as possible. But what can I say? Sometimes I forget that lesson." Murong Yi introduced himself formally. "We're from the Pink Qi dynasty. My name is Murong Yi. I was curious, did you come here because of the sword god's arrival?" Han Xing responded, "Not exactly. We just happened to be passing through the city, and found out about the sword god's visit. So we thought we might meet him while we're here. But no, we didn't come specifically for him." Murong Yi smiled and said, "In that case, I won't keep you. Please enjoy your stay." With that, Murong Yi and his group turned and left the inn. As Han Xing and Monk approached Mount Lei Yin, they were already getting very close. Monk remarked that 100 years ago, this mountain used to be quite small. He smiled and said he was glad to see that it had grown so much over the past century, but Han Xing didn't respond. Instead, he silently walked ahead, ignoring Monk's comment. As he neared the mountain, he saw that many people had already gathered, eager to meet the sword god. At the back of the mountain, the sword god himself was seated calmly. People in the crowd whispered excitedly, pointing, "Look, that's sword god Dugusheng and his disciple." As Monk stepped forward, he spoke respectfully, "Sword god, we weren't officially invited, but I hope our presence won't offend you." At that moment, the sword god slowly opened his eyes. The voice, it sounded so familiar. He thought for a moment, and then heard Monk continue, "Donor Dugu, it's been a very long time since we met. I hope you still remember me." Startled, the sword god exclaimed, You're Master Kang Ji, aren't you?" He recalled the time, 100 years ago, when he had first forged his sword Ruin. Back then, his cultivation had been severely damaged, and his body had grown weak. His mind had been clouded by rage. In that darkness, Master Kang Ji appeared and guided him, helping him overcome the chaos within. Only after that did he evolve into the drunken master, and rise to the peak of the sword path, unmatched by anyone. The sword god said with a smile, Master Kanji, it's been a full 100 years since we last met. Honestly, I never imagined we'd meet again. Seeing you here fills me with joy. Then, curiously, he asked, and who is the one accompanying you? Hansheng introduced himself. My name is Guuhan, but you may call me Yun. The sword god nodded with respect and said, Mr. Yun, please have a seat. Rion, bring tea for everyone. As tea was served, Monk chuckled and remarked, Donor Dugu, you've changed a lot. I expected wine, not tea. The sword god laughed in return. Rion, we still have a small stash of 100-year-old wine left. Go fetch it. I think Master Kanji will enjoy it. He handed a cup to Kanji and said, please try this. It's my favorite wine, and I'm sure you'll love it. 100 years ago, a dear friend used to make this wine just for me. Kanji took a sip and responded, I can feel the emotions in this wine. That's what makes it taste so exceptional. Hansheng added sincerely, Sword God, it's only because of you that I've had the chance to taste something this special. Thank you for inviting me. The sword god then explained, I once had 3 jars of this wine, gifted to me by a very close friend. I drank the first, I buried the second in memory of that friend, and this is the last. He grew quiet and said, everyone knows that reincarnation isn't possible in this world. That's why this wine is the final memory of that friend. Hansheng asked gently, if reincarnation were possible, would you bring your friend back? The sword god replied without hesitation, if it were possible, I'd do whatever it takes. Hansheng then posed another question, but what if your friend returns, and isn't the same person anymore? Would that still be enough? The sword god narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you so interested in this topic? Do you know something? Hansheng quickly shifted the conversation, saying, to be honest, I'm currently traveling across the north. I heard that you were arriving here with your disciple, and today your disciple might be competing against other geniuses from across the kingdoms. The sword god nodded. You already know that in the last great battle, the heavens lost. Since then, spiritual energy has been surging throughout the world, and more talented geniuses are emerging in every country. The stronger a kingdom becomes, the more arrogant it tends to grow. To avoid future wars, I came up with a better solution. I suggested that instead of conflict, we hold a grand contest. All 100 kingdoms will send a single representative to compete. The condition is that the participant must be under 30 years old. Then he looked directly at Hansheng and added, Mr. Yun, you've kept your strength well hidden. That tells me you're an extraordinary master yourself. So, what do you think? How will my disciple fare in this competition? Hansheng glanced at Rion and thought to himself, my friend, you've grown so much stronger since the last time we met. I can't even put into words how proud I am to see you like this. Hansheng expressed his confidence in the sword god's disciple, stating that he had complete faith in him. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd had also made their way up to the mountain peak. As the sword god stepped forward to face them, the people respectfully bowed to greet him. The sword god raised his hand and told them there was no need to bow. He announced that the time had come to begin the contest. He addressed the gathering and explained, today, I summoned all of you here not just for a competition, but to share something important. Before anything else, I want each of you to reflect on yourselves, understand what your heart truly desires. Only when you know yourself can you choose the right path, and move forward in life. He emphasized that while he was known as the sword god, it didn't mean his disciple was destined to follow the same path. Everyone must find their own way. I just want to ensure that none of you waste your potential by choosing the wrong path. Some people excel in martial arts, others in administration. Everyone has unique talents, and if you work in harmony with your gifts, you can become a better person. Just then, everyone noticed a girl flying toward the peak of the mountain. Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Who is that girl? Does she not know the sword god is standing there? Flying in front of him is a sign of disrespect. Another man quickly scolded him, saying, shut your mouth. Do you even know who that is? That's the White Lotus Fairy, Lord Hansheng's wife. Say one more word against her, and the sword god himself might destroy you. Hearing this, Hansheng was visibly shocked. What is Kinro doing here? Kinro addressed the sword god directly. In the past, you were a close friend of Hansheng. You once said that during your journey, you would search for him. Have you discovered anything about his whereabouts? The sword god replied solemnly. I've tried to gather information about Hansheng from many places, but so far, I haven't found anything. Based on my observations, he should be somewhere in this region, but we still don't have a confirmed location. Hansheng listened in silence, his thoughts racing. So they haven't given up on me yet. They've been traveling across the world under the pretense of a journey, but all this time, they've been looking for me. I have to admit, Kinro's voice still sounds as beautiful as ever. Just hearing it fills my heart with peace. Kinro then said, Sword God, if you find out anything about Hansheng, please let me know. Just then, Rion called out, Sister-in-law, where are you headed? Don't worry, we'll definitely find brother. Kinro replied with determination, I'm heading north. I've heard that Hansheng's Jinhong sword is there. Before anyone else gets their hands on it, I must retrieve it. With that, she set off. The sword god, watching her leave, said there was no point trying to stop her. She won't listen to us anyway. Then he turned to Rion and added, prepare yourself for battle. My speech has dissipated. It's time to fight. Rion nodded with determination. Master, I'm always ready to fight. Don't worry about anything today. Your disciple won't disappoint you. I still carry the regret of not being able to help brother Han Sheng. I can't handle any more regrets. Not today. He stepped forward and declared boldly, my name is Han Rion. I am the sole disciple of the sword god. To all genius warriors from different countries gathered here today, I accept your challenges. My master believes that wars between nations shouldn't be fought with armies, but should be resolved among the younger generation. So, if anyone wishes to fight, step forward now. Soon, a warrior stepped out from the crowd and scoffed. I'd heard a lot about the sword god's disciple, but seeing you in person is disappointing. You're already at the pinnacle of this spiritual realm. How could you possibly fight someone like me? He smirked arrogantly. You're letting your rank go to your head. Let's see what makes you so special that the great sword god chose you as his disciple. With that, the warrior charged forward, but Rion effortlessly blocked the attack. Watching from a distance, Han Sheng thought to himself, it's been less than a year since I last saw Rion. Back then, he was just an ordinary person, but now, seeing how much he's grown makes me proud. I really did find the perfect master for him, and Rion has truly worked hard to learn. As the fight continued, the surrounding crowd began whispering, Rion only has one arm. This is definitely going to be a disadvantage in combat. Even if he is the sword god's disciple, fighting with one arm will surely slow him down. But to their shock, Rion was effortlessly dodging every strike thrown at him. The challenger, beginning to panic, thought, why does it feel like I've walked right into his trap? I've been attacking non-stop. I've completely forgotten to defend myself. Before he could react, Rion appeared at his throat with his sword drawn. Rion said coldly, you've lost. The challenger stood frozen, stunned. I really lost? But how? I didn't even realize when the tide turned. He muttered in disbelief. If this were a real battle, he would have already separated my head from my body. The sword god's disciple is terrifying. After that, Rion continued to challenge fighter after fighter, but every single one of them lost effortlessly. Having defeated many, Rion called out, is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? I'm ready for all of you. The remaining warriors below whispered among themselves. All the strongest ones have already stepped forward, and they still couldn't beat him. What can we possibly do now? Han Rion is just too powerful. Challenging him now would be meaningless. Another fighter agreed. You're right. There's no way we can last even 2 moves against him. We'd be better off not embarrassing ourselves. At that point, the sword god stepped forward and announced, it looks like today's challenges are over. If no one else wants to fight, you may all step down. As they began to leave, many murmured, the sword god really chose an incredible disciple. Now we understand why. Despite having only one arm, he was selected. As the scene continued, Han Sheng stepped forward and respectfully said, thank you, sword god, for helping us. I have to say, your disciple is truly incredible. I'm certain he'll go far in the future. He glanced at monk Kang Ji and added, it's getting late for both of us. We need to continue north, so we'll take our leave now. Sword god nodded and replied warmly, Mr. Guuhan, it was a real pleasure meeting you. I hope we'll cross paths again soon. The scene then shifted to 1 month later. Monk Kangji said, Donor, we've gotten quite close to the snow mountains of the north. May I ask, why exactly did you come here? As far as I know, there's not a single city anywhere nearby. Han Sheng calmly responded, we're already standing in front of the very thing we came for. Before them, a large crowd had gathered to obtain the legendary Jin Hong sword. One cultivator spoke up. What is this thing in front of us that's emitting such overwhelming pressure? I can't even take a single step forward. Another muttered. This pressure we're feeling, it's sword intent. Whoever this sword once belonged to must have at least reached the heavenly mystic realm. If we could obtain it, our power would increase tremendously. Others whispered, if the sword is this powerful, imagine how strong its original owner must have been. I heard this blade once clashed with the heavens themselves, and didn't even receive a scratch. Suddenly, someone pointed, look, the White Lotus Fairy is here. She must have come to claim the sword as well. Another added, she's even more beautiful than the rumors. Honestly, standing in front of her, even this snow feels warm compared to her cold beauty. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kinro stepped forward and said softly, Jin Hong sword, you've stayed with Han Sheng all this time. Finally, I've found something connected to him. Just then, a voice rang out from behind, warning, Fairy, stop right there. There's a terrifying pressure surrounding that sword. You won't be able to handle it. Kinro replied firmly, this sword means everything to me. No matter what happens, I will take it back. From a distance, others commented, we're still 500 meters away, and even standing here is draining our energy. If the White Lotus Fairy gets too close, she'll definitely end up heavily injured. Astonished, one man gasped, look at her. She's actually moving forward despite the pressure. She's incredibly brave. As Kinro inched closer, the overwhelming sword energy began to take its toll. Cuts started to appear on her body. Watching her struggle, Hanxing thought anxiously, my energy is hurting Kinro. I need to act fast, or she'll be seriously injured. Suddenly, a powerful master appeared and commanded, Fairy, that's far enough. I don't know why you need that sword, but I've had my eye on it for a long time. I'm taking it home today. There's no point in struggling. Step back. Confused onlookers asked, who does this guy think he is, ordering around the White Lotus Fairy like that? Someone else replied, you don't know? That's Elder Ding Fan, Grand Elder of the high-ranking Jiaqi Kingdom. I've heard a lot about him, honestly. I didn't expect such powerful masters to show up just for this sword. Kinro stood her ground and declared, this sword belonged to my husband, Hansheng. You're not even qualified to touch it, let alone take it away. Ding Fan responded with forced civility, Fairy, I respect both you and your late husband. He accomplished a great deal at such a young age, but the truth is, he's gone, and this incredible sword shouldn't go to waste. I don't have much time left in my life, and I'd like to know what wielding such a weapon feels like. Kinro's tone turned ice cold. I already told you no. Didn't you understand? This sword belonged to my husband, and I won't let you have it. Bystanders were shocked. The White Lotus Fairy just rejected Elder Ding Fan to his face. She's brave, but Ding Fan is at the peak of the Earth realm. Beating her wouldn't be hard for him. Someone else added, still, the fairy is from the powerful Gu family. I doubt Ding Fan has the guts to go against them. Overhearing the whispers, Elder Ding Fan grew furious. His energy surged, creating a terrifying pressure that blanketed the entire area. Meanwhile, Kang Ji turned to Hansheng and asked with concern, Donor, why is your heartbeat rising so rapidly? Is something wrong with your heart? Hansheng replied quietly, Monk Kang Ji, I know you're no ordinary being. You've already seen through me and peered into my heart. Since you already know the truth, how about helping me? Kang Ji responded with a hint of amusement. Donor, as you can see, I'm just a simple monk. We monks don't care much for the affairs of the moral world. What help could someone like me possibly offer you? He paused and then added slyly, well, if I had just 10 jars of top quality wine, I might consider helping, but alas, I've found none. So how exactly am I supposed to help you? Hansheng looked at Monk Kang Ji and spoke seriously. When we first met, you said our encounter was destined. But now, when fate itself is calling you to help, you're refusing. Why is there such a huge gap between your words and your actions? Monk Kanji chuckled lightly and replied, Donor, are you trying to threaten me? Look, there's no need to get upset. If you give me a few barrels of fine wine, I'll gladly help you. Hansheng didn't hesitate. Fine, deal's done. Elsewhere, Elder Ding Fan addressed Kinro again, trying to reason with her. Fairy, I'm asking you one last time. I truly respect you, and I don't want you getting hurt because of me. Please, let me take the sword. Kinro stood firm, her voice unwavering. I already told you, it's my husband's sword. I don't care what the world says. I know my husband is still alive. As long as he lives, I won't let anyone else lay a finger on his belongings, even if I have to fight for it. Ding Fan sighed, beginning to gather his energy. So be it, if that's how it is. I guess I'll have to show you my true strength. I never intended to offend you, but you've left me no choice. Meanwhile, Hansheng turned to Master Kang Ji and said, Master, I need you to help Kinro retrieve that sword, and make sure she gets home safely. If you do this, you'll be doing me a huge favor. Without hesitation, Kang Ji took to the air and flew straight into the middle of the conflict. He looked at both sides and said nonchalantly, what's the point of wasting energy fighting over this? Old man, I can see you've done many shameful things in your life. I suggest you follow Buddha's path. If you do, your sins in this life will be washed away, and you won't carry their burden into the next. Ding Fan's expression twisted with rage. What did you just say? Shameful things? You little lunatic monk. Where did you even come from? Kang Ji replied calmly. See, that temper of yours, that's exactly why you've committed so many wrongs. You need to relax, smile a little, it'll help your health. Ding Fan grumbled as he stepped forward. I wasn't in the best mood today, but now this foolish monk wants to be my next victim. However, when he attacked, Kang Ji effortlessly blocked his move. Kang Ji spoke again with a sigh. I told you to control your temper. If you keep charging into battles, eventually someone will come along and silence you permanently. So calm yourself, before someone else does it for you. Startled, Ding Fan stepped back and said sincerely, Mr. Monk, please forgive me. I underestimated your power. May I ask why you're here? As far as I know, monks don't care for worldly things like swords. Why are you fighting me over it? Kang Ji nodded slightly. You're right. I have no interest in the sword itself. I came here only to reduce your karmic sins. Your jar of evil was already overflowing. It was only a matter of time before it spilled over. I just got here early to clean it up. Enraged, Ding Fan shouted. Do you think I'm an idiot? You've been moving closer to the sword all this time. Don't lie, you want it too. But let me make one thing clear. As long as I'm here, no one's taking that sword. You came here to cleanse my sins? Fine, I'll cleanse you first. With that, Ding Fan lunged forward to attack, but Kang Ji barely moved. He simply snapped his fingers. and Ding Fan's attack vanished into thin air. Shocked, Ding Fan thought to himself, this monk, he's way too powerful. Fighting him would be a terrible mistake. Out loud, he said humbly, Mr. Monk, I apologize again. I offended you without even knowing who you were. I want nothing more from this place. Thank you for sparing me. Kanji, however, smirked and replied, you say you want nothing, but I want something. I want wine. Tell me, do you have any? Ding Fan, startled, stammered, wine? Kanji scoffed, you don't even have wine, and you were promising to repay me in the future? Do you think I'm a fool? Ding Fan responded quickly, oh, so it's wine you want? Just let me take the sword and I'll give you as much wine as you like. But Kanji's expression turned serious. You know, we monks don't care for worldly matters, and yet, here you are, trying to bribe a monk. You're actually trying to corrupt my soul. Thanks to you, my innocent little heart is now deeply disturbed. He raised his hand as energy surged around him. For that, I must punish you, old man. Coming here today was a huge mistake. As Kanji spoke, he delivered a devastating kick to Ding Fan. He said he had tried to reason with him multiple times, but Ding Fan's greed had made him blind to understanding anything. That was why things had come to this point. Kanji warned that he would now completely cleanse Ding Fan's mind. He struck him again with another powerful kick, declaring that he would keep hitting him until every bit of delusion was knocked out of his head. Ding Fan, now in shock, wondered what was happening to him. He couldn't move his body at all. With a final attack, Master Kanji ended Ding Fan on the spot. Everyone watching was stunned. They exclaimed in disbelief. Did Master Ding Fan really get defeated that easily? Even Hansheng stood speechless, thinking to himself that this monk being was far more mysterious than he had imagined. He had assumed Kanji possessed some strength, but never expected him to be this powerful. Despite his immense strength, he still acted like someone who had none. Hansheng then released a few drops of his own blood, and sent it toward the sword. As soon as the blood reached the ground, the Jin Hong sword began to move. The crowd gasped and shouted, look, the sword is moving. Someone said that swords were often connected to their master's will, and it seemed like this sword's master was enraged. Hansheng called out to Monk Kanji and said that he had sent him his blood. If Monk Kanji took the blood and approached the sword, he wouldn't face any resistance. Hansheng asked him to quickly retrieve the sword and give it to Kinro. As Kanji began to move forward, Kinro stepped in his path. He asked her to step aside, explaining that he was going to retrieve the sword, and didn't want anyone else to get hurt over it. Kinro spoke up with determination. She said she knew how powerful he was, and that she couldn't fight him, but she made it clear that the sword meant everything to her. As long as she was alive, she wouldn't let anyone take it. If he truly wanted the sword, he would have to kill her first. At the very least, she would find some satisfaction in knowing she fought for her husband. Kanji calmly replied that she was misunderstanding his intentions. He reminded her that he was just a monk. What would he do with a sword? He was retrieving the sword for her. The only thing he truly cared about was high-quality wine. If she wanted to repay him, she could simply offer him some good wine in exchange. Kinro, taken aback, asked in disbelief if he had really intended to bring her the sword. Kanji nodded and reassured her not to worry. What use would a monk have for a weapon like that? He walked toward the sword and thought to himself that no one could see him now. It was finally time to complete his task. As he tossed Hansheng's blood onto the ground near the sword, the Jin Hong sword immediately acknowledged Hansheng as its rightful master. The onlookers were stunned again, exclaiming, look, the sword is moving. That monk really is powerful if he managed to awaken the sword. The Jin Hong sword soared through the air, and landed gently in Kanji's hands. He thought to himself, impressed, this kid really is powerful for his age. The sword is so proud of him, it won't even let anyone else touch it. What happens next will be revealed in the next episode. Thank you for watching and stay tuned.